Welcome to Daily Story, where swipes turn into secrets. Every profile hides a truth, some sweet, some terrifying, and some that should never be told. From awkward first dates to midnight confessions, we bring you stories that blur the line between love and danger. Tonight, you will hear one of them. Are you ready? The smell of stale coffee and fear still clung to me, a phantom scent that no amount of scrubbing or airing out my apartment could dispel. It had been weeks since the cafe, confrontation with Sarah, but every word she would uttered was seared into my brain, playing on an endless loop. You told me I was yours. You said escape was through your twisted games. She would take my trauma, my deepest fears, and twisted them into a mirror image, reflecting a monster back at me. I was Alex in her story, the predator, the one who stalked and terrorized. The police, of course, had been useless. After my initial panic call from the cafe, they would arrive to find Sarah calmly sipping her latte, looking like the picture of innocent bewilderment. She would explain that I was an old friend, that I had been going through a tough time, and that I sometimes got confused. She even expressed concern for my mental well-being. My frantic recounting of the car tampering, the cameras, the intimate details she knew about Max and the lasagna spill sounded like the ramblings of a paranoid woman. They took a report, but their eyes held that familiar pitying skepticism. Another woman, overreacting. Mark, bless his heart, had tried to be supportive, but even he could not fully grasp the psychological warfare Sarah was waging. He would see me after Alex, seen the shell I would become. Now, I was worse. I jumped at shadows. Every car that slowed on my street was a potential threat. Every unknown number a harbinger of doom. My cameras, which Sarah had so chillingly acknowledged, felt like a joke. They were blind spots. She would said, she knew them. My therapist, Dr. Evans, was the only one who truly understood. She acknowledged the gaslighting, the emotional manipulation, the way Sarah was trying to dismantle my reality. She urged me to focus on healing, on rebuilding my sense of self. And inevitably, she brought up dating again. Chloe, she would said, her voice gentle but firm, you can't let this define you. You deserve happiness. You deserve a normal life. Normal. The word felt like a foreign language. What even was normal anymore? My last attempt at normalcy had been Sarah. Before that, Alex. It felt like a cruel cosmic joke that every time I dared to reach for connection, I was met with horror, but loneliness, as it always did, was a persistent ache. Weeks turned into months. Max, my golden retriever, was my only constant comfort, his warm presence a tether to reality. Still, there were evenings when the silence of my apartment pressed in, when the thought of spending the rest of my life in this self-imposed fortress of fear became unbearable. Dr. Evans suggested dating apps. It gives you control. Chloe, you can vet people, take your time. No blind dates, no pressure. The idea was terrifying. My fingers hovered over the download button for days. What if another Alex? What if another Sarah? The thought alone made my stomach clench. But the alternative of life lived in perpetual fear, and isolation felt even worse. Eventually, with a deep breath and a prayer to a God I was not sure I believed anymore, I created a profile. It was a slow, agonizing process. Every profile picture was scrutinized for telltale signs of psychopathy. Every bio was dissected for hidden meanings. I swiped left on 99% of them, my paranoia shield. Then one evening, I saw him. His name was Liam. His profile picture showed a kind smile, framed by dark, slightly tousled hair. He was leaning against a brick wall, sunlight catching his eyes, which seemed genuinely warm. His bio was simple software engineer, loves hiking, craft beer, and finding the best local coffee shops. Looking for someone to share adventures with, big or small. No red flags. No overly intense gaze. No cryptic messages. He seemed normal. I swiped right. To my surprise, We matched almost instantly. My heart did a little flutter, a mix of apprehension and a fragile hope I had not realized I still possessed. His first message was polite, witty, and not at all creepy. We chatted for a few days, the conversations flowing easily. He asked about my interests, listened when I talked about Max without immediately asking for a picture, which I appreciated and seemed genuinely engaged. He suggested coffee. There's this amazing little place downtown he would written. Best cold brew in the city. If you are free this Saturday. I hesitated. Coffee. A public place. It felt safe. I pictured myself sitting across from him, sipping a latte, having a normal conversation. The image was so appealing, so tantalizingly out of reach, that I found myself typing. Sounds great. Liam, see you Saturday. The cafe was bustling, warm with the scent of roasted beans and sugar. I arrived a few minutes early, my anxiety a tight knot in my chest. I chose a table near the window, giving me a clear view of the entrance and the street outside. Old habits died hard. Liam walked in precisely on time. He was even more attractive in person, taller than I would expected, with an easy confidence that was not arrogant. He spotted me, his smile widening, and my heart did that little flutter again. He apologized for being a minute late, even though he was not, and ordered us both drinks. Our conversation flowed effortlessly. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, our favorite books. He was intelligent, funny, and surprisingly attentive. He laughed at my jokes, and his eyes held a genuine curiosity when I spoke. I found myself relaxing, a feeling so foreign it was almost disorienting. I told him about Max, about my love for baking without mentioning the lasagna spill, a detail I would learn to guard fiercely. He talked about his passion for coding, the satisfaction of solving complex problems. It is like a puzzle, he explained, gesturing with his hands, and when you finally crack it, that feeling of accomplishment, it is addictive. I found myself nodding, genuinely interested. We talked for nearly 2 hours, the time flying by. When he finally walked me in my car, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I felt a lightness I had not experienced in years. I had a really great time. Chloe, he said, his smile genuine. Me too. Liam, really. And I meant it. For the first time in what felt like forever, a date had not ended in terror or confusion. It had just been nice. Normal. He asked for my number, which I willingly gave him. I would love to do this again, he said. I would like that very much. I replied, a genuine smile gracing my lips. As I drove home, a cautious optimism bloomed in my chest. Maybe, just maybe, this was it. Maybe I could actually move on. Maybe my luck was finally changing. The next few days were a blur of texts and calls. Liam was consistent, charming, and seemed genuinely interested. He asked about my day, sent me funny memes, and made plans for a second date dinner at a new Italian place he would heard good things about. I found myself looking forward to his messages, a sense of giddiness I had not known existed. I even told Dar, Evans, about him, carefully omitting any details that might trigger her concern. I just wanted to bask in the glow of something good. For once, the first subtle hint of unease came a few days later. I was out walking Max in the park, enjoying the crisp autumn air. My phone buzzed. It was a text from Liam Hay. Just saw Max looking particularly majestic in the park. Hope you guys are having a great walk. My blood ran cold. I immediately scanned my surroundings. The park was fairly busy, but no one seemed to be paying undue attention to me. I had not told him which park I went to, or what time I usually walk Max. I had simply said the park. There were several parks in the city. I quickly typed back, trying to sound casual. Oh, really? Where are you? I did not see you. His reply came almost instantly. Just passing through. Had a meeting nearby. Did not want to interrupt your quality time with Max. Just wanted to say hi. His explanation was plausible. It could have been a coincidence, but a tiny, insidious seed of doubt had been planted. I reminded myself of DR, Evan's words, of my own tendency to overthink things after Alex and Sarah. It is just paranoia. Chloe, he is probably just being friendly. I forced myself to shake it off, but the knot in my stomach tightened. The next incident was even more unsettling. I was at home, baking a batch of cookies, a therapeutic activity for me. My phone, which was on the counter, chimed with a notification. It was a text from Liam. Those chocolate chip cookies smell incredible even from here. Wish I had some. My hands froze, covered in flour. My apartment was on the third floor of a relatively quiet building. There was no way he could smell my cookies. No way. I peered out my kitchen window, heart pounding. Nothing. Just the usual street activity. I typed, my fingers trembling slightly. How on earth do you know I am baking cookies? His reply was a laughing emoji, followed by haha, just kidding. You mentioned you love baking your profile, and I had a sudden craving. Just a lucky guess. I suppose. A lucky guess. It felt anything but lucky. It felt like a violation. Like he was watching. The old terror, the one I thought I had buried, clawed his way back to the surface. I started pacing my apartment, checking the locks, peering through the peephole. My cameras, the ones Sarah had mocked, felt useless. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he saw a post on social media I would forgotten about, but I was careful about what I posted. Maybe he was just being playful, and my trauma was twisting it into something sinister. I called Dar. Evans, leaving a vague message about feeling anxious. I did not want to admit to her that I was already spiraling, not after her insistence that I tried dating again. I forced myself to go on the second date. Part of me wanted to cancel, to retreat into my shell, but another part, the part desperate for normalcy, pushed me forward. I could not let my past define my future. Could I? I could not let paranoia win. The Italian restaurant was cozy, dimly lit. Liam was waiting for me, looking handsome and genuinely pleased to see me. He immediately complimented my dress, his eyes warm and appreciative. For a while, the unsettling incidents faded into the background. He was charming, attentive, and made me laugh. We shared an appetizer, talked about our week, and he asked thoughtful questions about my life. Mid-meal, he mentioned a new art exhibit that had just opened. I know you mentioned you like modern art, he said, and I was thinking maybe next weekend we could check it out. There's a really cool cafe nearby, too. I smiled. That sounds wonderful. Liam. Then he added, almost as an afterthought, it is funny. I actually saw a picture of you at that gallery opening last year. I think it was... You were wearing that same black dress. Looked great then, looks even better now. My fork clattered against my plate. The black dress I was wearing tonight was the same one I would worn to a gallery opening last year. I had not posted any pictures from that event. I had not even told him I would been there. My blood ran cold again. How did you know that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He chuckled, a light, easy sound. Oh, I saw it in a local newspaper spread. I think, or maybe it was an online gallery. You looked so striking. I remembered it. I did not remember being in any newspaper spread or online gallery. I usually avoided cameras at events. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Had a friend posted a picture? Had I been tagged? I could not recall. The seeds of doubt had sprouted into thorny vines, wrapping around my heart. I tried to regain my composure. Oh, right. I guess I forgot about that. He seemed to accept it, moving on to another topic. But the rest of the dinner was a blur. Every smile he gave, every kind word, felt tainted. I could not shake the feeling that he knew too much, that he had been watching me for far longer than our dating app connection suggested. When the date ended, He walked me to my car, as before. He leaned in, his gaze intense, and kissed me softly. It was a sweet, gentle kiss, but I felt nothing but a cold dread. I mumbled a quick goodbye, got into my car, and drove away, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. I spent that night in a fitful sleep, plagued by nightmares. Alex, Sarah, and now Liam, their faces merging into a single, terrifying visage. The next morning, I woke up with a pounding headache and a desperate need to find answers. I went through my old photos, my social media, searching for any trace of that gallery picture. Nothing. I even called a friend who had been with me. She confirmed she had not posted anything and did not recall any photographers. My paranoia was no longer just paranoia. It was a sickening certainty. Liam was not just charming and normal. He was something else, something terrifying. I knew I needed to break it off. I drafted a text, then deleted it. I could not just ghost him, not after everything. I needed to be clear. But how do you tell someone? I think you are stalking me. I decided to meet him one last time, in a public place. I would tell him I was not feeling a connection, that I needed space. I would be firm, polite, and then I would cut him out of my life. I texted him, suggesting coffee again, at the same cafe where we would first met. He agreed, sounding eager. Before the meeting, I decided to do something I had not done in a long time. I drove by his apartment building. I knew the general area he lived in from a casual mention on our first date, and I would found his address through a quick, albeit morally questionable, online search. I just needed to see it, to confirm he was real, that this was not some elaborate phantom. His building was an older brick structure, well maintained, with a small, manicured lawn. Nothing out of the ordinary. As I drove past slowly, I noticed a moving truck parked near the entrance, and a few boxes stacked on the curb. Someone was moving in or out. It gave me a strange sense of relief. Maybe he was moving. Maybe this would all just go away. Then, as I drove past second time, a figure emerged from the building, carrying a large, rolled-up canvas. It was Liam. He was wearing a casual t-shirt, his hair slightly disheveled. He looked up, and for a split second, our eyes met through my windshield. My heart leaped into my throat. He saw me. He definitely saw me. Panic seized me. I slammed on the accelerator, speeding away, my mind screaming. He knew I was there. He knew I was checking up on him. The carefully constructed plan to calmly break up with him evaporated. All I felt was raw, animal fear. I drove home in a daze, my hands shaking. The coffee meeting was out of the question. I could not face him. I could not. That night, my phone buzzed with a text from Liam. Hey, Chloe, everything okay? You looked a little stressed earlier. Just saw you drive by. My blood ran cold. He was toying with me. He was confirming he saw me, confirming he knew. I did not reply. I blocked his number. I blocked him on the dating app. I cut off every digital tether. I felt a fleeting sense of empowerment, followed by an overwhelming wave of dread. This was not over. It was never over. The next few days were a blur of hypervigilance. I double-checked my locks, activated my alarm system, and even considered getting new cameras. I called Dar, Evans, finally pouring out everything about Liam. She listened patiently, her voice full of concern. She urged me to go to the police, to explain everything, to build a case. But I knew how that would go. He just made a few odd comments, madam. And you saw him once near his apartment. They would not take it seriously. Not yet. Then came the package. It arrived 2 days after I blocked him, left on my doorstep. No return address. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside was a small, exquisitely carved wooden frame. And nestled within it was a photo. It was a photo of me, not from our dates, not from the park, It was a candid shot taken through my kitchen window. I was wearing my old faded sweatpants and AT shirt, hair in a messy bun, sipping coffee from my favorite mug. Max was curled at my feet. It was a photo taken inside my home, from a vantage point that suggested he was outside, probably on a ladder or from an adjacent building. My breath caught in my throat. My vision blurred. This was beyond comments and coincidences. This was a full-blown invasion. He had been there. He had been watching. And then I noticed something else in the package. A small, folded note tucked behind the photo. My fingers shook as I pulled it out. The handwriting was neat, elegant. I know you are scared, Chloe, but you do not have to be. We were meant to find each other. I have known it for a long, long time. The word sent a chill so profound through me that I felt physically ill. I have known it for a long, long time. How long? How had he known me? I called Dar. Evans, my voice hoarse with terror. She immediately told me to call the police, to give them the photo and the note. This was tangible evidence. This was stalking. The police came. They took the package, the photo, the note. They listened to my story about Alex, about Sarah, about Liam. This time, there was less skepticism in their eyes. The photo was undeniable. They promised to investigate. They told me to be careful, to change my locks, to stay with a friend if possible. But where could I go? What friend could understand this escalating nightmare? Mark was already overwhelmed. My other friends lived too far, or had their own lives. I was alone. Days turned into a week. The police called, saying they would go on to Liam's apartment. He was not there. His landlord confirmed he would moved out suddenly, without notice, a few days prior. The moving truck I would seen. He was gone. Relief washed over me, a fragile, desperate hope. Maybe he was gone for good. Maybe I was finally free. But the relief was short-lived. A week later, another package arrived. This one was larger, heavier. I almost did not open it, my hands shaking. But the morbid curiosity, the desperate need to know, compelled me. Inside was a large frame collage. My heart plummeted when I saw it. It was a collection of photos. Photos of me. Not just the one from my kitchen. There were dozens. Photos of me walking Max in the park, taken from different angles, some from a distance, some unnervingly close. Photos of me grocery shopping, my reflection caught in a store window. Photos of me leaving my apartment building, walking to my car, getting gas. Photos of me having coffee with Liam, the very first date, taken from an unseen vantage point. Photos of me at the Italian restaurant, caught mid-laugh, caught mid-sentence. Photos of me in the black dress from that gallery opening last year. A photo I would never seen before, confirming his earlier chilling statement. And then I saw the truly horrifying ones. Photos of me from inside my apartment, through different windows at different times. Me reading on my couch. Me cooking dinner. Me asleep in my bed. A blurry, intimate shot that made me feel utterly violated. He had been watching me for months. Years, even. And then, at the very center of the collage, was a photo that made my blood run cold, freezing me to the core. It was a photo of me, sitting alone in my car, parked on a secluded road. My eyes were wide with terror. My hand was pressed against the window, trying to open the locked door. My face was streaked with tears. It was a photo of me from a night Alex had drugged me and locked me in that room. My breath hitched. My vision swam. How? How could Liam have a photo of that night? Only Alex had been there. Only Alex knew. Unless a horrifying realization dawned on me, cold and sharp as a surgeon's scalpel. It was not just Liam. It was not just Sarah. It was not just Alex. It was all of them. Or rather, it was him. The note, tucked into the back of the collage, confirmed my worst fear. It was written in the same elegant hand as before. You see, Chloe, we are so good together. I have been with you through everything. Every step, every tear, every moment. I have watched you grow, watched you fight. I have been your Alex, your Sarah, your Liam. Different faces, different games, but always me, always for you. It was always meant to be. And now you know. You finally know. So stop fighting, my love. It is time to come home. The collage fell from my numb fingers, scattering across the floor. Alex, Sarah, Liam. Not three separate nightmares, but one continuous, evolving terror. One person, playing different roles, orchestrating my life, my fear, my every move. He had not just been watching me for months, but for years. He had been the architect of my despair, the puppet master of my trauma. The sheer scale of the deception, the calculated cruelty, was breathtaking. He had not just found me on a dating app. He had created the circumstances for us to meet. He had been the reason I was drugged, the reason I was stalked, the reason I felt like I was losing my mind. He had been molding me, shaping me, breaking me down, only to present himself as a charming, normal guy who would finally save me. And now, he wanted me to come home. I backed away from the scattered photos, my legs weak until I hit the wall. The world spun around me. My apartment, my sanctuary, felt like a cage. My cameras, my locks, my alarm system, all useless. He knew my blind spots. He knew everything. I stumbled to the window, peering out into the twilight. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every car seemed to linger. Was he out there now, watching me, waiting for me to break? Max whined softly, nudging my hand with his wet nose. I sank to the floor, pulling him close, burying my face in his fur. The cold dread had now solidified into absolute terror. There was no escape, not from him, not from a man who had been every monster in my life, and who now, finally, revealed himself as the one true nightmare. I was his. He had said it through Sarah. He had shown it through Liam. And now, he wanted me to accept it. The phone rang, startling me. I stared at it, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was an unknown number. My fingers trembled, but I did not pick it up. He was calling. He was waiting. I sat there, clutching Max, listening to the phone ring, then stop. A text message notification popped up on my screen. It was from the unknown number. I am waiting. Chloe, just open the door. Hey guys, so there I was, standing in that dusty, abandoned Victorian house, my blood colder than a forgotten tomb. The photo album lay open in my trembling hands, each glossy page a punch to the gut. Me, younger, with Chloe, laughing at a cafe, walking in a park, at a concert, even with a ginger cat curled up on my lap. Mittens, the cat Chloe had texted me about, the cat I swore I would never own. My mind was screaming, trying to reject what my eyes were seeing, but the evidence was undeniable, tangible. These were not just random photos of a guy who looked like me. This was me. The slight scar above my left eyebrow from that stupid bike accident when I was 12. The way I would always fiddle with my watch when I was nervous or thinking, a habit Chloe had pointed out on our blind date. The specific, slightly lopsided grin I would only ever seen in my own reflection. Every detail, every gesture was unmistakably mine. And there, beside me in every single one, was Chloe. The same dark hair, the same piercing green eyes, her arm around me, her head resting on my shoulder, looking at me with an expression of pure, unadulterated affection. An affection that now, in this moment, felt utterly predatory. The terror was not just about Chloe being a stalker anymore. It was deeper, more insidious. It was a terrifying realization that my own past, my own memories were a lie, or at least incomplete. How could I have lived a life, a seemingly happy relationship, and have absolutely no recollection of it? It felt like a piece of my brain had been surgically removed, leaving a gaping, terrifying void. I flipped through more pages, my fingers numb. There were photos of us at the beach, me with a hideous sunburn, Chloe laughing at me, photos of us decorating a Christmas tree, a string of lights tangled around my head, a photo of us standing in front of this very house, a for sale sign barely visible in the corner of the frame. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the house. This was not just a random house Chloe led me to, it was our house. Or it was her house, and she wanted me to believe it was ours. The distinction felt vitally important, yet utterly blurred. A wave of nausea washed over me. I stumbled backwards, bumping into a large, dust-shrouded armchair. The leather creaked loudly, a sound like an old man sighing in the empty room. I dropped the album, and it landed with a soft thump, scattering a few loose photos across the threadbare rug. One of them showed Chloe and me standing in front of a giant slice of lasagna, grinning. My love for lasagna. Another obscure fact she would known. It was all there, laid out like a twisted scavenger hunt designed to break my sanity. I needed to get out. My instincts were screaming at me to run, to forget everything I would seen, to convince myself it was all a dream. But a morbid curiosity, a desperate need for answers, held me captive. What if this was real? What if I had forgotten? And why? The house itself was a character in this nightmare. The air was thick with the scent of decay, dust, and something faintly floral, like dry potpourri, but with an underlying metallic tang. The floorboards groaned under my weight, each step echoing through the cavernous space. Sunlight struggled to pierce the grimy windows, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to twist and writhe with a life of their own. I picked up the key that had been left on my doormat. It was an old-fashioned skeleton key, heavy and cold in my palm. It had led me here. What else could it unlock? I glanced around the dimly lit living room, my eyes scanning for anything else out of place, anything that could shed more light on this terrifying charade. There was a grand piano in one corner, its keys yellowed and chipped, a sheet of music still open on the stand. I peered closer. It was an old classical piece, one my grandmother used to play. Another unsettling detail. Did Chloe know my grandmother? Or was this just another layer of her meticulous research, something she would somehow glean from my past? I moved further into the house, my footsteps painfully loud. The hallway stretched into darkness, a gaping maw inviting me deeper. To my right, a dining room with a long, elegant table covered in a white sheet, like a ghost at a perpetual dinner party. To my left, a set of double doors, slightly ajar. Curiosity, a dangerous mistress, pulled me towards them. I pushed the doors open slowly, a cloud of dust puffing into the air. This room was different. It was not completely shrouded in sheets like the others. It was a study or an office. A large mahogany desk stood in the center, littered with old papers, some yellowed and brittle, others surprisingly crisp. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with an eclectic mix of literature, from classic novels to psychology texts. And there on the desk sat an old, clunky desktop computer, its screen dark. My eyes landed on a stack of notebooks next to the computer. They were leather-bound, with intricate gold embossing. Diaries. A cold dread settled in my stomach. I reached for the top one, my fingers brushing against the cool leather. It was heavy, worn. I opened it. The handwriting was neat, elegant, undeniably feminine. And the first entry was dated 6 years ago. My blood ran cold. 6 years. That would have been around the time Chloe claimed we would started dating, the time she swore we would met. I started reading, my breath catching in my throat. October 14th, 20XX. He looked at me today. Just a glance across the coffee shop, but I felt it. A spark. He was reading 1984, the same book I am reading. It is a sign. I know it. My eyes darted to the book on my coffee table back home. 1984. The specific book Chloe had texted me about, the one I would just bought. I flipped to another page, further in. November 2nd, 20XX. We talked. He loves lasagna, just like me. He is in a band, too, a small indie rock thing. He fiddles with his watch when he is nervous. God, he is perfect. He is the one. My old band. My love for lasagna. Fiddling with my watch. It was all there, recounted in chilling detail, as if Chloe had been meticulously documenting every aspect of my life, even before we supposedly met. But the entries were not just observations. They quickly shifted to become a narrative of a shared life. December 25th, 20XX. Our first Christmas together. He got me that antique locket I admired. I got him that vintage record player he has been eyeing. We spent the day here in our new home. It feels so right. This house, us, it is meant to be our new home. This house. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, forming a picture more horrifying than any I could have imagined. This was not just a stalker. This was a woman who had somehow constructed an entire alternate reality, a life with me, and then found a way to drag me into it. I kept reading, my eyes scanning the pages, my mind racing. The entries detailed dates, inside jokes, arguments, reconciliations, all the mundane, intimate details of a long-term relationship. There were even mentions of specific events, like a bachelorette party Chloe attended, where she met my friend. Sarah. The same Sarah who set us up on the blind date. The Sarah who knew a different Chloe, a blonde accountant. My head began to throb. It felt like my brain was trying to split in two, one half clinging desperately to the reality I knew, the other being forcibly pulled into this terrifying, fabricated past. Was this a delusion? Was I delusional? Or was Chloe some kind of master manipulator, a psychological terrorist who had somehow managed to rewrite history? I stumbled away from the desk, needing air, needing to clear my head. My gaze fell upon a framed photograph on a nearby shelf. It was me and Chloe, standing in front of the Italian restaurant where we had our blind date. But in this photo, we were older, maybe a year or two before now, laughing, holding hands. My blind date, the one where she claimed we would already been there. My eyes widened in horror. This was not just about a forgotten past. This was about a present that was being actively overwritten. Chloe was not just trying to remind me of a past I would forgotten. She was trying to force me into a future she had already designed, using a past she had meticulously crafted. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from upstairs. A creak, a floorboard groaning underweight. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. I was not alone. Chloe was here. She had to be. The predatory grin on the security footage flashed in my mind, sending a fresh wave of panic through me. I gripped the diary tighter, my knuckles white. Should I run? Or should I confront her? The thought of facing her, of seeing those green eyes and that unwavering certainty, filled me with a primal fear. But the thought of leaving, of forever wondering what this all meant, was equally unbearable. I needed answers. I needed to understand. I slowly backed out of the study, my eyes fixed on the darkened staircase at the end of the hallway. The air grew colder, heavy with an unspoken threat. Each step I took was deliberate, cautious, my ears straining for any sound. Another creak from upstairs. Closer this time. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling. No signal. Of course. This house was a black hole, cut off from the outside world. I was truly alone, driven by a desperate impulse. I started up the stairs. The wooden steps groaned beneath me, each one a potential betrayer, announcing my presence. The dust motes danced in the slivers of light, filtering through the high windows, swirling like tiny malevolent spirits. The floral scent, mixed with decay, grew stronger up here. The landing was dark, with several doors leading off it. I tried the first one. It was locked. The second, locked. The third had opened with a soft click. I pushed it open slowly. This was a bedroom. And unlike the downstairs, it was not covered in sheets. It was lived in, or it had been very recently. A four-poster bed stood in the center, unmade, the sheets tangled. A bedside table held a half-empty glass of water and a paperback novel, face down. On the floor, a pair of men's slippers, worn and familiar. My slippers. A dresser stood against one wall, its top adorned with framed photos. I walked toward them, my heart pounding. More photos of me and Chloe. A photo of us on a ski trip, me bundled up, Chloe laughing, her face rosy from the cold. A photo of us hiking, me looking exhausted, Chloe vibrant and energetic. And then a photo of me alone in a hospital bed, my head bandaged, a faraway look in my eyes. My blood ran cold. The hospital photo, my shoulder injury, the one Chloe had texted me about. What had happened? Why was I in a hospital? Why could not I remember? Next to the photo, a small, worn leather journal. Not the same as the ones downstairs, but similar. I opened it, my hand shaking. The handwriting was unmistakably mine. January 12th, 20XX. The doctors say I am lucky to be alive. Chloe has not left my side. She says I do not remember anything from the accident or the months leading up to it. A partial amnesia. They call it retrograde. She has been so patient, so strong. I do not know what I would do without her. My knees buckled. I sank onto the edge of the unmade bed, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. Amnesia, a forgotten past. It was not a lie, not entirely. I had been in an accident. I had lost my memory. And Chloe had been there. She had not fabricated a past, she had simply filled in the blanks, molded the narrative, and then waited for me to come home. I flipped through more pages of my journal. It detailed my recovery, my confusion, my slow, halting attempts to piece together the life Chloe patiently recounted for me. There were entries about her unwavering support, her love, her commitment. Entries about how I felt lucky to have her, how she was my anchor in a sea of confusion. But as I read, a growing sense of unease began to creep in. The entries were too perfect, too focused on Chloe's goodness, her selflessness. There was no doubt, no questioning, no frustration with my memory loss. It felt almost prescribed, as if I was writing what I should be feeling, what I was told to feel. Then I found an entry that stopped me cold. February 28th, 20XX. Chloe insists we moved into this house right before the accident. She says it was our dream home. But sometimes I feel like I remember a different apartment, a smaller one, and a different cat, a gray tabby, not Mittens. She says it is just the amnesia playing tricks. That Mittens is the only cat we have ever had, but the feeling persists, like a glitch in my mind. A gray tabby, my actual cat, Mr. Whiskers, who I still had. The small apartment, my actual apartment, the one I lived in now. It was not amnesia playing tricks. It was Chloe. She had not just filled in the blanks, she had actively rewritten my life, erasing parts of it, inserting herself into the narrative, fabricating details to fit her twisted vision. The accident had given her the perfect opportunity. My vulnerability, my reliance on her, had made me a blank canvas for her obsession. I looked around the room, seeing it through new eyes. The clothes in the closet, some of them mine, some unmistakably hers. The toiletries on the dresser. This was not just a stage set. This was where she lived. This was where she was waiting for me. And she had been living here, in our supposed home, with my supposed belongings, all this time, meticulously tending to this fabricated life, waiting for the moment she could bring me back into it. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The note on the doormat come, home. Chloe, it was not an invitation, it was a command. And the key, it was not just to the house. It was a key to a prison she had built for me. Suddenly, a floorboard creaked right outside the bedroom door. My heart leaped into my throat. She was here. I slowly stood up, the journal still clutched in my hand. My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. The window. It was old, probably painted shut, but it was my only hope. The door slowly swung open, revealing Chloe silhouetted against the dim light of the hallway. Her green eyes, usually so intense, seemed to glow in the gloom. A soft smile played on her lips, a smile that did not reach her eyes. It was the same predatory grin from the security footage, but amplified, more terrifying in person. "You found it," she said, her voice a soft whisper that somehow cut through the thick air. "Our home. I knew you would." Her gaze drifted to the journal in my hand. "You remembered," she said, a hint of genuine sadness in her voice, quickly replaced by a chilling certainty. "Or at least, you remembered enough to understand. What did you do to me?" "Chloe." I managed to croak, my voice hoarse with fear. "What is this?" She stepped into the room, moving with an eerie grace. "I brought you back to where you belong," she replied, her eyes sweeping over the room, as if admiring her handiwork. "After the accident, you were so confused, so lost. The doctors wanted to send you away, to some sterile facility to rebuild your memories, but I could not let them. They would have stripped away everything we had. You made it all up. I accused," my voice rising. "The gray tabby, the apartment, my real life. You erased it." Her smile tightened. "I did not erase it, darling. I refined it. I helped you remember the important things, the things that truly mattered. Our love, our home, our future." She took another step closer, her eyes locking onto mine. "You were so fragile. You needed me, and I needed you to remember us. But I do not remember any of this." I yelled, gesturing wildly around the room. "I do not remember you. The Chloe I met was a stranger. And Sarah said you were an accountant blonde." She chuckled softly, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Sarah, she was a good friend, was not she? Always trying to fix people up. She just got a little confused about the details. It happens." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "She was never truly part of our inner circle. Anyway, she did not understand our connection. She was dismissing my entire reality, casually rewriting it as she spoke. It was like talking to a brick wall, a beautiful, terrifying brick wall that believed its own delusions with absolute conviction. "You kidnapped me, Chloe," I said, my voice trembling. "You've been stalking me, manipulating me, for years." "Stalking," she scoffed, a flicker of genuine annoyance crossing her face. "I was watching over you, making sure you were safe, making sure you did not stray too far from home. And when Sarah finally brought you back to me, it was perfect. A second chance, a fresh start. You just needed a little nudge to remember where you belonged." She reached out a hand, her fingers slender and pale. "Come here, my love," she whispered, her voice laced with an unsettling tenderness. "It is all here. Everything we built, everything we are." I recoiled, stepping back toward the window. "No," I shouted. "This is not my life. You are insane." Her smile vanished, replaced by a cold, hard stare. "Do not say that, darling. Do not make me sad." Her voice was still soft, but it carried an edge of steel. "You are just confused. The amnesia, it is still playing tricks on you. But I can help you remember. I can help you see the truth." She took another step, then another, slowly advancing on me. Her movements were deliberate, unhurried, like a predator cornering its prey. I frantically fumbled with the window latch behind me. It was old, stiff, You do not need to struggle, she said, her voice dropping to a low, possessive purr. We are home now, together, forever. I finally managed to yank the latch open. The window creaked, then swung outward with a groan, letting in a gust of cold, fresh air. Below, the overgrown garden stretched out, dark and uninviting. It was a long drop, but anything was better than being trapped in this nightmare with her. As I braced myself to climb out, a sudden, sharp pain exploded in the back of my head. The world spun. I felt a crushing blow, then another. My vision blurred, the room tilting violently. I heard Chloe's voice, distant and distorted, saying something about not making this difficult. Then darkness. When I woke up, my head throbbed with agonizing pain. My eyes fluttered open, struggling to focus. I was lying on the bed, my hands and feet bound with thick rope. The window was shut, latched tight. The room was bathed in the sickly yellow glow of a single lamp on the bedside table. Chloe sat in the armchair across the room, watching me. Her green eyes were wide, unblinking, filled with an unsettling mixture of concern and triumph. She held something in her lap, something metallic and heavy, a small ornate statue, the one that had been on the dresser, the one she must have used to knock me out. She smiled, a soft, almost maternal expression. There you are, my love, she whispered. You gave me quite a scare, but it is okay now. You are safe. You are home. My mouth was dry, my tongue thick. I tried to speak, but only a hoarse croak escaped my lips. Do not worry, she said, as if reading my mind. You will feel better soon. I have made you some tea, just like you like it, with honey. She gestured to a steaming mug on the bedside table. I looked at her, at the ropes binding me, at the cold, calculating glint in her eyes. My mind raced, frantically trying to find a way out, any way at all. But there was nothing, no signal, no escape, just Chloe and this house and the terrifying reality she had so carefully constructed. We have so much to catch up on, she continued, her voice light and cheerful, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. So many memories to rebuild. I have even started a new photo album. For our new beginning. She picked up a pristine, empty photo album from the table beside her, its pages blank, waiting to be filled. My gaze fell on the open journal, still lying on the floor where I would dropped it. My words, my forgotten past, staring back at me. A gray tabby, a smaller apartment, a life that was mine, erased by a woman who claimed to love me. Chloe followed my gaze. Her smile faltered slightly. That old thing, she said, dismissively. It is just a reminder of how confused you used to be. But we do not need those old, broken memories anymore, do we? We will make new ones. Beautiful ones. She stood up, the metallic statue still clutched in her hand. She walked over to the journal, picked it up, and without a moment's hesitation, ripped out a page. Then another, and another. The sound of tearing paper echoed in the silent room, each rip a violent assault on my last remaining link to my true self. Soon, she murmured, her eyes fixed on the tearing pages. You will only remember us. Our love, our home, everything perfect, just as it should be. She looked at me then, her green eyes shining with an unnerving intensity. Welcome home, darling, she said, her voice a soft, final pronouncement. Welcome home. And as she continued to tear out the pages of my own journal, slowly erasing my last vestiges of memory, I realized, with a chilling certainty, that I was not just trapped in this house. I was trapped in her reality, and I might never truly be myself again. The story of my life, the one I thought I knew, was gone, and Chloe, my blind date, was just getting started on writing its sequel. And I was the unwilling, terrified protagonist. You know, after everything, I swore off dating for good. The whole scene just felt tainted. My last experience, you could call it a blind date, ended with me locked in a room, my reality shattered. It took months, maybe even a year, for me to even consider dipping my toes back into that murky water. Therapy helped. I guess my therapist, Dr. Evans, kept pushing me to re engage, to reclaim my life. She said isolation was Alex's last victory, and I should not let him have it. Alex. Even thinking his name sends a shiver down my spine, a cold, clammy hand gripping my throat. But eventually, the loneliness started to gnaw. My friends, bless their well-meaning hearts, were tired of me being a hermit. So when my buddy, Mark, said he had a perfect match for me, someone normal, sane, and definitely not a psychopath, I reluctantly agreed. What is the worst that could happen, right? Famous last words. I know. The place was a new bistro downtown, all exposed brick and soft lighting. Upscale casual, which meant I could wear a decent shirt without feeling like I was trying too hard. I got there a few minutes early, nursing a sparkling water, trying to calm the nervous flutter in my stomach. Every woman who walked in, I would glance up, heart pounding, assessing, was she too pretty, too quiet, too something? The trauma had left me with a radar for red flags, but it was so overactive, everything looked like a red flag. Then she walked in. Sarah. She was exactly as Mark described pretty, but not in a way that screamed serial killer bait. Her hair was a warm brown, falling just past her shoulders, and she had a friendly, open face with eyes that crinkled at the corners when she smiled. She spotted me across the room, looked at the photo Mark had shown her, and gave a little wave. Hi, you must be, she started as she approached the table. Yeah, that is me, I said, standing up, trying to project an air of casual confidence I absolutely did not feel. You are Sarah, right? Good to finally meet you. She sat down, her smile still bright. Good to meet you too. Though, it feels a little strange, does not it? I frowned, confused. Strange. How so? Well, you know, she said, gesturing vaguely. Meeting again like this. It has been a while, but I guess that is how life works sometimes. My brow furrowed. I am sorry. I think there is a misunderstanding. This is our first time meeting, is not it? Mark set us up. Sarah tilted her head, her smile faltering slightly, replaced by a look of gentle concern. Oh, right, Mark. He said you might be a little forgetful, but I did not expect you to forget our date. She chuckled, a light, airy sound, but it did not quite reach her eyes. My heart started to thump a little harder. This was not a good start. Forgetful? I mean, I am not usually, no. And I am positive we have never met before tonight. I tried to keep my voice light, but a cold knot was forming in my stomach. She leaned forward slightly, her expression softening. Do not worry, it is fine. I just thought it was funny. But seriously, you do not remember. We went to that little Italian place, Bella Luna, near the old theater. You had the lasagna, and you spilled a little on your shirt, remember? We laughed about it for ages. My mind raced. Bella Luna. I had been there a few times, but always with friends, or once by myself. And I had spilled lasagna on myself once. But not on a date. Definitely not with her. This was getting weird, fast. Sarah, I said, choosing my words carefully. I appreciate you probably try and make conversation, but I really do not remember any of that. I have never been on a date with you before. Her smile vanished completely. Her eyes, which had been warm, now held a hint of something else hurt, maybe, or a flicker of annoyance. I am not trying to make conversation. I know we went on a date. It was what, 6, 7 months ago. You were so charming. You told me all about your dog, Max, and how much you missed him after he passed. The air left my lungs in a rush. Max, my old golden retriever. He would pass away almost a year ago, and I had not talked about him to many people. Only close friends, family, and Leo. No, Alex. The memory hit me like a physical blow. The way Alex had charmed me, how he would seem to know just what to say, how he would dug into my past, extracting details I thought were private, making me feel like we had an instant connection. It was like a cold wave washing over me, the same sickening feeling I got when Leo, no, Alex, twisted the truth. We made me doubt my own mind, my own memories. The click of that deadbolt, the predatory smile. It all began with a swipe on Tinder. Leo seemed perfect charming, witty interested. Our first date, a spontaneous sunset drive, turned into a nightmare. He drove me deep into the woods, drugged me, and I woke up a prisoner. He revealed his true name, Alex, confessing he had been watching me for months, that I was his now, and that the only escape was through his twisted games. He held up the paper I would use to pick the lock, a grotesque trophy, promising stronger bars. The memory of his hum, the chilling sound of his satisfaction as he sealed my fate, was burned into my brain. The sheer, absolute terror of realizing my reality was being rewritten, that I was completely at his mercy, that everything I thought I knew was a lie. It was a terror I would not wish on my worst enemy. I snapped back to the present, my gaze fixed on Sarah. My breath was shallow, my hands clammy under the table. Is this another one of his games? Is she involved? My mind screamed for answers, but all I felt was a cold, creeping dread. I do not know what you are talking about. I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. I have never told you about Max. Sarah's expression hardened a fraction. Of course you did. You were a little tipsy, actually. You got really sentimental. You even showed me a picture on your phone, remember? A blurry one, taken in a park with a frisbee. My phone, I did have that picture. It was one of my favorites. But I would only ever show it to Alex. That first night, when he was still Leo, when he was still charming and seemingly normal. He would use it to bond with me, to make me feel safe, to make me drop my guard. This is not funny. Sarah, I said, my voice sharper than I intended. I do not know how you know these things, but you are mistaken. We have never been on a date. She leaned back, a sigh escaping her lips. Look, I get it. You are embarrassed. Maybe you had a few too many that night, and you are trying to play it off. But it was a really good date. We talked for hours. You even walked me in my car and gave me a kiss goodnight. A really nice kiss. Actually, she gave me a knowing look. A kiss. My stomach churned. The idea that she could describe something so intimate, so specific, that I had experienced, but not with her, was utterly horrifying. It felt like she was stealing my memories, twisting them, making them her own. Or worse, she was there. But how? Which car? I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. What kind of car do I drive? I needed a concrete detail, something she could not possibly know if she was making it up, something that would prove her wrong. She paused, considering. A dark sedan. I think. A Honda, maybe, or a Toyota. I did not pay much attention, honestly. It was dark, but it was definitely your car. That was too vague. It could be anyone's car. It could be my car, or Alex's car. He drove a dark sedan. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of the conflicting realities. Was she a victim too, somehow, or was she a predator, playing a new, even more insidious game? I need to go, I said, pushing my chair back abruptly. The scraping sound echoed in the relatively quiet restaurant. All eyes seemed to turn towards us. I could feel the heat rising in my face, the panic tightening its grip. Sarah looked genuinely surprised, her mouth agape. Go, but we just ordered drinks. What is wrong? I am sorry. I mumbled, fumbling for my wallet. Something just came up. An emergency. I really have to leave. I pulled out a 20 and slapped it on the table. More than enough for the sparkling water. I am really sorry. I did not wait for a response. I practically ran out of the bistro. The cool night air hit in my face like a slap. I walked fast, not caring where I was going, just needing to get away. My heart was pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, my mind a chaotic mess of fear and confusion. Alex. It had to be Alex. He was out there. He was still playing his games. He had not just locked me in a room, he would lock me in a perpetual state of terror, a prison of my own mind. I got back to my apartment, slamming the door shut and locking it, then adding the deadbolt, the chain. Every click, every thud, was a reminder of Alex, of that sickening sound. I leaned against the door, breathing heavily, trying to calm myself. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, my fingers trembling. It was a text from an unknown number. Hey, it is Sarah. I am really sorry if I upset you tonight. I do not know what happened, but I thought we had a good connection. Text me back when you are ready to talk. How did she get my number? Mark. It had to be Mark. My friend, trying to help, unknowingly handed my contact info to someone who felt like a ghost from a past I did not recognize. I did not text back. I could not. I just stared at the message, the words swimming before my eyes. Good connection. Ready to talk. It sounded so normal, so innocent. But after what she would said, it was anything but. I spent the rest of the night pacing, checking windows, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Sarah's face, her insistent smile, her eyes that held a strange, unnerving certainty. And then, her face would morph, her features elongating, twisting, until it was Alex's predatory grin, his eyes glinting with amusement. The next morning, I called Mark. He answered, sounding cheerful. So, how was it? He asked, oblivious. Sarah seemed like a catch, right? Smart, funny, pretty Mark. What did you tell her about me? I cut him off, my voice tight. Whoa, easy there, Tiger. What is with the tone? I just told her you were a good guy, maybe a little quiet first, but a good heart, and that you were looking to get back out there after a rough patch. Did you tell her about Max? Max? Your dog? Yeah, probably. It is part of your story, man. Why? And did you tell her about Alex? About what happened? The words felt like ash in my mouth. A pause. Dude, no. Are you kidding? That is not exactly first date material. I just said you had a tough breakup and needed some time. What is this about? She said we would have been on a date before. Mark. She described details from my life. Things I would only ever told him, or things I would only experience by myself. She even mentioned a specific restaurant, Bella Luna, and me spilling lasagna on myself. She said I showed her a picture of Max. She said I kissed her goodnight. My voice was rising with each sentence, the panic returning. Mark was silent for a moment. Okay, that is unsettling. Are you sure you have not just forgotten? Maybe you had a blackout. It happens. No, I shouted into the phone. I have not forgotten anything, especially not something like that. My memory is crystal clear about that period. After Alex, I became hyper-aware. I remember everything. Okay, calm down. Mark said, his voice now serious. I believe you. This is messed up. I swear, I did not tell her anything like that. I do not even know how she would know about Max, let alone the lasagna incident. I mean, I know about the lasagna, but that was years ago, a party at my place. You were wearing a white shirt and it was hilarious. Exactly. I said, a fresh wave of horror washing over me. The lasagna incident was at your place, years ago, not on a date at Bella Luna. How could she possibly know that? I have no idea, man. This is really creepy. Maybe she is a stalker. Did you check her out online before the date? No. I trusted you. I snapped, immediately regretting it. Sorry. Mark. I am losing it. It is okay. Look, I will call her. I will ask her directly. This is not right. No. Do not call her. I said quickly. Do not engage. Just leave it. I do not want to provoke her. I do not want to draw any more attention to myself. He sighed. All right, but are you sure you are okay? This sounds like it is really getting to you. I am fine. I lied. I will be fine. Just stay away from her. Okay. And do not give out my number to anyone else for a while. After hanging up, I felt a desperate need to find out more. I knew Mark would not call her, but I could not just sit there. I opened my laptop and typed Sarah into the search bar along with the name of the bistro. Nothing. No social media profiles that matched the woman I met. No news articles. It was like she did not exist, or she was incredibly good at hiding. Then I tried Bella Luna and Lasagna Spill. Hundreds of results, none relevant. I felt a cold dread settle over me. Was she a phantom? A figment of my traumatized mind? No, she was real. I saw her, talked to her. She texted me. Days turned into a week. I was a wreck. I barely left my apartment, ordering groceries for delivery, canceling plans with friends. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every distant siren a warning. I kept seeing her face in crowds, only for it to dissolve into a stranger's. I could not shake the feeling of being watched. Then one evening, I was making dinner. The window in my kitchen overlooks a small communal garden area. It was dark, but the streetlights cast long, distorted shadows. I glanced out, and for a split second, I saw it, a figure, standing perfectly still, partially obscured by a large oak tree. It was too far to make out features, but the silhouette was distinctly feminine, and it was looking directly at my window. My blood ran cold. I dropped the pan I was holding, the clang echoing loudly in the quiet apartment. I scrambled back, away from the window, my heart hammering. I stood there, frozen, for what felt like an eternity, straining my ears for any sound. Nothing, just the wind, the distant city hum. I forced myself to peek again, cautiously, from behind the curtain. The figure was gone, vanished. It could have been anyone, a neighbor, someone taking a shortcut. But my gut screamed otherwise. It was Sarah. I knew it. The next morning, I woke up to a faint, sweet smell, like jasmine. I recognized it. It was the perfume Sarah had been wearing. My heart leaped into my throat. I tore through my apartment, checking every window, every door. Everything was locked, just as I had left it, but the smell was undeniable. It was strongest in the living room, near the window overlooking the garden. I called Dar. Evans. She listened patiently as I recounted everything, my voice hoarse with fear. She suggested it might be hypervigilance, a lingering symptom of PTSD, causing me to misinterpret stimuli or even hallucinate. Your mind is trying to protect you, she said gently. It is seeing threats where there might not be any. But the smell, Dr. Evans, I insisted. It was real. She was here, or she was watching me. She suggested I install security cameras, just to put my mind at ease, to provide concrete proof one way or the other. It was a rational suggestion, but even the thought of having cameras felt like giving Alex more eyes, more ways to watch me. Still, I was desperate. I ordered a set of wireless cameras that day. While waiting for them to arrive, the paranoia only intensified. I started noticing small things. My mail, usually neatly stacked, was slightly askew. A book on my shelf was out of place. My toothbrush, which I always kept in a specific spot, was in a different holder. Tiny, Insignificant details that, taken individually, meant nothing, but together, they painted a chilling picture. Someone was in my apartment. Someone was messing with me. The cameras arrived. I installed them meticulously. One covering the front door, one in the living room pointed at the garden window, and one in the kitchen. I spent hours reviewing the footage, but saw nothing. Just me, alone, jumpy, looking like a madman. No Sarah. No intruders. The relief was immense, but short-lived. The small, unsettling changes in my apartment continued. The misplaced items. The faint scent of jasmine that would sometimes waft through my living room. The cameras showed nothing. It was like a ghost was haunting me, a ghost that smelled of jasmine and knew intimate details of my life. Then, a week later, I received another text. From Sarah. I saw your cameras. Very smart. But, they can't catch everything. Some things happen in the blind spots. Or, when you are not looking. My blood ran cold. She knew. She had seen them. How? The app was password protected. The feed was encrypted. Unless she was in my apartment, watching me install them. Or she was watching from outside, knowing exactly where I placed them. I stare at the text, my breath catching in my throat. This was not a hallucination. This was not PTSD. This was real. And she was playing a game just like Alex. I typed back, my fingers shaking. Who are you? What do you want? Her reply came almost instantly. I am Sarah, and I want you to remember. Remember our date. Remember everything. I do not remember. I typed, feeling a surge of defiant anger. Because it did not happen. Not with you. Oh, it happened, she texted back. It happened exactly the way I told you. The lasagna. Max, the kiss. All of it. Maybe you just need a little help remembering. The next day, my car would not start. I tried everything, but the engine just clicked. I called a mechanic, and he told me someone had deliberately tampered with the fuel line. It was not broken, just disconnected. A precise, almost surgical job. A clear message. I started walking everywhere. I felt exposed, vulnerable. Every car that slowed down, every stranger who looked my way, sent my heart racing. I knew she was out there. She was watching. One afternoon, I was walking past a small cafe, minding my own business, when I heard a familiar voice call out. Hey, you. I froze. It was Sarah. She was sitting at an outdoor table, sipping coffee, looking perfectly normal, perfectly calm. My first instinct was to run, but something made me stop. I was tired of running. I walked over to her table, my fists clenched at my sides. What do you want? I demanded, my voice low and trembling with barely suppressed rage. She smiled, a sweet, innocent smile that did not reach her eyes. Just wanted to say hi. You have been avoiding my calls, my texts. I was starting to think you did not like me. You know exactly why I am avoiding you. I said, you are messing with me. You are stalking me. How do you know about Max? How do you know about the lasagna? How do you know about my cameras? Who are you, really? She sighed, taking a sip of her coffee. I already told you. I am Sarah. And I know about those things because you told me. On our date, there was no date. I yelled, drawing a few curious glances from other patrons. Her eyes narrowed slightly. You were very different that night. A lot more open. A lot more vulnerable. You were so quiet after we left the city on that long drive. Like you were a million miles away. You seemed a little out of it. I remember you tried to open the car door, but it was locked, and you just smiled and said you were being silly. The words hit me like a physical blow. My knees almost buckled. That was not our date. That was his date. That was Alex. That was a drive into the woods. The moment I realized I was trapped, when the drugs were kicking in and my mind was foggy. I had tried the door, and it was locked, and I had foolishly dismissed it, thinking I was just being paranoid. You were there. I whispered, my voice barely audible. You were in the car with Alex. Sarah's smile widened, but it was no longer innocent. It was cold, predatory, and chillingly familiar. Alex. Who is Alex? I was with you, and you were so sweet, telling me all those stories. You even confessed you had been watching me for months, that I was yours now, and that the only escape was through your twisted games. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. She was not talking about Alex and me. She was talking about me and her. She had flipped the script. She let me tell you, there are some nights that just stick with you. The kind that crawl under your skin and set up permanent residence. I am talking about the kind of night where everything you thought you knew, every safe assumption, just shatters into a million pieces. For me, that night started like any other good first date. Well, technically it was our third date, but it felt like the first time I was really connecting with someone. Her name was Sarah. I would met Sarah online, of course. Where else do you meet anyone these days? Her profile was intriguing. A photographer, loved hiking, had a dry wit that actually made me laugh out loud at some of her messages. When we finally met in person, she was even better. Dark, wavy hair that framed a face that could be both strikingly beautiful and playfully mischievous. Her eyes, a deep hazel, always seemed to hold a secret, a glimmer of something I could not quite decipher, but in a charming way. Our first 2 dates had been fantastic. Dinner, then a walk to the park, followed by a surprisingly intense discussion about obscure indie films. We clicked. We really did. I had not felt this kind of easy chemistry with someone in a long time. There was a comfort there, an almost instant familiarity that I found incredibly appealing. It felt like we would known each other for ages, even though it had only been a couple of weeks. So on our third date, after a particularly great evening at a local jazz club, the conversation just flowed, the drinks were good, and the atmosphere was perfect. As the night wound down, it felt natural to suggest a nightcap back at my place. I was a little nervous, sure, but mostly excited. Sarah smiled, that same charming, slightly mysterious smile, and agreed. Sounds perfect, she said, her voice a low purr that sent a shiver down my spine. But a good shiver, you know, the kind that makes you anticipate something good. We drove back to my apartment, the city lights blurring outside the windows. My place is not anything fancy, just a 2-bedroom apartment in a decent part of town, lived in but clean. I have been there for 5 years, slowly accumulating furniture, books, and the general clutter of a bachelor's life. It felt like my space, a sanctuary, or so I thought. When we pulled up, I fumbled with my keys, trying to play it cool. Sarah watched me, a small smile playing on her lips. The hallway was a bit dim, the usual flickering fluorescent light doing its best to cast long, dancing shadows. I finally got the door open, pushed it inward, and gestured for her to enter. Welcome to my humble abode, I said, trying to sound suave. She stepped inside, her eyes immediately scanning the living room. It was not an overtly curious gaze, more like an assessment, as if she were taking inventory. But I dismissed it. She was a photographer. After all, maybe she just had an eye for detail, for composition. It is really cozy, she said, turning slowly, taking the worn leather couch, the overflowing bookshelf, the messy stack of vinyl records by the turntable. I like it. I felt a swell of pride. Thanks. Can I get you anything? Water, a glass of wine, maybe something stronger. A glass of water would be great. Actually, she replied, still looking around. And maybe a little tour. Sure thing, I said, heading towards the kitchen. It was an open-plan living room and kitchen, so she could see me easily. I grabbed 2 glasses in the cupboard above the sink, filled them with tap water, and turned to hand her one. As I did, I noticed something. She was standing by my bookshelf. her finger tracing the spine of a particular book. It was a first edition of Slaughterhouse-Five, a gift from my grandfather, tucked away on the third shelf, behind a few other paperbacks. It was not prominently displayed. "Oh, you like Vonnegut?" she asked, pulling the book out. "Yeah, one of my favorites," I said, a faint prickle of unease starting to form. How did she know that it was a first edition, or even that it was there? It was not like I had mentioned it. I just figured she saw the title. That one's special to me, actually. My grandfather gave it to me. She nodded, a soft smile on her face. "That is sweet." He had good taste. She put the book back, sliding it into the exact spot it had been. Too exact, almost. I shrugged it off. Coincidence. Good observation skills. She was a smart woman. We settled onto the couch, talking about our day, the jazz club, everything and nothing. She was still charming, still captivating. But as the conversation flowed, more little things started to crop up. "You know, I love that painting," she said, gesturing to a small abstract piece hanging on the wall opposite the couch. It was a painting I would bought from a street artist years ago, a splash of blues and greens that I just liked. The way the colors blend, it is really soothing. You have good taste in art. "Oh, thanks," I said, genuinely surprised. Most people barely noticed it. "It is just something I picked up years ago." "I know," she said, almost too quickly, then caught herself. "I mean, it just looks like something you would pick up. It fits the space so well." She gave a small, innocent laugh. The prickle on my neck intensified. This was not just good observation anymore. This was odd, but I pushed it down. I was probably overthinking it. First date jitters. Maybe wanting everything to be perfect. "You know, this couch is really comfortable," she said, sinking deeper into the cushions. "Perfect for reading or just lounging on a lazy Sunday. Yeah, it has seen better days, but it has still got some life in it." I replied, trying to sound casual. I did spend a lot of lazy Sundays on that couch, reading. But again, a common activity. Nothing strange there. We talked for another hour. The conversation still easy, still flowing. I was starting to relax again, convincing myself I was just being paranoid. Then she excused herself to use the bathroom. "It is just down the hall, first door on the left." I told her, pointing. "I know," she said, and then, before she could catch herself this time, added, "The one with the slightly sticky door handle." My heart skipped a beat. The bathroom door handle was a little sticky. It had been for months. A tiny mechanical flaw I would meant to fix, but never got around to. It was not something you would notice unless you actually tried to open the door or had been in there before. I stared after her, a cold dread beginning to seep into my bones. My rational mind screamed for an explanation. Maybe she would have been here before with a mutual friend. No, I had not brought anyone new here in ages, and certainly not with Sarah in the mix. Had she seen my place in photos? No, I had not posted any on my dating profile, and my social media was pretty locked down. When she came back, she looked refreshed, her eyes sparkling. She noticed my slightly stunned expression. "Everything all right?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Yeah, fine." I lied, my voice a little rougher than I intended. "Just tired. Long day." She sat back down, a knowing look on her face. "You know, I really like the scent of your laundry detergent," she said, taking a deep breath, as if savoring the smell. "It is very clean. And masculine." That was it. That was the final straw. No one, absolutely no one, had ever commented on my laundry detergent. It was just a generic brand I bought in bulk. And the way she said it, it was not a compliment. It was an observation, an intimate one. Like she would spend time around my clothes. My mind raced, trying to find a benign explanation, but there was none. My apartment, my sanctuary, suddenly felt invaded, violated. Sarah, I said, my voice barely a whisper, how do you know about my bathroom door handle? Her smile did not falter, but her eyes, those deep hazel eyes, took on a different quality. The charming mystery was gone, replaced by something cold, calculating. Oh, that, she said, a casual shrug. I just noticed it when I opened the door. It is a pretty common issue with older handles, is not it? It was a blatant lie, a flimsy attempt to brush it off. And we both knew it. No, it is not. I countered, my voice gaining strength, tinged with fear. It is a specific flaw. And you knew exactly where that Vonnegut book was. You knew about the painting, how I read on the couch, and my laundry detergent. Come on, Sarah, how do you know all of this? She leaned back, crossing her arms, her head tilted slightly. The charming facade was dissolving, revealing a chilling calm beneath. You are very observant, she said, her voice now flat, devoid of the warmth it had held all night. I like that about you. Do not deflect. I said, my heart pounding in my chest. Tell me, have you been in my apartment before? She paused, a long, drawn-out silence that stretched the air taut between us. Her gaze was unblinking, unwavering. Then, a slow smile spread across her face. Not the charming one from before, but a wide, almost predatory grin that showed too many teeth. Yes, she whispered, the single word hanging in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. My blood ran cold. When? How? Oh, for a while now, she said, her eyes gleaming. You are a creature of habit. You know, always leave for work at 8:15 a.m. Always come back around 6 o'clock p.m. Tuesday nights are for takeout and documentaries. Wednesday nights you go to the gym. Friday nights you usually have a beer with Mark at O'Malley's. You leave your spare key under the fake rock by the porch steps. A classic. She chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. My jaw dropped. The fake rock. I would forgotten all about that. I would put it there years ago when I first moved in and had not thought about it since. It was a stupid, cliched hiding spot, but I would always assume no one would ever notice it. And she knew my schedule, my routines. You've been watching me. I stammered, my mind struggling to process the enormity of what she was saying. Oh, much more than that, she corrected, her voice still unnervingly calm. I have been living here in a way when you are not around. Of course. It is a lovely apartment. Very peaceful. My stomach lurched. Living here. In my apartment. My skin crawled. The thought of her being in my space, touching my things, sleeping in my bed, it was sickening. You are insane. I breathed, pushing myself up from the couch, putting some distance between us. She just laughed, a low, throaty sound that sent chills down my spine. Insane. No, darling. Just thorough. I wanted to know you. Really know you. Before we officially met. That is... And I have to say, you are even better in person than I imagined. My eyes darted around the room, seeing everything differently. The faint scent of her perfume, which I had found so alluring earlier, now felt like a suffocating invasion. Had she sat on my couch countless times? Had she eaten my food, drank from my glasses? How long? I demanded, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and rage. Oh, a few months, she said casually, as if discussing the weather. Since I first saw you at the coffee shop downstairs. You always order the same thing. Black coffee, extra shot. You read the newspaper. Always the sports section first. I knew then. I knew you were the one. The coffee shop downstairs. I went there every morning. She had been observing me for months. Before we even matched online, before she even messaged me, she had orchestrated this whole thing. The dating profile, the charming messages, the perfect dates, it was all meticulously crafted trap. You set me up. I whispered, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. Of course, she said, her smile widening. I knew everything about you. Your likes, your dislikes, your little quirks. I knew exactly what to say to make you like me, to make you invite me here. And now, here we are, together. She stood up, slowly, gracefully, her eyes never leaving mine. The predatory gleam was fully present now. The charming Sarah was gone, replaced by something far more sinister. You know, I even helped you organize your spice rack last week, she continued, her voice light conversational, as if she were sharing a funny anecdote. You always put the paprika in the wrong spot. It bothered me. So, when you were at the gym, I fixed it for you. My blood ran cold. The spice rack. I had noticed it was unusually neat a few days ago, but I would just chalk it up to my own subconscious tidying, or maybe a momentary lapse in memory. I would even thought, that is nice. You have been in my kitchen, in my bedroom, in my everything. I choked out, feeling a wave of nausea. Yes, she affirmed, taking a slow step towards me. I have seen you sleep. You snore a little, but it is endearing. And you always leave your dirty clothes on the floor next to the hamper, never in it. I have taken care of that for you. 2. I even folded your clean laundry last Tuesday. You still have not put it away, by the way. It is in the basket in your closet. The laundry basket. I had wondered where that pile of clean shirts had come from. I would just assume my dry cleaner had delivered it. The dry cleaner I had not used in weeks. Every single instance of misplaced items, every faint scent that was not mine, every little detail I would dismiss as my own absent-mindedness or coincidence, now clicked into place with horrifying clarity. She had not just been in my apartment, she had been living my life, subtly inserting herself into it, making herself indispensable even before I knew she existed. My eyes landed on my phone, sitting on the coffee table. It seemed miles away. I had to get out. I had to call someone. You can't stay here. I said, try to project authority, but my voice wavered. You need to leave. Now, she took another step, closing the distance between us. Her eyes were wide, almost childlike, but with an unsettling intensity. Leave. But why would I do that? We just started our life together. I have spent months preparing for this. For us. There is no us. I said, backing away slowly, my gaze fixed on her. My hand brushed against the wall, seeking an escape route. The front door was behind her, too far. The kitchen, maybe. A knife. She chuckled, a soft, chilling sound. Oh, but there's always been us. You just did not know it yet. I have known you for so long. I know what you like, what you need. I can make you happy. Happier than you have ever been. Her voice was hypnotic, but the words were pure poison. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a desperate need to flee. I glanced toward the kitchen, a quick calculation of the distance. She noticed my gaze. Do not even think about it, she said, her voice hardening, losing all traces of its former softness. You won't make it. I know this apartment better than you do. Darling, I know every creak in the floorboards, every loose tile. I know where you keep your keys, where you hide your spare cash. I know you. You do not know me. I spat, fear giving way to a desperate anger. You know a caricature, a shadow. You are a stalker, a psychopath. Her face twisted, a flash of genuine anger crossing her features. Do not you dare call me that. I am the only one who truly sees you. The only one who understands you. Everyone else they are just superficial. I am real. I am here for you. She lunged not with violence, but with a terrifying swiftness, grabbing my arm. Her grip was surprisingly strong, like steel. I tried to pull away, but she held firm, her fingers digging into my flesh. Let go of me, I shouted, struggling. "SH," she cooed, her face inches from mine, her breath warm against my cheek. Her eyes were wide, pupils dilated, reflecting the terror in my own. "Do not fight it. It is meant to be. This is our beginning." I kicked out, catching her shin. She grunted, but her grip did not loosen. Instead, she twisted my arm, forcing me off balance. I stumbled, and she used the momentum to push me further into the apartment, away from the front door. "Where are we going?" I demanded, my voice raw with panic. "To our bedroom, of course," she said, a chilling sweetness in her tone. "You must be tired. It has been a long night. We can just talk, get to know each other even better." I struggled harder, twisting my body, trying to break free. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I could feel the cold sweat trickling down my back. This was not a date. This was not a romance. This was a nightmare unfolding in my own home. She was stronger than she looked, or perhaps my fear had paralyzed me more than I realized. She steered me down the short hallway toward my bedroom, her grip unyielding. I pounded on her arm, tried to elbow her, but she seemed impervious. Her focus was absolute, her determination terrifying. As we reached the bedroom door, I saw a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. On my bedside table, next to my alarm clock, was a small, ornate wooden box. It was not mine. I would never seen it before. It looked old, almost antique. She noticed my gaze. "Oh, that," she said, a soft, almost playful smile returning to her face. "That is a little gift I picked up for you. For us. It is a music box. It plays a beautiful lullaby." My blood ran cold. A music box. A lullaby. It was a gesture of sickening intimacy, a symbol of her insidious presence, her claim on my life. How long had it been there? Had she placed it there while I was sleeping? She pushed me into the bedroom, and I stumbled, falling onto the bed. Before I could react, she was on top of me, pinning me down with surprising strength. Her weight pressed me into the mattress, and I could feel the coldness of her eyes fixed on mine. "Please," I begged, my voice cracking. "Just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I swear." She leaned down, her dark hair falling around my face, smelling of my own shampoo. "Oh, darling," she whispered, her voice a soft caress that sent shivers of pure terror through me. "You are not going anywhere. This is where you belong. With me. Forever." Her hand reached out, not to hurt me, but to gently stroke my cheek. Her touch was icy, sending a jolt of primal fear through every nerve ending. "I have waited so long for this," she murmured, her thumb tracing the line of my jaw. "To be with you in our home. To finally be us." I closed my eyes, a single tear escaping, tracing a path down my temple. The weight of her body, the chilling intimacy of her touch, the realization that my life, my freedom, my very identity, had been meticulously stolen from me, piece by piece, by this beautiful, terrifying woman. She had been here all along, a ghost in my own life, observing, planning, waiting. And now she had me, entombed in my own apartment, in her suffocating love, with no one to hear my screams. No one would ever find me. I was truly irrevocably gone. The world did not just crumble, it shattered into a million jagged pieces, each shard reflecting a distorted image of my own terrified face. Evelyn's words, "Not ever," hung in the air like a death knell, echoing the finality of my situation. My apartment, which had been my sanctuary just hours ago, now felt like the most elaborate, custom-built trap I could ever have imagined. The soft strains of Joni Mitchell still played, a cruel counterpoint to the thundering panic in my chest. I stood frozen, my breath catching in my throat, every muscle screaming at me to run, to fight, to do anything. But my body was a statue, rigid with terror. Evelyn, on the other hand, moved with an unnerving grace. Her smile, which had been unsettling moments before, now solidified into something truly monstrous, a predator's satisfied smirk, devoid of warmth, brimming with an ancient, chilling hunger. Do not look so surprised, she purred, taking a step closer. My eyes darted to the door, then to the window, searching for an escape route that no longer existed. She knew my every thought, it seemed, because her next move was to casually pick up a heavy, decorative brass letter opener from my desk, a gift from my sister I rarely used. She did not brandish it, did not threaten me directly, but the glint of the metal in her hand was enough. It was a silent promise of what would happen if I tried anything. "We're going to have so much fun. You and I," she continued, her voice a low, hypnotic whisper. "I have planned everything, every detail, just for us." My mind raced, trying to grasp at straws, at any explanation, any way out. "Evelyn, please." I choked out, my voice hoarse. This is not right. You can't do this." She tilted her head, her eyes, once so captivating, now held a disturbing intensity. "Oh, but I can. And I will. You see, I have been watching you for a long time. Longer than you can imagine. I know you. Better than anyone. Better than you know yourself. Probably." She gestured toward the door with a hand, holding my car keys, a silent command. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the night. My legs felt like lead, but the implicit threat of the letter opener, the chilling certainty in her eyes, propelled me forward. I walked, a puppet on her strings, toward the exit of my own home. As I stepped out, the cool night air hit my face, a stark contrast to the stifling fear inside. The familiar hallway of my apartment building, usually a comforting sight, now felt like a sterile, inescapable tunnel. I glanced at my neighbor's door, wondering if anyone was home, if anyone would hear, if anyone would care. The thought died as quickly as it came. Evelyn was a ghost, a shadow, and she had moved through my life with such stealth. I doubted anyone would even notice my absence until it was far, far too late. She lent me my car, parked just outside. It was a mundane act, getting into my own vehicle, but under her watchful eye, it felt like entering a coffin. She opened the passenger door for me with a flourish that was both polite and utterly terrifying, a twisted courtesy. I slid in, my movement stiff and unnatural. She then walked around to the driver's side, my keys jingling softly in her hand, a sound that would forever be etched into my memory as the prelude to my nightmare. She started the engine. The familiar rumble of my car, usually accompanying sound, now felt ominous. We pulled out of my parking spot, turning onto the street I had driven countless times. The city lights blurred past, a kaleidoscope of false normalcy. I tried to maintain a semblance of calm, to think, to plan, but my mind was a maelstrom of fear and disbelief. This could not be real. This had to be a nightmare. Any moment now, I would wake up, gasping for air, safe in my bed. But the cold leather of the seat beneath me, the faint scent of Evelyn's perfume, the terrifying reality of her presence beside me, it was all too real. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, a desperate plea for information, for a shred of control. She glanced at me, her smile returning. "Somewhere special. Our place. A place where we can truly be together, away from all the distractions." Her eyes twinkled with disturbing enthusiasm. I had been working on it for weeks. Months, really. Getting it just right. My stomach churned. Our place. The possessiveness in her voice was like a physical blow. I had just met her, for God's sake. Or so I thought. We drove for what felt like an eternity. We left the familiar grid of the city, the well-lit avenues giving way to darker, less traveled roads. The streetlights thinned out, replaced by the occasional solitary glow of a distant farmhouse or a gas station sign. My apprehension grew with every mile. I kept looking out the window, trying to memorize landmarks, to find an opportunity, a chance to escape. But there was nothing. just the endless stretch of road, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Evelyn hummed softly to herself, a cheerful, almost childlike tune that was utterly horrifying in its context. She seemed completely at ease, as if this was the most natural thing in the world, as if she were taking me on a romantic getaway instead of kidnapping me. "It is beautiful out there," she said, breaking the silence, her voice almost dreamy. "So quiet, so peaceful. No one will bother us." My blood ran cold. "No one will bother us." That phrase, so innocuous in other circumstances, now carried the weight of a tombstone. It meant isolation. It meant no witnesses. It meant I was completely at her mercy. I risked a glance at her. Her profile was illuminated by the dashboard lights, serene and focused. She was a picture of calm, a stark contrast to the storm raging inside me. I noticed her grip on the steering wheel firm, confident. She knew exactly where she was going. "Evelyn." I tried again, my voice stronger this time, fueled by a desperate surge of adrenaline. "This is insane. You can't keep me. You will get caught. You will go to jail." She chuckled, a soft, amused sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Jail? For what?" "For wanting to be with the man I love. No one will ever find us. Darling, I have made sure of that." The word love twisted my gut. Love was not this. Love was not surveillance and kidnapping and forced isolation. This was something else entirely, something monstrous and possessive. The road grew narrower, the pavement giving way to gravel. The last vestiges of civilization disappeared behind us. We were surrounded by an impenetrable wall of trees, their dark silhouettes looming against a slightly less dark sky. The air grew cooler, carrying the damp scent of earth and decaying leaves. The only sound was the crunch of gravel under the tires and the incessant thumping of my own heart. We were in the woods, deep in them, just as I had feared. The headlights cut through the oppressive darkness, illuminating a tunnel of trees that seemed to stretch on forever. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not a scenic drive, this was a descent into a nightmare. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig outside the car, sounded like a warning, a prelude to something far worse than I could imagine. "Almost there," Evelyn murmured, a note of excitement creeping into her voice. She turned off the main gravel path, onto an even smaller, overgrown track. Branches scraped against the sides of the car, a grating sound that made me flinch. We bounced over roots and rocks, the suspension groaning in protest. This path had not been used in a long time. My mind raced, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. I was vaguely aware of a small, heavy flashlight tucked into the side pocket of the door. Could I grab it? Could I hit her? But the car was moving. She was driving. And the thought of causing an accident in the middle of nowhere, only to be stranded with her, was almost as terrifying as whatever she had planned. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the car lurched to a halt. The engine died, plunging us into an immediate, suffocating silence. The darkness outside was absolute, broken only by the faint glow of the dashboard lights and the distant, cold gleam of the moon filtering through the dense canopy above. Before us, barely visible through the gloom, stood a small, dilapidated cabin. It was a picture straight out of a horror movie, Weatherwood. A sagging roof, a single, boarded-up window staring out like a blind eye. Overgrown bushes clawed at its sides, and the air here was heavy with the smell of damp earth, pine needles, and something faintly metallic, like old rust or dried blood. "Welcome home, darling," Evelyn said, her voice soft, almost tender. She turned off the headlights, plunging us into near total darkness. My breath caught in my throat. I could feel the cold dread seeping into my bones, a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. She pulled a small, powerful flashlight from her purse and clicked it on, bathing the cabin in a stark, revealing beam. It was worse than I imagined. The place looked abandoned, forgotten, a perfect hiding place for secrets and horrors. "Come on," she said, her voice losing its previous tenderness, becoming firm, uncompromising. She opened her door and stepped out. I did not move. My body was screaming at me to stay put, to fight, to run. She leaned back in, her eyes fixed on mine. Do not make this difficult. We have so much to do, so much time to make up for. Her hand, holding the letter opener, appeared in the beam of the flashlight, resting casually on the center console. The message was clear. With a heavy heart, a sense of resignation washing over me, I opened my door and stepped out. The ground was uneven, covered in a thick carpet of fallen leaves and pine needles. The air was cold and damp, carrying the scent of the forest, a primeval smell that spoke of wildness and untamed danger. Evelyn led the way, her flashlight beam dancing ahead, illuminating a narrow, winding path that led to the cabin door. My eyes darted around, searching for anything, any sign of life, any possible escape. But there was nothing, just the endless, suffocating embrace of the woods. The cabin door creaked open with a sound that seemed to echo through the silent forest. It was a sound of ancient wood, of disuse, of forgotten lives. Inside, the air was stale and heavy, a thick mixture of dust, mildew, and something else, a faint, cloying sweetness that I could not quite place. The flashlight beam swept across the interior, revealing a single, sparsely furnished room. There was a rough-hewn table in the center, two mismatched chairs, and a cot in one corner. On the table, neatly arranged, were various items: a coil of rope, some duct tape, a small medical-looking kit, and a couple of books. My blood ran cold. This was not just a hideout, it was a prison. It was prepared. Make yourself comfortable, Evelyn said, her voice unervingly cheerful as she gestured towards one of the chairs. I stood rooted to the spot, my eyes wide with terror. Evelyn, what is this? I managed to choke out, my voice barely audible. She walked over to the table, her shadow stretching long and distorted behind her. She picked up the coil of rope, running her fingers over it with a strange, almost sensual touch. This, darling, is our new beginning, our escape from the superficiality of the world. Here, we can truly be ourselves. Truly be us. She turned to face me, her eyes gleaming in the flashlight beam. You see, I have always known we were meant to be. From the moment I first saw you, humming to yourself while doing the dishes with that chipped coffee mug I knew. Her words, rattling off the intimate details of my life, details she had no right to know, were like a barrage of small, sharp knives. They sliced through my composure, reminding me of the terrifying extent of her invasion. I have watched you, she continued, stepping closer, the rope dangling from her hand. I have seen your kindness, your intelligence, your quiet strength. I have seen the way you laugh, the way you get lost in your books, the way you sometimes forget to close your curtains. And I knew I had to have you. All of you. I backed away instinctively, bumping into the wall. My heart was a terrified bird, trapped in a cage. You can't just take someone. You can't force this. Her smile vanished, replaced by a look of hurt, almost betrayal. Force. I am not forcing anything. I am giving us a chance. A real chance, away from all the noise, away from all the distractions that kept us apart. She took another step, and then another, closing the distance between us. The rope, thick and coarse, seemed to grow larger in my vision. But what about my life? I pleaded, my voice cracking. My job, my friends, my family. They will come looking for me. She scoffed, a dismissive sound. Your life was incomplete without me. Darling, you just did not know it yet. And as for your friends and family, well, I have taken care of that. My blood ran cold. What do you mean you have taken care of that? She tapped her temple with a finger. I have been planning this for months. I sent out a few emails, a few texts, from your phone, of course. Said you were going on a spontaneous trip, off the grid, to find yourself. a spiritual retreat. You know, they will think you just needed some space. They won't come looking for a while. And by then, she trailed off, her gaze sweeping around the cabin, a look of proprietorship settling on her face. By then, you will understand. You will see that this is where you belong. With me. Panic, raw and unadulterated, surged through me. My stomach lurched, and I felt a wave of nausea. This was not just a stalker, this was a meticulously planned abduction. This was not a temporary delusion, this was her reality, and she intended it to be mine too. Now, she said, her voice firm, pulling me back to the horrifying present. Let us get you settled in. She took another step, the rope now held purposefully. My eyes darted around the room, desperately seeking an escape. The single boarded-up window offered no hope. The door was behind her. I had to try. I had to. With a sudden surge of adrenaline, I lunged forward, not at Evelyn, but past her, aiming for the door. It was a desperate, foolish move, but the primal urge to survive overrode all logic. But she was faster, or perhaps she had anticipated it. As I pushed past her, her arm shot out, not to block me, but to trip me. My foot caught on something, a protruding floorboard, a hidden rug. I stumbled, falling awkwardly to the dusty floor. Before I could even register pain, she was on me. Her weight pressed down on my back, surprisingly strong. The letter opener, which I had forgotten about, glinted in her hand. She pressed its flat side against my neck, not cutting, but a clear, undeniable threat. I told you not to make this difficult, she whispered, her voice losing all trace of its former sweetness, now laced with a chilling edge of steel. That was foolish. Very, very foolish. My breath hitched. The cold metal against my skin was a stark reminder of my vulnerability. I could feel the rough texture of the floor against my cheek, the stale scent of the cabin filling my nostrils. She moved with practiced efficiency. In a matter of seconds, she had my wrist pulled behind my back, the rough rope biting into my skin. She worked quickly, her movements precise and unhesitating. I struggled, twisting and thrashing, but her grip was like iron, and the letter opener remained a constant, chilling pressure against my throat. Stop fighting, she commanded, her voice low and menacing. It is only going to hurt you more. The rope was tied tightly, painfully. My hands were bound, my escape sealed. She then used another length of rope to bind my ankles, securing them firmly. I was completely helpless, splayed on the floor, a terrified animal caught in a snare. She finally removed the letter opener from my neck, but the threat remained. She stood up, breathing slightly heavily, but her composure was already returning. She looked down at me, her eyes filled with a strange mixture of triumph and something that looked almost like affection. There, she said, her voice softening again, as if nothing terrifying had just happened. Now we can truly begin. She knelt beside me, her face inches from mine. Her breath was warm against my cheek, but her gaze was cold, possessive. You will learn to love it here, she whispered, her fingers gently brushing a lock of hair from my forehead. You will learn to love me. This is our forever, darling. And I have waited so long for forever. My world had shrunk to this single, dusty cabin, to the cold floor beneath me, to the terrifying woman hovering above. The sounds of forest outside, the rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl seemed to mock me, reminding me of the freedom I had lost, the world I had left behind. I was trapped, truly, utterly trapped. My apartment, my sanctuary, had been the first cage. This cabin, deep in the unforgiving heart of the woods, was the final one. And Evelyn, my perfect first date, was the architect of my living hell. I closed my eyes, but the darkness offered no solace, only the terrifying certainty that this nightmare had only just begun, and there was no waking up from it. Not ever. My life had always been routine. Not boring exactly, but predictable. I worked a decent job from home, mostly coding, which meant my social interactions were largely digital. After a particularly messy breakup a few years back, nothing dramatic, just a slow, painful fizzling out, I would mostly retreat it into my comfortable, if somewhat isolated, existence. My apartment, a modest two-bedroom in a quiet part of the city, had become my sanctuary, my fortress. But even fortresses can get lonely. One Tuesday evening, staring at my reflection in the dark screen of my laptop, I decided enough was enough. I opened a dating app, one I had not touched in months, and started swiping. It was mostly a blur of smiling faces, travel photos, and bios that all seemed to blend into one another. Then, I saw Clara. Her profile picture was simple, a warm, genuine smile, dark hair framing a kind face, a glint of amusement in her eyes. Her bio was short, witty, and did not list 100 demands. It just said she was looking for someone real, someone to share a laugh with. She seemed normal, refreshing, even. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. We started chatting. Her messages were articulate, funny, and she seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. We talked about everything from our favorite obscure documentaries to the ridiculousness of modern dating. The conversation flowed effortlessly, a rarity for me. After a few days, I suggested we meet up. She agreed, suggesting a little Italian place downtown called the Olive Branch. It was a local favorite, known for its cozy atmosphere and surprisingly good pasta. Perfect for a first date. The evening of the date, my usual pre-date jitters were in full swing. I spent a good hour agonizing over my outfit, finally settling on a dark blue button-up and khakis. I double-checked my hair, splashed on a little cologne, and tried to calm my racing heart. It felt like a big deal, a real step out of my self-imposed solitude. I arrived at the Olive Branch a few minutes early, found a small table in the corner, and ordered a glass of water. A few minutes later, I looked up as the hostess led a woman towards my table. It was Clara. She looked even better in person, her smile lighting up the dim restaurant. She was wearing a simple black dress, elegant but not overly formal. As she approached, her eyes met mine, and she gave a small, knowing chuckle. "Alex," she said, her voice warm and familiar. "I was beginning to think you had stood me up again." My brow furrowed. "Again?" I said, a small, polite laugh escaping me. "No, definitely not. I just got here, actually. You look great, by the way." She slid into the seat opposite me, still smiling, but her eyes held a playful glint that made me a little uneasy. "Oh, come on. Do not tell me you forgot our last date. The one where we ended up at that terrible karaoke bar, and you tried to sing Bohemian Rhapsody." I blinked. Karaoke. I hated karaoke. And I certainly had not been to a date with Clara before. No," I said, my smile faltering slightly. "I think you might have me confused with someone else. This is our first date. Is not it?" Her smile did not waver, but something in her eyes shifted, a flicker of something I could not quite place. Annoyance. Amusement. "Oh, Alex, you always were a bit of a joker. But seriously, it was a blast. Even if you did spill that entire glass of red wine on my white top." Now, I was genuinely confused. I would never spilled wine on a date. I was notoriously careful. "Clara, I am really sorry, but I promise you, we have never been on a date before. I just matched with you on the app a few days ago." She leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand, her gaze intense. "Is that what you are calling it now? Matching on the app?" She chuckled again, a low, throaty sound that grated on my nerves. "You know, you said the exact same thing last time. I just matched with you, and then you remembered." A cold dread began to trickle down my spine. This was not a joke. Her eyes were serious, almost challenging. "Clara, I am telling you, I have never met you before tonight. My name is Alex Miller." Are you sure you are not thinking of another Alex? She shook her head slowly. No, Alex, I am not. You are Alex Miller. You work from home, you code, you have a slight obsession with true crime podcasts, and you had a cat named Buster who you miss terribly. She paused, her smile widening. And you have that little scar above your left eyebrow from when you fell off. Your bike when you were 7. My breath hitched. The scar. No one knew about that scar unless they would know me for years, or I would specifically told them. And I definitely had not told her. Not online, not ever. The Buster detail was also unnerving. I would have a cat named Buster, a beloved ginger tabby who passed away a few years ago. I had not mentioned him on my dating profile, nor in any of our chats. It was too personal, too sad for an initial conversation. How? How do you know about Buster? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She just smiled, a knowing, almost triumphant expression. See, you are starting to remember. We talked about Buster on our 3rd date. You were really upset about him, and I told you about my childhood dog. Maggie, we had a really good cry together. My mind raced, scrambling for an explanation. Stalker. Had she somehow dug up every detail about my life? But even a dedicated stalker would have trouble finding some of these obscure facts. And the way she spoke, with such certainty, such fondness, as if these shared memories were real for her, was deeply unsettling. Clara, I said, try and keep my voice even. I am not remembering anything. I am just confused. I do not know who you are, or why you think we have met. Her expression hardened slightly. Do not you? We talk about your favorite band, the Shins, that night, and how you hate olives, even though we are at an Italian place. She gestured around the restaurant. You even complained about the breadsticks last time, remember? Said they were too doughy. I looked down at the basket of breadsticks on the table. They did look a little doughy, and I did hate olives. And the Shins were one of my favorite bands. But these were things I might have mentioned in passing to friends. Or perhaps they were common enough preferences that she could have guessed. No, that was a lie. The scar and Buster were too specific. The waiter came over then, blessedly interrupting the increasingly bizarre conversation. We ordered, and I tried to steer the conversation to safe, neutral topics. I asked her about her job, her hobbies, her family. She answered politely, but every now and then, she would weave in another impossible detail. Oh, you still have that old beat-up copy of Dune on your bedside table. Do not you? She asked mid-sentence about her love for hiking. You told me you have read it at least 10 times. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I did have an old, beat-up copy of Dune on my bedside table. It was a comfort read, something I picked up whenever I felt stressed. No one knew that, not even my closest friends. How could you possibly know that? I asked, my voice cracking slightly. She chuckled, a soft, almost pitying sound. Alex, we spent a whole weekend together at your place last summer. We watched Blade Runner and ordered way too much pizza. You showed me your book collection. We even talked about that weird stain on your living room carpet near the coffee table. You said you never figured out what it was. This was too much. The stain. It was a faint, brownish splotch I would try to scrub out countless times. I would always assume it was a coffee spill, but I truly had no idea. It was an insignificant, private detail of my home. My sanctuary. I pushed my plate away, my appetite completely gone. Clara, this is not funny. I do not know what kind of game you are playing, but it is making me really uncomfortable. Her smile faded, replaced by an expression of genuine hurt. A game? Is that what you think this is? I am trying to help you remember. Alex, we had something special. We still have something special. No, we do not. I snapped, then immediately regretted my harsh tone. Look, I am sorry, but this is too weird. I need to go. I fumbled for my wallet, pulling out a $20 bill and tossing on the table. I am sorry. I can't do this. I stood up, pushing my chair back with clatter. Clara watched me, her eyes wide, a flicker of something that looked like desperation in them. Alex, please, do not do this again. Do not leave me again. Again, I mumbled, shaking my head. I did not wait for her to respond. I turned and practically ran out of the restaurant, leaving her sitting alone at the table. The cool night air hit me like a shock, but it did little to clear my head. My heart was pounding, my hands were trembling, and a knot of pure dread was tightening in my stomach. I walked home in a daze, every shadow seeming to twist into Clara's knowing smile. Every rustle of leaves sounded like her voice. When I finally reached my apartment building, I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. I burst through the door, locking it behind me, then double-checked the deadbolt. I leaned against the door, breathing heavily, trying to process what had just happened. Was she a stalker? A master manipulator? Or was I losing my mind? The details she would mention Buster, the scar, the Dune book, the carpet stain, they were too precise, too personal to be a lucky guess. I went straight to my bedside table. There it was, my old, worn copy of Dune, just as she would described. I picked it up, feeling a strange chill. I walked into the living room, staring at the faint brown stain on the carpet near the coffee table. It was still there. Had she really been here? Had I blacked out? Had I suffered some kind of temporary amnesia? No, that was ridiculous. I remember my life clearly, every relationship, every significant event. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she had somehow hacked my phone, my computer, my social media. But even then, how would she know about the scar or the carpet stain? Those were not things I would ever post it online. I spent the rest of the night in a state of hyper-alert paranoia. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, sent a jolt of fear through me. I kept checking my windows, half expecting to see her face press against the glass. I did not sleep a wink. The next morning, I woke up feeling exhausted and utterly drained. My first instinct was to check my phone. There was a text message from Clara. I had a wonderful time again. Alex, we should do it again soon. I know you will remember eventually. The word again sent another shiver down my spine. I stared at the message, my thumb hovering over the block button. But something stopped me. A morbid curiosity, a desperate need to understand. I decided to do some digging. I searched her name online, but came up with nothing concrete. No social media profiles, no news articles, no obvious digital footprint beyond the dating app. It was as if she existed only within that one app, and now, in my tormented mind, over the next few days, the paranoia intensified. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, convinced I was being watched. I started noticing small, unsettling things in my apartment. A book on my shelf slightly out of place. A light in the hallway left on when I was sure I would turn it off. My toothbrush, which I always kept bristle side up, was now bristle side down. These were tiny, insignificant things I would normally dismiss as my own forgetfulness. But now, after Clara, they felt sinister. They felt like proof. One afternoon, I was making myself a cup of tea. I reached for my favorite brand, a specific Earl Grey blend I always bought. I opened the cupboard, and there, tucked behind my usual box of tea bags, was a different brand. A small, artisanal blend I would never seen before, with a handwritten label that read blueberry lavender. I picked it up. It smelled faintly sweet, floral. I put it back, confused. I had not bought this. Had a friend left it. No one had been over in weeks. Then, Clara's voice echoed in my head. You always complain about my blueberry lavender tea, but I know you secretly like it. My hand trembled, and I dropped the box. It was not just that she knew about the tea, it was that the tea was here, in my cupboard, and I had no memory of buying it or anyone bringing it. That night, I started to feel like my reality was unraveling. I paced my apartment, trying to piece together the fragments of Clara's claims. She would mention so many specific things. My old roommate, Mark, who moved to Portland. The broken coffee maker I would finally replace last month. The time I would accidentally dyed my hair green in college. These were all true, but how could she know them in the context of their shared past? Then a memory surfaced. Not a memory of Clara, but a memory of a different first date years ago with a woman named Sarah. We would go to an Italian place, not the Olive Branch, but a different one. We would talk about my cat, Buster. I remembered Sarah had been so understanding, so empathetic when I would gotten choked up talking about him. It had been a really good connection. We would even talked about my scar, and I remembered her tracing it gently with her finger. But wait, that was not right. The scar detail. I remembered telling Sarah about it, but I did not remember her tracing it. I remembered Clara doing that. In my memory, the face of Sarah, the woman I would gone on that date with, began to shift. Her eyes, her smile, they started to blur, to morph, to become Clara's. Panic flared, cold and sharp. Was it possible? Could she have somehow replaced Sarah in my memories? I pulled out my old photo albums, dusty relics from a pre-digital age. I flipped through them, searching for any picture of Sarah. I found a few. In one, we were at a park, laughing, ice cream dripping down our hands. I looked at Sarah's face. It was undeniably Sarah. Her red hair, her distinctive laugh lines. But as I stared at the photo, something felt wrong. The details of the memory attached to it felt hazy. I remembered the day, the park, the ice cream, but I could not clearly recall her voice, her specific mannerisms. It was like looking at a photograph of a stranger I was told I knew intimately. I closed the album, my hands shaking. This was insane. I was letting a strange woman on a blind date mess with my head. I tried to distract myself. I put on a movie, but I could not focus. Every time an actress with dark hair appeared on screen, I saw Clara. I tried to read, but the words swam before my eyes. The next day, I made a decision. I needed to confront her. Not violently, not angrily, but I needed answers. I needed to understand what she was doing and how she knew these things. I texted her, "Clara, we need to talk. Meet me at that coffee shop on Elm Street tomorrow at 10 a.m. If you do not show, I am blocking you everywhere." She replied, almost instantly, "I will be there." Alex, I knew you would come around. The next morning, I arrived at the coffee shop early, my heart hammering in my chest. I chose a table near the window, a public place, just in case. I ordered a black coffee, trying to project an air of calm I did not feel. Precisely at 10 a.m., Clara walked in. She looked calm, almost serene. She spotted me, offered a small, knowing smile, and walked over. She was wearing a simple denim jacket and jeans, looking like any other person grabbing a morning coffee. "Thank you for coming," I said, my voice tight. "Of course," she replied, sitting down. "I told you. I knew you would remember. Or at least, you would start to question things. I am questioning everything." I admitted. "What do you want?" "Clara, how do you know all these things about me? And why are you pretending we have been on dates before?" She sighed, a soft, almost sorrowful sound. "I am not pretending. Alex, we have been on dates. Many of them. And I know these things about you because I have always been there." My jaw tightened. What does that even mean? Always been there? Are you a stalker? Have you been watching me? She shook her head slowly. "No, not in the way you think. I do not follow you. I do not hide in the bushes. It is harder to explain. She leaned forward, her eyes earnest. Alex, I am the constant in your life. I am the woman you meet, the friend you make, the person who briefly touches your world, only for you to forget me. That is insane. I scoffed, but even as I said it, a chilling sense of recognition flickered within me. I do not forget people. I have a good memory. You remember the events, she corrected softly. You remember the dates, the conversations, the feelings, but you do not remember me. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small, worn photograph. She slid it across the table towards me. I picked it up, my fingers trembling. It was a Polaroid, faded with age, the edges slightly curled. It showed me, younger, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, sitting at a table in a restaurant. I was laughing, a forkful of pasta halfway to my mouth. And sitting opposite me, smiling warmly, was Clara. Not Sarah, not Jessica, not Emily. Clara. The restaurant in the photo was undeniably the Italian place where I would gone on that first date with Sarah. The one where I would talked about Buster. The one where I would felt such a strong connection. But the woman in the picture, the woman I remembered as Sarah, was Clara. The same dark hair, the same kind smile, the same glint in her eyes. My blood ran cold. My mind screamed. Impossible. But the photo was right there. It was not photoshopped, it looked genuinely old. This is not real. I whispered, my voice hoarse. This is some kind of trick. It is real. Alex, she said, her voice gentle, but with an underlying current of something ancient, something weary. I have been Sarah. I have been Jessica, the artist you dated for a few months. I was Emily, the barista you used to flirt with every morning. I have been the woman you met at that bookstore, the one who recommended the night circus to you. I have been so many people in your life. Try to make you see me. Try to make you remember. My head spun. Jessica, Emily, the woman from the bookstore. These were all real people, real memories. People I had dated or had casual encounters with. But the faces in my mind, the faces I clearly remembered, were distinct. They were not Clara. Why? I managed to choke out. Why would you do this? What are you? She took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on mine. I do not know what I am. Alex, I just am. I have always been drawn to you, and I have always been able to slip into the fabric of your life, to become the person you need, the person you connect with. But you always forget. You always replace me with a new face, a new name, even though it was always me. So, every woman I have ever dated, every significant connection, that was you. The implication was horrifying. My entire romantic history, a carefully constructed illusion. Not every one, she corrected, but the ones that mattered, the ones where you felt a real spark. I try to make you remember, to see past the illusion, to see me, but your mind, it just can't hold it. It creates a new person, a new memory, to fill the void. My mind creates a new person. I repeated, feeling a wave of nausea wash over me. Yes, she said, her voice soft. It is like a defense mechanism. You can't comprehend me, so you replace me with someone your mind can comprehend. Someone normal. But I am always there, trying to break through. She looked at the Polaroid. This was our first date. Alex, you thought you were meeting Sarah, but it was me. I talked to you about Buster. I traced a scar above your eyebrow. We shared a bottle of Chianti, and you told me you hated olives. Every detail she mentioned, I remembered. But the face attached to those memories was not Clara's. Or was it? My mind was now a battlefield. Old memories clashing with this terrifying new reality. The faces of Sarah, Jessica, Emily, they were now flickering. unstable images in my mind, threatening to dissolve into Clara's serene, knowing smile. The tea in your cupboard, she continued. I left it for you last week. You were feeling stressed, and I thought the lavender would help you sleep. You were working late, and I just slipped in. You did not even notice. You just thought you were tired. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The moved books, the lights left on, the toothbrush. It was not my forgetfulness. It was her. She had been in my apartment. She had been in my life, constantly, subtly manipulating my reality. So what now? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. My world, my memories, my very identity felt like they were disintegrating. She smiled a sad, hopeful smile. Now, maybe you won't forget. Maybe this time you will remember me. For real. I stared at her, then at the photo, then back at her. Her face, which had seemed so normal, so kind just a few days ago, now seemed to shimmer, to hold the echoes of countless other faces I thought I knew. I saw Sarah's eyes, Jessica's lips, Emily's chin. They were all there, subtly interwoven into Clara's features. I pushed the photograph back across the table. I need to go, I said, my voice flat, devoid of emotion. My mind was reeling, trying desperately to cling to the last vestiges of my sanity. Alex, wait, she called after me, her voice tinged with familiar sadness. We can make this work. We can be happy. I did not respond. I walked out of the coffee shop, leaving her there, just as I had left her at the Olive Branch. But this time, I knew I was not just walking away from a strange woman. I was walking away from the shattered pieces of my own reality. I went back to my apartment. The floorboards groaned under Chloe's, weighed as she stepped fully into the room, her silhouette framed against the dim light filtering in from the hallway. My hands, still clutching the heavy journals, began to tremble uncontrollably. The air grew thick, not just with dust, but with an unspoken, suffocating dread. She smiled, a soft, familiar curve of her lips that, just moments ago, would have reassured me. Now, it felt like a predator's grin, a mask of warmth over an abyss of calculated malice. There you are, she said, her voice a gentle murmur, as if she would simply been looking for me to ask about dinner plans. I was wondering where you had gotten to. You had been down here a while. My throat was dry, my tongue thick. The words I needed to say, the accusations, the desperate pleas, were stuck somewhere behind my teeth. My gaze flickered from her face to the journals in my hands, then back to her. The photo album lay open on the dusty table beside me, a silent, damning witness. Chloe. I managed, the name feeling foreign and bitter on my tongue. It used to be a comfort, a whisper of home. Now it was a warning. Her eyes, usually so bright and full of life, held a strange, unreadable depth. They scanned my face, then dropped the journals, a flicker of something surprise, annoyance, passing through them before her smile settled back into place, unwavering. What have you found, sweetheart? She asked, her tone still unervingly calm, as if this were a game, a playful discovery. I swallowed hard. I know, I said, the words barely a whisper. I know everything. Her head tilted slightly, a movement I would always found endearing. Now it was chilling. Know what, love? She asked, taking a slow, deliberate step towards me. Tell me. You look distressed. Distressed. That was one way to put it. My entire reality had just shattered into a million irreparable pieces. My past, my memories, my very identity, all revealed to be a meticulously crafted lie. And the architect of that lie was standing right in front of me, radiating an aura of serene control. These, I said, holding up my journal, the one detailing my amnesia, the hints of a gray tabby and a smaller apartment, my real life. Then I gestured to her diaries, the ones filled with her chilling obsession, her meticulous plans to weave herself into my life. Your diaries, my journal, the photos, It is all here. Her smile did not falter, but her eyes narrowed just a fraction. She took another step, then another, closing the distance between us. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the abandoned house. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind rattling the broken panes, sounded amplified, a prelude to something terrible. "You should not have gone poking around down here," she said, her voice still soft, but with an underlying current, a steel edge I would never heard before. "Some things are best left undisturbed. My life is not some things," I retorted, finding a sliver of anger to push back against the crushing fear. "You made it up. You made me up. The concerts, the laughing. This house, none of it is real. Is it? It is all a lie you fed me after my accident." She reached out a hand, and I flinched back instinctively. Her hand froze in mid-air, then slowly lowered. Her expression shifted, a subtle transformation that somehow made her even more terrifying. The gentle smile faded, replaced by something colder, more calculating. "Is that what you think?" she asked, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "That I just made it all up?" She chuckled, a low, humorless sound. "You make it sound so simple. So malicious. It is malicious. Chloe," I cried, my voice cracking. "You stole my life. You erased who I was." She sighed, a sound of weary patience. "I did not erase anything, darling. I saved you. You were a broken thing, a blank slate after the accident. Lost. Alone. You had nothing. No one." The word struck me like a physical blow. That is not true. My journal had talked about a gray tabby, an apartment, a different life, a fragmented memory. She dismissed, waving a dismissive hand. "A dream, perhaps. You were very confused. I was there, remember? I was the one who found you. I was the one who stayed by your side when no one else would. I was the one who helped you pick up the pieces. By fabricating an entire past, I demanded, my voice rising, by making me believe we had years of history, that this house was ours, that we had a ginger cat when my own memories hinted at a gray one." Her eyes flashed with something akin to irritation. "Details. You were struggling. You needed a foundation, a family, a love. I gave you all of that. I gave you us." Her gaze swept around the dilapidated room, lingering on the peeling wallpaper and the broken window panes. This house, it was a perfect canvas, full of history, full of potential. We could have made it beautiful, just like we were making our life beautiful. It is not beautiful. Chloe, it is a prison. The realization hit me then, a cold, hard knot in my stomach. I was not just trapped by a lie, I was physically trapped. We were in an abandoned house, miles from anywhere. No one knew I was here. No one knew where Chloe was. Her smile returned, a slow, deliberate bloom. "A prison? Oh, sweetheart, no. This is our sanctuary. Our beginning. I spent so long watching you, admiring you from afar, dreaming of the day we would finally be together. And then the accident. It was a sign, a gift from the universe, a chance to finally make our destiny a reality." The casual way she spoke of my tragedy as a gift twisted my gut. My mind raced, trying to find an escape route, a way to reason with this woman who was no longer the Chloe I thought I knew, but a stranger, a captor. "Chloe, please." I pleaded, my voice trembling. "This is not right. You can't just take someone's life and replace it. I need to know who I really am. I need to go home." Her eyes hardened. "Home. This is your home. With me. Where else would you go? Who else would you go to?" She took another step, then another, until she was standing directly in front of me. She reached out, her hand gently taking my arm. Her touch, once comforting, now felt like a vice. "You've been through so much, my love. All these confusing thoughts, it is just the trauma playing tricks on you. I am here. I will help you through it. I tried to pull away, but her grip was surprisingly strong. Let go of me, Chloe. Her eyes flickered, and for a terrifying moment, I saw a flash of something truly dangerous in them. Do not be silly, she whispered, her voice losing its soft edge, becoming something sharper, more commanding. We are together. Always. My gaze darted around the room, searching for anything, a weapon, an exit, a distraction. The heavy journals were still in my hand. Maybe before I could formulate a plan. Chloe's other hand shot out, surprising me with its speed. She snatched the journals from my grasp, her fingers expertly prying them from my numb grip. She held them for a moment, weighing them, then tossed them casually onto the dusty floor, where they landed with a dull thud, pages splaying open like broken wings. You won't be needing these anymore, she said, her voice firm. They are just filling your head with nonsense. They are my only connection to who I was. I cried, a fresh wave of despair washing over me. She stepped closer, invading my personal space, her presence overwhelming. And who you were is gone. Forgotten. I am your connection now. I am your past, your present, and your future. My breath hitched. The full, terrifying scope of her delusion, her absolute control, crashed down on me. She was not just a stalker, she was a kidnapper, a mind bender, a thief of identity. And I was her prize. You can't keep me here. I whispered, desperation making my voice hoarse. She smiled, a truly unsettling smile that did not reach her eyes. Oh, but I can. And I will. We are safe here. Away from all the noise, all the distractions. Just us. She paused, her gaze sweeping around the dusty, decaying room. You know, I always loved this house. Even before I knew you would love it too. It just felt right, like it was waiting for us. My mind was a whirlwind of panic. I needed to escape. I needed proof. Something more, something undeniable, something that screamed the truth of my stolen life louder than my own fractured memories. My eyes darted to the table, to the open photo album. The ginger cat. I said, grasping at a straw. My journal mentioned a gray tabby. You bought a ginger cat to fit your story, did not you? Her expression softened, a touch of genuine sadness flickering in her eyes. Oh, Mittens. She was lovely, was not she? So sweet. She brought you so much joy. But she was not my cat. I insisted. She was part of the lie. Chloe shook her head slowly. You are confused. My love, it is okay. We will talk through it. We will rewrite those memories. Together. She reached out, her fingers gently tracing my jawline. Her touch was possessive, chilling. You just need to trust me. I know what is best for you. I recoiled from her touch, stumbling back a step. My foot caught on something, and I almost fell. I looked down, and my blood ran cold. It was a stack of newspapers, yellow with age, peeking out from under a loose floorboard. I had not noticed them before, hidden in the shadows, just beneath where Chloe had tossed my journals. My eyes fixated on the top one. The headline was blurry, but a prominent photograph was unmistakably clear. It was my face. My heart stopped. The world tilted. Chloe's eyes followed my gaze, and a slow, triumphant smile spread across her face. Ah, she murmured, a note of satisfaction in her voice. You found it, with a sickening lurch. I knelt, my hands trembling as I pulled the newspaper from the stack. The paper rustled, dry and brittle. The date on the newspaper was from nearly 2 years ago. The headline, stark and terrifying, screamed missing woman local artist disappears without a trace underneath. In bold, terrifying letters was my full name, my age, a description of my last known whereabouts, a plea for information, a contact number for the police. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at the photograph, at my own smiling face, younger, less haunted. It was me, the person I had been, the person Chloe had so meticulously erased. This was not just a newspaper. This was my death certificate, issued by the world, while I was still breathing, still alive, held captive in forgotten house, my memory stolen. No, I whispered the word of desperate, broken prayer. Chloe knelt beside me, her presence a suffocating weight. She reached out, her finger tracing the outline of my face on the newspaper. See, I told you I had nothing. No one. Everyone gave up. Everyone stopped looking. Her voice was soft, almost tender, as if she were delivering good news. But I did not. I never would. I knew you were still out there, somewhere. I knew you were meant to be mine. Her words twisted a knife in my gut. She had not just found me and helped me. She had caused me to be missing. She had orchestrated my disappearance, then stepped in as my savior, my sole connection to a fabricated reality. My eyes scanned the smaller print, desperate for any detail, any crumb of my old life. It mentioned my small gallery, my apartment, the one that must have housed a gray tabby for my journal. It spoke of friends, colleagues, people who had cared, people who had searched. My friends, my family, I stammered, the names a jumble of forgotten sounds in my mind. Chloe shook her head, a soft, pitying expression on her face. They mourned you. They moved on. That is what people do. But I never did. I kept your memory alive. I kept you alive. She paused, her eyes locking onto mine, an unsettling intensity in their depths. And now you are here, with me, where you belong. She reached under the newspaper, pulling out another, and then another. Each one carried the same devastating headline, the same picture of my face, the same desperate plea. They were a chronicle of my disappearance, a macabre trophy collection, carefully preserved by Chloe. I kept them, she explained, her voice a low purr, to remind me of what I had to do to bring you back to me, to remind me of how precious you are. My vision blurred. The room spun. The dust, the decay, the crushing weight of Chloe's presence, it all became too much. I felt a scream building in my chest, a primal, guttural sound of pure terror and despair. You are sick. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. You are absolutely insane. Her smile vanished. Her eyes narrowed, and a cold, hard anger replaced a tender pity. Insane, she repeated, her voice losing its softness, becoming sharp, brittle. I did this for us. I built you a new life, a better life. I gave you purpose, love, everything you could ever want. And this is how you repay me, by calling me insane. She grabbed my arm, her grip tightening, her nails digging into my skin. You think I enjoyed watching you from the shadows, longing for you, knowing you were out there, living a life without me. No, it was agony. But I waited. I was patient. And when fate gave me an opportunity, I took it. Because we were meant to be, together. I tried to pull away, but she held me fast, her strength surprising. Let go of me, Chloe. I am not yours. I am not anyone's. I am me. You are mine, she hissed, her face inches from mine, her breath warm against my cheek. Her eyes, usually a beautiful hazel, seemed to darken, to become bottomless pits of obsession. You always have been. You just did not know it yet. But you will. You will remember. We will live here, in our beautiful home, and we will be happy. Just like it was always supposed to be. She stood up, pulling me with her, her grip unyielding. The newspapers lay scattered on the floor, each one a testament to the life I had lost, the identity that had been brutally ripped away from me. The gray tabby, the smaller apartment, the friends, the art gallery was all real. And Chloe had erased it. No, I whispered again, my voice raw. stripped of all hope. She smiled then, a chilling, possessive smile that promised an eternity of captivity. Oh, yes, my love. Forever. She began to lead me away from the scattered papers, away from the journals, away from the last vestiges of my true past. I stumbled, my legs weak, my mind reeling. The house, once a place of mystery and forgotten memories, was now a tomb, and I was entombed within it, not just by its decaying walls, but by the relentless, suffocating love of a woman who had meticulously erased my existence, only to rebuild me in her own twisted image. The horror was not just that I had lost my past, it was that my future, too, was entirely hers. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that escape was not an option. Not anymore. I was truly missing, and no one would ever find me. The click of the deadbolt, the second one, echoed like a death knell in the sudden, crushing silence of the hallway. Alex, or whatever he called himself now, merely hummed a low tune as he worked, his movements precise, almost tender. He was not just locking me in, he was sealing my fate, brick by brick, in this tomb he would build for me. My breath hitched, a dry, ragged sound I barely recognized as my own. Just moments ago, my heart had been a frantic drum against my ribs, fueled by the desperate, exhilarating hope of freedom. Now it was a lead weight, sinking me deeper into the abyss. He turned, that knowing, predatory smile still plastered on his face. There we go. Elara, much more secure. Would not want you to wander off, would we? His voice was a silken caress, utterly devoid of warmth, chilling me to the bone. He held up the small, folded piece of notebook paper I would use to pick the lock, turning it over in his fingers as if it were a delicate, fascinating specimen. Resourceful. I always knew you were. It is one of the things I find captivating about you. He tucked the paper into his shirt pocket, right over his heart, a grotesque trophy. But do not worry. I will take care of this. Better locks, stronger bars. You'll be perfectly safe. Safe. The word tasted like ash in my mouth. Safe from what? From freedom. From a life that was mine, not his. He reached out, his hand brushing my cheek, and I flinched, a visceral reaction that only seemed to amuse him. His fingers lingered, tracing a line on my jaw, then sliding down to my throat, not quite squeezing, but making his intent clear. You are mine now, he whispered, the blueberry lavender scent of him, one so appealing, now a nauseating cloud of menace. And you are going to write every single detail down for me. Every thought, every memory, every little secret. Your complete autobiography. For me, he led me back to my room, no longer needing to push or pull. My legs felt like lead, my spirit utterly broken. The small, barred windows seemed to mock me, a sliver of the outside world that was forever out of reach. He closed the door behind me, the new reinforced locks thudding into place with an ominous finality. The sound echoed in the sudden silence, a stark reminder of my failure, my utter helplessness. I sank onto the narrow cot, the rough blanket doing little to comfort me. The blank notebooks, once a symbol of his twisted command, now felt like a taunt. Right, he said. Write everything. And in that moment, as despair threatened to swallow me whole, a tiny, defiant spark ignited. He wanted my story. He would get it. But perhaps, just perhaps, I could write it in a way that was not entirely for him. Perhaps, in the act of recounting my undoing, I could find a way to reclaim some small part of myself. Where to begin? He wanted everything. So I would start at the beginning of the end. The day my world imploded. The day I met Leo. Or as I now knew him, Alex. It started, as so many modern tragedies do, with a swipe. Tinder. I would have been hesitant, burned a few times, but still held out hope for something real. Leo's profile picture showed a charming, intelligent face, a warm smile, and kind eyes. His bio was witty, self-deprecating, and mentioned a love for obscure indie films and hiking, two things I genuinely enjoyed. We matched. His first message was clever, not a generic pickup line, and our conversation flowed effortlessly. It felt easy, natural. We talked for days, then weeks, about everything and nothing. He seemed genuinely interested in my life, my dreams, my fears. He remembered details I would casually mention, bringing them up later in conversation, making me feel seen, truly heard. It was intoxicating. After 2 weeks of non-stop texting and a few late-night phone calls that stretched into the early hours, we decided to meet. Dinner, a cozy Italian place downtown that I would always wanted to try. I remember the flutter in my stomach as I got ready that evening. I chose a simple, elegant dress, nothing too flashy, but something that made me feel confident. I spent extra time on my hair, on my makeup, wanting to make a good impression. I was excited, hopeful. For once, it felt like maybe, just maybe, this could be different. This could be something real. He was waiting outside the restaurant when I arrived, leaning against his car, a sleek, dark sedan I had not seen before. He looked even better in person, taller than I would imagine, with a quiet intensity in his eyes that I found intriguing. He straightened up as he saw me, his smile widening, and for a moment, all my anxieties melted away. He opened the passenger door for me, a gentlemanly gesture that felt old-fashioned and charming. "Ilera," he said, his voice a low rumble that sent a shiver down my spine. "You look stunning." I blushed, genuinely flattered. "You too. Leo, thanks for picking me up." "My pleasure," he replied, his gaze lingering a moment too long, but I dismissed it as admiration. We got in, and he started the car. "So, Italian, huh?" I said, buckling my seatbelt. "I have heard great things about this place." He chuckled, a soft, pleasant sound. "Actually, I was thinking, how about we do something a little different?" My brow furrowed slightly. "Oh, like what?" "There's this incredible view just outside the city," he explained, his eyes fixed on the road, but a subtle warmth in his voice. "A spot I know, perfect for watching the sunset. We could grab some takeout, maybe some wine, and then head up there. It is much more romantic than a crowded restaurant, do not you think?" It was not what we would plan, and a tiny alarm bell, barely audible, rang in the back of my mind. But the idea did sound romantic. The thought of watching a sunset with him, away from the hustle and bustle, felt intimate, special. And he had been so charming, so attentive. Why not? A little spontaneity could be fun. "Okay," I said, a smile playing on my lips. "Sounds good. What kind of takeout are we thinking?" "I know a great little deli that does incredible sandwiches," he said, already turned the car in a different direction than the one leading to the Italian restaurant. "We can pick up a couple of those. Some gourmet cheese, a bottle of something nice. Trust me, Ilera, you will love it." And I did trust him. Or, I thought I did. We stopped at a small, unassuming deli, and he went inside, emerging a few minutes later with a brown paper bag and a bottle of wine. He would even remember my preference for white wine, something I would mention casually weeks ago. It was another small detail that made me feel special. Seeing, as we drove, the city lights slowly receded behind us, replaced by the deepening twilight. The road grew narrower, less traveled. The streetlights became fewer and farther between. I pulled out my phone, a habit, and noticed the signal was starting to drop. "Almost there," he said, catching my glance at the phone. "It is pretty remote, but that is part of the charm." I nodded, a slight unease beginning to prickle at the back of my neck. Remote was one thing, but this felt isolated. The trees on either side of the road grew taller, denser, their branches arching overhead like skeletal fingers, casting long, eerie shadows. The air grew cooler, carrying the damp, earthy scent of forest. "So, what kind of view is it?" I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice felt a little tight. "Just wait," he said, a hint of a smile in his voice. "It is a surprise." He turned off the main road. onto a gravel path barely wide enough for one car. The crunch of the tires on the loose stones was the only sound, save for the distant chirping of crickets. The trees closed in around us, their dark forms blurring into an impenetrable wall. My heart started to beat a little faster. This was not just remote, this was deep into the woods. Leo, I began, my voice a little shaky now. How much further is this place? It is getting pretty dark. He did not answer immediately. His grip on the steering will seem tighter, his knuckles white. The charming smile had vanished, replaced by a strangely blank expression. The change was subtle, almost imperceptible, but was there a cold, hard edge that had not been present before? Just a little more. He finally said, his voice flat, devoid of the warmth it had held all evening. A knot of dread tightened in my stomach. This was not right. This was not romantic. This was unsettling. My phone, I noticed, now showed no service. A cold wave of panic washed over me. I tried to swallow, but my throat was suddenly dry. You know, I said, try to force a light tone into my voice. Maybe we should just head back. I am actually getting a little hungry, and I do not want to miss the Italian place after all. He glanced at me then, a quick, piercing look that held no amusement, no charm, only a chilling intensity. His eyes, once warm and inviting, now glittered with something cold and predatory. The air in the car suddenly felt heavy, suffocating. Oh, we are not going back. Ilera, he said, his voice dropping to a low, guttural whisper that sent a shiver of pure terror down my spine. Not yet, anyway. We have only just begun. He brought the car to a sudden halt, throwing me forward against my seatbelt. We were deep in the woods, surrounded by a wall of trees, the last vestiges of twilight, fading into an inky blackness. There was no sound but the rustling of leaves and the frantic pounding of my own heart. Before I could even process what was happening, before I could scream, before I could even think to open the door and run, his hand shot out. It was not the gentle, reassuring hand I would imagine holding. It was a vice, clamped over my mouth, stifling any sound. The scent of blueberry lavender, once appealing, now turned toxic, a sickening, cloying sweetness. My eyes widened in terror, darting to his face. The charming smile was gone entirely, replaced by a look of utter triumph, a chillingly possessive gleam in his eyes. He leaned closer, his breath hot against my ear. You belong to me now, he whispered, the words a death sentence. I thrashed, instinctively, desperately, but he was too strong, too prepared. He had anticipated my every move. He shifted, pinning me against the seat, his body a solid, immovable weight. A sharp, chemical smell filled my nostrils, and then everything went black. That was it. That was the end of Ilera, the hopeful, optimistic woman who believed in tender dates and spontaneous sunsets. That was the beginning of Ilera, the captive, the broken bird in a gilded cage. I woke up disoriented, my head throbbing, a metallic taste in my mouth. I was no longer in the car. I was in a small, windowless room, the air stale and cold. There was a cot, a small table, and a single, bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting harsh shadows. My clothes were different, a simple, loose-fitting cotton dress and leggings, clearly not my own. My phone, my purse, my shoes all gone. Panic set in, cold and absolute. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, and stumbled to the door. It was solid, heavy, and locked. I pounded on it, screaming his name, screaming for help, but only silence answered me. The walls were thick, muffling my cries. Hours later, or perhaps it was days, I lost track of time in that windowless box. The door finally opened. He stood there, not Leo, but Alex, his true name, a name I would only learn later. His eyes were no longer warm, but cold, calculating. He carried a tray of food, a sandwich, some fruit, a bottle of water. He set it down on the table, his movements deliberate, unhurried. Hungry, Ilara, he asked, his voice calm, almost polite, as if this were a normal dinner invitation. I stared at him, my mind racing, trying to comprehend, to understand. Who are you? I whispered, my voice hoarse from screaming. Why are you doing this? He smiled, a slow, chilling smile that did not reach his eyes. I am Alex. And you, Ilara, are special. You are unique. You are everything I have been looking for. He told me, then, in agonizing detail, how he would found me. Not on Tinder, not really. Tinder was just the bait. He would have been watching me for months, maybe even years. He knew my coffee order, my favorite book, the route I took to work, the name of my childhood pet. He would meticulously catalog my life, every detail, every preference, every vulnerability. He would create the perfect profile, the perfect persona Leo, specifically designed to appeal to me, to draw me in. When you tried to disappear, he said, his voice soft, almost regretful. When you move cities, change your number. I knew I had to act. I could not lose you. You are meant to be with me. I had tried to disappear. After a particularly nasty breakup, I would pack up my life, left my old city, and started fresh, hoping to shed the past and find a new beginning. He would followed me. He would found me. And now he had me. The implication was clear. There was no escaping him. He knew everything. He was always watching. My world had not just imploded, it had been meticulously dismantled, piece by piece, by a master manipulator who saw me not as a person, but as a possession, an object to be acquired. And then came the notebooks, the blank pages, the pen. His command, write everything. Your complete autobiography. For me, at first, I refused. I threw the pen. I ripped the pages. I screamed until my throat was raw. He would simply watch, his expression unreadable, then calmly replace the ruined items. He never raised his voice, never laid a hand on me in anger. His control was far more insidious. He would simply remove my food, my water, the light, until I complied. The hunger, the thirst, the crushing darkness, they were his silent enforcers. And eventually, I broke. I started writing. Days defeated. I began to chronicle my life, my memories, my thoughts for him. It was a slow, agonizing process, like carving pieces of my soul out and present them on a platter. He would come in, sometimes once a day, sometimes more, and read what I would written, his eyes scanning the pages, a faint, satisfied smile playing on his lips. He would offer comments, sometimes praising a turn of phrase, sometimes asking for more detail, always pushing for deeper, more personal revelations. He wanted to own not just my body, but my very essence, my story, my narrative. He wanted to consume me whole. The days blurred into a terrifying routine. Eat, write, sleep, repeat. Always under his watchful eyes, even when he was not physically present. I felt his gaze, a phantom touch on my skin, a constant reminder that I was never truly alone, never truly free. But even in that despair, a flicker of defiance remained. A tiny, stubborn refusal to completely give in. I wrote, yes, but I chose my words carefully. I omitted details. I embellished others. I tried to shape the narrative, however subtly, to retain some shred of my own identity. It was a small, desperate act of rebellion, but it was mine. Then came the escape attempt. The secondary latch I discovered, the lamp chain, the folded notebook page, the picked deadbolt, the surge of adrenaline, the pounding heart, the frantic fumbling with the front door, the almost unbearable taste of freedom. So close I could practically feel the sun on my face. And then his voice, leaving so soon. Ilara, the test, the cruel, calculated test. He had never left. He had simply allowed me to believe I had a chance, only to snatch it away, to reinforce my helplessness, to shatter my hope into a million irreparable pieces. Now, back in my cell, the new lock thudding into place, the heavy silence pressing in. I stare at the blank page. He wanted my autobiography. He wanted everything. And in this moment of utter desolation, a new resolve hardened within me. I would write. I would write every single detail, every memory, every nuance of my life. But I would not write it for him. I would write it for me. Because even if he owned my body, even if he controlled my physical existence, he would never truly own my mind, my spirit, my story. He could force me to transcribe it, but the words, the memories, the essence of who I was, that would always be mine. And perhaps, in the very act of writing, I could find a way to escape, not physically, but spiritually, to preserve myself piece by piece on these pages, even as he tried to devour me whole. The pen felt heavy in my hand, a weapon, a shield, a lifeline. I dipped it into the ink, the black liquid a stark contrast against the white page. He wanted my story. He would get it, but he would get it on my terms. And perhaps, just perhaps, hidden within the lines between the words, there would be a message, a secret, a glimmer of hope that he, in his twisted triumph, would never see. A message for me, or perhaps for anyone who might one day find these pages. A testament to a life stolen, but a spirit unbroken. I pressed the pen to the paper and began to write. Not just the facts, not just the events, but the terror, the despair, the tiny, stubborn flame of defiance that still flickered within me. I would write my truth, even if it was only for myself. Because as long as I could write, as long as I could remember, as long as I could tell my story, I was still Alara. And he, Alex, the monster who stole me from the world, would never truly win. He would have my words, but he would never have my soul. And that, in this endless, suffocating darkness, was the only freedom I had left. And I would cling to it with every fiber of my being. All right, so you know how it is with dating apps, right? It is a minefield out there. Swiping left on endless selfies with filters that make people look like they're from another planet. Trying to decipher cryptic bios. And generally just feeling like you are sifting through a bargain bin of human beings. I would been at it for a while. Mostly a string of forgettable coffee dates and awkward dinners that ended with a polite handshake and a mutual understanding that we would never speak again. I was ready to throw in the towel, honestly. My buddy, Dave, kept telling me to give it one more shot. Just one more. Alex, he would say, you never know. And then I matched with Sarah. Her profile picture was a bit blurry, a little dark, like she would take it in dim light, but there was something about her eyes. They seemed intense, captivating almost. Her bio was short, just a quote about the wilderness and finding peace in solitude. A little quirky, but intriguing. We exchanged a few messages, and she was witty, intelligent, a little reserved, which I actually found refreshing. After a week of back and forth, we decided to meet up. A blind date, essentially. We picked a nice, low-key Italian place downtown, the kind with checkered tablecloths and a decent wine list. Nothing too fancy, nothing too casual. Just a good, solid neutral ground. I got there a few minutes early, grabbed a table, and ordered a sparkling water to calm my nerves. Dating, even after all this time, still gave me butterflies, especially blind dates. You never know who is going to walk through that door. Could be the love of your life. Could be someone who thinks flat earthers have a point. The possibilities are endless and usually equally disappointing. Then she walked in. She was beautiful in a striking, almost ethereal way. Dark, wavy hair, pale skin, and those eyes, they were even more intense in person, like deep pools reflecting a storm. She scanned the room, and when her gaze landed on me, a strange expression flickered across her face. It was not a smile of recognition, not exactly. It was more like a jolt, a sudden, sharp intake of breath, and then her eyes narrowed, just imperceptibly. My stomach did a little flip, not from excitement, but from a vague sense of unease. She walked toward my table, her movements fluid and graceful, but there was a stiffness to her shoulders, a tension in her posture. As she got closer, I stood up, offered her a hesitant smile. "Sarah," I asked, extending my hand. She did not take it. She just stood there, staring at me, her eyes boring into mine. The air around us suddenly felt thick, heavy. The ambient chatter of the restaurant, the clinking of glasses, the soft jazz music had all faded into a distant hum. "We have met before, have not we?" she said, her voice soft, almost a whisper, but with an underlying current that sent a shiver down my spine. My smile faltered. I do not think so." I replied, genuinely confused. "I am Alex. It is nice to finally meet you." I tried to re-extend my hand, but she still did not respond. Her gaze was unwavering. "No, we have," she insisted, her voice gaining a fraction of an edge. "You picked me up. In your car. A dark sedan." My heart started to pound. This was not a playful line. This was not a joke. Her face was dead serious, devoid of any humor. "I do not know what you are talking about," I stammered, feeling a prickle of sweat on my forehead. "This is our first time meeting. Sarah, I am pretty sure I would remember someone like you." I tried to inject some charm, some lightheartedness into my voice, but it came out strained. She finally sat down, slowly, deliberately, her eyes never leaving mine. It was like being pinned under a microscope. "You had lilies," she continued, her voice lower now, almost a growl. "White lilies. You said they were my favorite, but you did not know me then, did you? You just picked them because they were pristine, like you wanted to appear." A cold dread began to spread through my chest. Lilies. I had not brought lilies. I had not brought any flowers. I do not even know what her favorite flower is. This was getting seriously weird. "Sarah, I think there has been a mistake," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "I did not bring any flowers. I have never met you before tonight." A faint, bitter smile touched her lips, a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Oh, you are good," she murmured, almost to herself. "You always were. So charming. So convincing." She leaned forward, her elbows on the table, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that somehow cut through the restaurant's noise and lodged itself directly in my brain. "We went for dinner. The conversation was easy. You were handsome. Everything seemed perfect. And then the drive took an unsettling turn. My blood ran, cold. She was describing something horrifying, and she was describing it to me as if I was the one who had done it. I tried to interrupt, to protest, but she just barreled on, her eyes now burning with a fierce, terrifying intensity. We veered off the main roads, deeper into unfamiliar, dark woods. I started to get uneasy, but you just laughed it off, said it was a shortcut, and then you snatched my phone. My mouth was dry. My hands, clasped under the table, were clammy. This was no longer a blind date. This was something else entirely. Something dark and twisted. "Sarah, please." I began. "I think you have got me confused with someone else. I have not done any of that." She did not even seem to hear me. Her gaze was distant for a moment, lost in a horrifying memory. And then it snapped back to me, colder than ever. Your kind eyes turned cold, she whispered, her voice laced with venom. Your smile predatory. You confessed you had been watching me, not just met me on Tinder. This was not a date. It was an abduction. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I felt like I was suffocating. I wanted to stand up, to run, to scream for help, but I was frozen, trapped by her unwavering gaze and her chilling words. This woman, this beautiful, haunted woman, truly believed I was a monster, and she was recounting the story with such vivid, agonizing detail. It was like I was watching a horror movie unfold right in front of me, and I was somehow the villain. Terrified, I managed to unlatch the door. she continued, her voice gaining a strange, almost manic energy, and I threw myself out, scrambling into the suffocating darkness of the forest. I could hear you, Alex, your shouts, echoing through the trees. Promising I could not hide. Alex. She called me Alex. She knew my name, but she was calling me Alex while accusing me of being this predator. This was not just a simple case of mistaken identity. This was something deeper, more insidious. I was exhausted, bleeding, she said, and I could see a faint scar above her left eyebrow, one I had not noticed before, a thin, white line against her pale skin. And then I stumbled upon a flickering lantern and a small, ramshackle cabin. She paused, taking a slow, deep breath, her eyes still locked onto mine. Inside, an ancient woman named Alara offered refuge. She told me you were a serial predator, luring women like me to disappear in these woods for years. My mind raced, desperately trying to make sense of it all. Woods, a cabin, an ancient woman named Alara. It sounded like something out of a twisted fairy tale or a low-budget horror film. But her conviction, the raw, visceral pain and hatred in her eyes, it was undeniably real. She was not making this up. Not entirely. Anyway, she believed it. And she believed I was the man who had done it to her. The metallic scent in her cabin. She said, her voice dropping again, her tools and her grim resolve, they hinted at a darker truth. She would not just help me escape. We would stop you. My stomach churned. Metallic scent. Tools. This was getting incredibly dark. I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. I needed to get out of here. I needed to escape this nightmare. But I could not move. It was like I was paralyzed, caught in the headlights of an oncoming train. As dawn broke, she continued, her voice now dangerously calm. The Lara, a fierce woods witch, armed me and taught me to hunt. A woods witch. Hunt. The words echoed in my head, each one a hammer blow to my sanity. I stared at her, trying to find some flicker of recognition, some memory, anything that would connect me to this horrific narrative. But there was nothing. My mind was blank. I had never met this woman before. I had never abducted anyone. I was just Alex, a guy on a blind date. When you returned to your car, she said, and now her eyes were gleaming, reflecting the dim restaurant lights like predatory jewels. Smug and overconfident, I burst from the trees, Alara's knife in my hand. My breath hitched. Hey, knife. She had a knife. I instinctively glanced down at her hands, which were resting on the table, perfectly still. No knife visible. But the way she said it, the way her gaze sharpened, it sent a fresh wave of terror through me. The terror was replaced by a fierce, burning resolve. She finished, her voice a low, chilling purr. I was no longer your prey. Alex, I was the hunter. Then she just sat there, staring at me, her chest rising and falling slowly, deliberately. The silence that followed was deafening, punctuated only by the distant murmur of the restaurant, which now sounded impossibly far away, like it was happening in another dimension. I finally found my voice, a weak, trembling whisper. Sarah, I swear to God, I do not know what you are talking about. This is insane. I am not this Mark. I am Alex. I am a software engineer. I live in a condo downtown. I have never been to any woods like that. I have never hurt anyone. She just shook her head slowly, a pitying, almost mocking expression on her face. You always were a good liar. Mark, always so charming. So good at playing the victim. But my car, I stammered, remembering her earlier description. A dark sedan. I bought it used a few months ago. It is a Honda Accord, dark gray. Is that the car? A flicker of something crossed her face. Recognition. Confirmation. I could not tell. She just stared at me, her eyes unreadable. It had a scratch on the dashboard, she said, her voice barely audible. A thin, crescent-shaped scratch, right above the glove compartment. And it smelled of pine air freshener. Always pine. My blood ran cold. The scratch. The exact scratch. I remembered noticing it when I test drove the car. A small detail I would barely registered until now. And the pine air freshener, I would actually replace it with a vanilla scent because I hated pine. But for the first few weeks, the overpowering smell of pine had lingered, even with the windows down. It was my car. Or rather, it was Mark's car. The car she was abducted in. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not just a case of mistaken identity. This was something far more horrifying. Either I had a doppelganger who was a serial abductor, and he drove my exact car, or I was somehow connected to this monster. My car. I whispered, my voice barely working. I bought it used. A few months ago, from a dealership in the next town over. She just watched me, a cruel smirk twisting her lips. Of course you did. Mark, always a perfect story. Always an alibi. I felt a surge of desperate panic. I had to convince her. I had to make her understand. No, seriously. I can show you the paperwork. The title, the bill of sale, it will have the previous owner's name on it. It is not me. Sarah, I swear. She leaned back in her chair, a chilling calm settling over her. It does not matter. Alex, or Mark, whatever you want to call yourself these days. The details do not matter. What matters is what you did, what you tried to do. A waiter approached our table, a concerned look on his face. Is everything all right here? He asked, glancing between my pale, terrified face and Sarah's unervingly calm demeanor. I seized the opportunity. No, everything is not all right. This woman, she is accusing me of terrible things. She thinks I am someone else. Sarah turned to the waiter, her expression softening into a picture of polite concern. Oh, it is nothing, she said, her voice sweet, almost apologetic. My date here is just a little intense. He has had a bit too much to drink. I think he is just upset because I told him I am not interested in a second date. The waiter looked at me, then back at her, clearly taking her side. Her act was flawless. The picture of a woman politely fending off an aggressive, drunken man. My blood boiled, but I was too terrified to articulate it properly. I have not had anything to drink. I protested, my voice cracking. She is lying. She thinks I am a kidnapper. The waiter's eyes widened slightly, and he took a step back. Sir, I am going to have to ask you to keep your voice down. If there's a problem, perhaps you should both just leave. Sarah gave the waiter a sympathetic smile. We were just leaving. Thank you. I apologize for the disturbance. She stood up slowly, deliberately, her gaze returning to me. Her eyes were no longer filled with the cold fury of a moment ago. Now, there was a chilling triumph in them. I scrambled to my feet, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. No, I am not leaving with her. She is crazy. She is dangerous. Sarah just watched me, her head tilted slightly, as if observing a fascinating specimen. You are right about one thing. Alex, she said, her voice still quiet, but with underlying steel that sent shivers down my spine. I am dangerous. Alara taught me well. She took a step towards me, and then another. I instinctively recoiled, bumping into the table behind me. She was closing the distance, her eyes fixed on mine, a predator sizing up its prey. The restaurant, which had felt so far away before, now felt suffocatingly close. Every pair of eyes was on us, but they saw a distraught woman and an aggressive man. They did not see the terror that was gripping me. You won't get away this time. Mark, she whispered, her hand subtly reaching into her small purse. My eyes darted to her hand, then to her face. That is when I saw it. A glint of metal, barely perceptible, as her fingers wrapped around something. My mind screamed. The knife, panic, pure and unadulterated, seized me. I did not wait. I did not think. I just reacted. I shoved past her, knocking over a chair in my haste, and bolted for the door. I could hear shouts behind me, the waiter's voice, other diners, but it was all just background noise. My only thought was to escape, to get away from her. I burst out of the restaurant and into the cool night air. The street was bustling, cars whizzing by, pedestrians strolling along. I did not care. I ran. I ran down the sidewalk, not looking back. My heart pounding so hard, I thought it would explode. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed myself harder. I ran for blocks, weaving through crowds, ducking into alleys, trying to lose myself in the urban labyrinth. Every shadow seemed to hold her. Every unfamiliar face seemed to be hers. I kept expecting to hear her footsteps behind me, to feel a hand on my shoulder, to see that cold, triumphant look in her eyes. I finally collapsed in a deserted park, gasping for breath, my body trembling uncontrollably. I huddled on a bench, trying to calm my racing mind. Was she still following me? Had she given up? Was this real? Or had I finally snapped, lost my mind? But the details of the car, the scratch, the pine air freshener, those were real. And her conviction, her absolute certainty that I was Mark, the man who had abducted her, that was real too. I pulled out my phone, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I needed to call the police. But what would I tell them? A woman on a blind date accused me of being a serial kidnapper she escaped from, and she thinks my car is his, and she might have a knife, and she thinks an old woman named Alara taught her to hunt. They would probably lock me up for a psych evaluation. I scrolled through my contacts, looking for Dave, my buddy. He would probably laugh at me, but he was the only one I could think of. The phone rang, once, twice, and then a familiar voice answered. Yo, Alex. What is up, man? How'd the date go? I tried to speak, but only a choked sob came out. Dave, it was a nightmare. She thinks I am Mark, the guy who abducted her. She thinks I am him. There was a pause on the other end, then Dave's voice, laced with concern. Whoa, dude, slow down. What are you talking about? Who is Mark? And then, as I tried to explain, tried to recount the horrifying events of the evening, a chilling thought struck me. What if she had not just escaped? What if she had killed Mark? What if she had left him for dead and now, seeing me, a man who looked exactly like him, driving his car, she believed he had simply reappeared. The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. She was not just a traumatized victim. She was a survivor, forged in the crucible of a nightmare, trained by a woods witch to hunt. And she believed I was her target. My life as I knew it was over. I could not go home. I could not drive my car. I could not even be myself. Because somewhere out there, a woman named Sarah, who had seen true evil and survived, was convinced that I was that evil. And she was hunting. And I was her prey. I looked around the park, the shadows of the trees suddenly seeming to lengthen, to twist into menacing shapes. Every rustle of leaves, every distant siren, every fleeting shadow became a potential threat. I was no longer Alex, the software engineer looking for love. I was a man living in fear, haunted by a ghost from someone else's past, trapped in a nightmare that was not my own. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very bones, that I would always be looking over my shoulder now, because she was out there, and she was waiting. The world had ceased to make sense the moment I walked out of that coffee shop, leaving Clara or Sarah or Jessica or Emily or whatever she truly was behind. My mind, she would said, could not comprehend her, so it replaced her with a normal face. My memories, my entire romantic history, an illusion. Just thinking about it now, the words feel like a fever dream, but the terror, that is as real as the blood pumping through my veins, and just as cold. I do not remember the walk home. It was a blur of concrete and muted colors, my own distorted reflection in shop windows, showing a face I barely recognized, hollow eyes, a pallid complexion, a jaw tight enough to crack teeth. Each step was heavy, as if I was wading through thick mud. When I finally reached my apartment building, the familiar brick facade felt alien, menacing. My sanctuary was no longer safe. Inside, the silence was deafening, yet my ears rang with the echo of Clara's voice, her chilling calm as she confessed to being a constant, a shadow. I stood in the middle of my living room, my gaze sweeping over every object. The worn armchair, the overflowing bookshelf of my copy of Dune, the coffee table with a perpetually wobbly leg. And then my eyes landed on the carpet. A small, dark stain, barely noticeable unless you knew it was there. A stain Clara had described. My stomach lurched. The blueberry lavender tea. Had she really left it here? I stumbled into the kitchen, my hands trembling as I yanked open the cupboard where I kept my teas. There it was, a small, elegant tin, a brand I would never bought, sitting right beside my usual Earl Grey. Blueberry lavender, just like she said. My breath hitched. It was not a trick of the light, not a delusion. She had been here, in my home, while I was asleep or out running errands or simply living my life, oblivious. She had been here, and not just once. She would have been Sarah, Jessica, Emily. She would have been every significant romantic connection. My entire past was a lie. The paranoia set in like a deep, insidious chill that seeped into my bones and refused to leave. Sleep became a luxury I could not afford. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I checked the locks compulsively, triple checking, then checking again. I started sleeping with a heavy flashlight by my bed, its beam a meager comfort against the creeping dread. I stopped answering calls, ignored texts. How could I explain this to anyone? Hey, remember my ex-girlfriend, Sarah? Turns out she was actually an entity that can shapeshift and has been stalking me for years, pretending to be every woman I have ever loved. They would think I would have lost my mind. Maybe I had. Days bled into weeks. I went to work, a zombie performing rote tasks, my mind a constant loop of fear and disbelief. I ate but tasted nothing. My cat, Buster, would rub against my legs, purring, and I would pick him up, burying my face in his fur, desperate for something real, something uncomplicated. But even Buster felt like a potential vulnerability now. Had Clara touched him? Had she watched me sleep, with him curled on my chest? The isolation was crushing. The loneliness, a physical ache. After a month of living in a self-imposed prison, the silence of my apartment, once a comfort, became a torment. I yearned for human connection, even as the thought of it made my skin crawl. The memory of Clara's calm, knowing eyes, the echoes of countless faces in her features, was etched into my mind. I knew I might never truly be alone. But the human heart is a stubborn thing. It craves warmth, even when burned. After 2 months of this living hell, a strange, desperate hope began to flicker. What if Clara was just one entity? What if not everyone was like her? What if I could find a connection that was genuinely mine, untainted? It was a foolish thought, born of desperation, but it was enough to push me back onto the dating apps, albeit with vigilance that bordered on obsessive. Every profile was scrutinized. Every word, every photo. I looked for signs, for tells, for anything that hinted at the impossible. My fingers hovered over the match button for countless profiles, then retreated. It felt like playing Russian roulette with my sanity. Then I saw Alex's profile. He was handsome, in a rugged, approachable way. Dark hair, kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled in his photos. His bio was witty, self-deprecating, about his love for hiking and obscure indie films. Nothing screamed shape-shifting entity or serial killer. He seemed normal, refreshingly, terrifyingly normal. I hesitated for a long time, my thumb hovering over the like button. My heart hammered against my ribs. Was this a mistake? Was I walking into another trap? But the loneliness was a powerful current, pulling me under. I needed to know. I needed to try. I liked his profile. To my surprise, he matched back almost immediately. His first message was charming, a light-hearted joke about my bio. We exchanged a few messages, and he seemed genuinely interested, engaging, and funny. My guard was up, of course, but a tiny part of me, a part one had not known still existed, felt a flicker of hope. This felt different. He did not drop any strange hints. He did not seem to know anything about me that was not publicly available. After a few days of texting, he suggested coffee. There's a great little spot downtown called the Daily Grind, he wrote. Best latte in the city. My stomach tightened. Coffee shops were a trigger now. The Olive Branch, the place where Clara had first started unraveling my reality, and then the other coffee shop where she would deliver the final blow. But the Daily Grind was new territory, a fresh start, or a fresh nightmare. I agreed, trying to sound casual. We set a time for Saturday afternoon. The days leading up to the date were agony. My mind was a battlefield. One moment, I would be cautiously optimistic, imagining a normal, pleasant conversation. The next, I would be spiraling, convinced Alex was another manifestation, or perhaps something even worse, a human monster drawn to my vulnerability. I researched him online as much as I could. His LinkedIn, his IU2 set to private, of course, nothing overtly suspicious. Just a regular guy. Saturday arrived, sunny and deceptively cheerful. I dressed carefully, opting for something comfortable but presentable, trying to project an air of normalcy I did not feel. As I walked to the Daily Grind, every face I passed seemed to hold a secret. Every car that slowed down felt like it was watching me. Alex was already there, sitting at a small table by the window, nursing a coffee. He looked exactly like his photos, maybe even better in person. He stood up as I approached, a warm smile on his face. "Hey," he said, his voice a smooth baritone. "You must be my name." "That is me." I replied, my voice a little shakier than I would have liked. I forced a smile. We ordered our drinks, and the conversation flowed surprisingly easily. He talked about his job as a graphic designer, his passion for hiking, his slightly embarrassing obsession with a niche sci-fi series. I found myself laughing, genuinely laughing, for the first time in months. He asked about my work, my interests, and I answered cautiously, revealing just enough to be engaging, but holding back the raw, terrifying truth of my recent life. He was attentive, made eye contact, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. He did not interrupt, did not try to dominate the conversation. There were no strange hints, no unsettlingly specific details about my life. He did not mention Buster or my scar or the stain on my carpet. He just seemed like a nice, charming guy. For a brief, intoxicating moment, I allowed myself to relax. Maybe, just maybe, I could have a normal life again. Maybe Claire was just a singular, horrific anomaly. Maybe the world was not entirely populated by shape-shifting entities and their endless, terrifying game. We talked for almost 2 hours, the coffee growing cold between us. When we finally decided to call it a day, he walked me to my car. I had a really great time. "My name," he said, his smile genuine. "Me too. Alex." I admitted, and I meant it. A fragile tendril of hope unfurled in my chest. "I would love to do it again," he said. "Maybe dinner sometime. I make a pretty mean lasagna." I hesitated for a split second, the memory of Clara's blueberry lavender tea flashing through my mind. But the warmth of his smile, the normalcy of the invitation, was too appealing to resist. "I would like that," I said, my heart thrumming. We exchanged a quick, polite hug, and then I was in my car, driving away, a strange mix of relief and lingering apprehension battling within me. The relief was winning, for now. The next few days were a whirlwind of texts with Alex. He was consistent, thoughtful, and funny. He sent me articles related to things we would discuss, asked about my day, and generally acted like a normal, interested human being. My paranoia, while still present, began to recede into the background, a dull ache instead of searing pain. He called me on Wednesday evening. "Hey, I know it is a bit last minute, but I've got a free night tomorrow, and that lasagna is calling my name. How about you come over for dinner?" My gut clenched. An invitation to his apartment. This was it. The real test. My mind screamed no, to run, to invent an excuse. But the rational part of me argued, if I never took this step, I would be forever trapped in my fear. I needed to see if this could be real. I needed to confront the fear, or at least try. Sure, I heard myself say, trying to sound casual, "That sounds great. Alex, awesome. I am in the old brick building on Elm Street, number 3B, around 7. 7 works." I confirmed, my voice steady, despite the frantic drumming of my heart. The next day, I was a nervous wreck. I spent an hour trying to decide what to wear, settling on a simple, elegant dress that made me feel confident, or at least less vulnerable. I rehearsed excuses in my head: a sudden headache, an urgent call, a forgotten appointment, anything to get me out if things fell off. I even made sure my phone was fully charged, just in case. As I drove towards Elm Street, the familiar paranoia began to creep back. Every car behind me, every pedestrian on the sidewalk, felt like a potential observer. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. Alex's building was an old, charming structure, 3 stories high, with ivy clinging to the brick. It looked perfectly innocuous. I found parking easily and took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. I walked up the steps, my heels clicking loudly on the pavement, each sound echoing in the oppressive quiet of the evening. I buzzed 3B. "Come on up." Alex's voice chirped through the intercom, cheerful and normal. I took the elevator to the 3rd floor. The hallway was dimly lit, a little dusty, but clean enough. I found apartment 3B and knocked, my heart doing a frantic tap dance in my chest. The door opened, and Alex stood there, smiling. He was wearing a casual shirt and jeans, an apron tied around his waist. The aroma of garlic, tomatoes, and baking cheese wafted from the apartment, instantly making my mouth water. "Hey, come on in," he said, stepping aside. Perfect timing. Lasagna's almost ready. His apartment was neat, tastefully decorated, with a modern, minimalist aesthetic. A comfortable-looking sofa, a large flat-screen TV, a few framed abstract prints on the walls. Nothing seemed out of place. Nothing screamed stalker shrine. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, so potent almost made my knees buckle. "Wow, it smells amazing in here," I said genuinely. "Thanks. Can I get you a drink? I have got wine, beer, or I can whip up something non-alcoholic." "Wine would be great. Thank you." He gestured towards the living room. "Make yourself comfortable. I just need to pull the lasagna out of the oven." I walked into the living room, feeling a sense of cautious optimism. Maybe this was it. Maybe I could actually have a normal date. My gaze swept over the room, taking in the details. The books arranged neatly on shelves, the small collection of vinyl records, the healthy-looking houseplant in the corner. Everything pointed to a normal, well-adjusted person. And then I saw it. It was not a prominent display, not a glaring shrine. It was a section of the wall, tucked away in an alcove, partially obscured by a tall, potted plant. At first glance, it looked like a collection of eclectic art or travel photos. But as my eyes focused, my blood ran cold. They were photos, lots of them. Small unframed prints, tacked directly onto the painted wall with neat, almost surgical precision. And they were all of me. My breath hitched. My heart, which had just begun to slow, now hammered with a frantic, desperate rhythm. The first one I saw was a candid shot of me at a coffee shop, laughing, my head tilted back. It was recent, from before the Clara incident. I remember that day. I would have been meeting a friend. How had he gotten that? My eyes darted to another. Me. Walking Buster in the park, my hair tied up in a messy bun, wearing old sweats. An intimate, private moment. I never would have posted that anywhere. Then a shockwave went through me. A photo of me in high school. Awkward bangs, braces, a gap, toothed grin. I had not seen that photo in years. It was in a dusty old photo album at my parents' house, tucked away in the attic. How? How could he possibly have that? My gaze flew across the wall, a terrifying mosaic of my life. There I was at my college graduation, beaming. There I was on a trip to the beach with friends years ago. There was even a photo of me as a child, maybe 7 or 8, sitting on my front porch, holding a scraped knee, looking tearful. The common thread was horrifyingly clear. I was always the central figure. Other people in the photos were often blurred or cropped out, or their faces were obscured. It was like a timeline of my life, curated, edited, and displayed for an audience of one. Alex. A primal scream built in my throat, but I could not make a sound. My limbs felt like lead. My mind raced, trying to process this new, insidious horror. This was not Clara, the shape-shifting entity that erased memories. This was something far more tangible, far more human, and in some ways, far more terrifying. This was a stalker, a relentless, meticulous, utterly depraved human being. My eyes landed on one photo that made my stomach churn with a fresh wave of nausea. It was a picture of me sitting at a table at the Olive Branch, looking across at someone whose face was strategically blurred. But I recognized the setting. I recognized my dress. It was my first date with Sarah. Or rather, Clara, the entity. He knew. He knew about Clara. Or at least, he knew I had been there with someone. He was watching me even then. The clinking of a glass from the kitchen jolted me. Alex was coming back. I had composed myself. Now, I spun around, turning my back to the wall of horrors, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I took a shaky breath, trying to regulate my breathing to wipe the terror from my face. Alex walked in, holding 2 wine glasses, a casual smile on his face. Here you go. Sauvignon Blanc, your favorite. Right. My favorite. I had not told him that. I had not told anyone that in years. I forced a smile, hoping it did not look like a rictus of fear. Oh, yes. Thank you. My voice sounded strangely high-pitched, even to my own ears. He handed me a glass, his fingers brushing mine. They were warm, steady, normal. Too normal. Lasagna's cooling on the counter. We can eat whenever you are ready, he said, gesturing toward the small dining table set for 2. My mind was a chaotic mess. I needed to get out. Immediately. But how? He was charming. He was disarming, and he knew everything about me. He had my entire life on his wall. He knew my weaknesses, my routines, my history. Alex, I started, my voice still trembling. This is, really nice, but I suddenly do not feel so well. His smile faltered slightly. Oh, what is wrong? He sounded genuinely concerned. It made my skin crawl. Just a sudden headache. I lied, clutching my forehead for effect. And my stomach feels a bit off. I think I might need to head home. His expression shifted, a subtle change, but I caught it. A flash of something cold in his eyes, quickly masked by concern. Oh, that is a shame. You sure? I can make you some tea. I have some blueberry lavender. It is very soothing. The words hit me like a physical blow. Blueberry lavender. My blood ran cold. Again, it was a direct echo. Was this Clara? Was this another layer of the nightmare? Or was this a human monster who had picked up on every detail, every terrifying crumb of my shattered reality? No, no, really. I insisted, backing away slightly. I just need to lie down. I am so sorry. Alex, your lasagna smells incredible. He took a step towards me, his hand reaching out. Are you sure? I could drive you home. Or you could just rest here for a bit. My heart hammered. He was too close. His eyes, those kind, crinkling eyes, held an unnerving intensity now. No, thank you, I said, forcing a smile that felt like it would shatter my face. I will be fine. I just need to get home. I moved quickly towards the door, my hand already on the knob. Thank you for wine and the offer of dinner. I will text you. The lie tasted like ash in my mouth. He did not try to stop me. He just stood there, watching me, his smile returning. But it was a different kind of smile now. A knowing smile. A predatory smile. Drive safe. My name, he said, his voice soft, almost a whisper. I will see you around. I practically ran out of the apartment, down the hallway, and into the elevator. My fingers fumbled with the buttons, desperate to get away. As the door slid shut, I could feel his eyes on me, even through the solid metal. I did not stop running until I was in my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely insert into the ignition. I started the engine, threw the car into reverse, and sped out of the parking spot, not caring if I was breaking any traffic laws. I did not go home. I could not. My apartment, once a cage, now felt like a death trap. He knew where I lived. He knew everything. The photos, the blueberry lavender tea, it was not a coincidence. He had been watching me, meticulously, for years. And he knew about Clara. Or at least, he knew something about the strange, unsettling occurrences in my life. I drove aimlessly, my mind a whirlwind of terror and confusion. Clara, the shape-shifting entity, had shattered my reality. Alex, the charming stalker, had cemented it into a new, even more terrifying form. My life was not just an illusion, it was performance, and I was the unwitting star of someone sick, twisted show. I checked into a cheap motel on the outskirts of town, paying cash, using a fake name. The room was dingy, smelled of stale cigarette smoke, but it felt safer than my own home. I barricaded the door with a chair, then sat on the edge of bed, hugging my knees, staring at the flickering TV screen, seeing nothing. The next few days were a blur of frantic paranoia. I bought a burner phone. I created new email accounts. I scoured the internet for any information on Alex, anything beyond his carefully curated online persona. Nothing. He was a ghost, a phantom, except for the terrifying evidence I would seen on his wall. I tried to explain it to a friend through a series of cryptic, panic texts from my burner phone. They thought I was having a breakdown. They suggested I see a doctor, a therapist. How could I explain that the world itself was broken, that my memories were a lie, and now my very existence was being meticulously documented by a stranger? Then the texts started coming, not from Alex directly, not from his number. They were from anonymous numbers or strange, untraceable apps. They were subtle at first. Hope your headache is better. The lasagna was great, by the way. Saw Buster at the park today. He is looking well. Did you finish that Dune book? The ending is quite something. Each text was a punch to the gut, a cold, hard reminder that he was still there, still watching, still playing his game. He was not just a stalker, he was a tormentor. He knew about Clara, knew how she would mess with my head, and he was using it against me. The blueberry lavender tea, the scar, the carpet stain he was pulling from the same playbook, but with a human, chilling precision. I stopped going to work. I stopped seeing anyone. I became a recluse, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every shadow. I changed my appearance, cut my hair, dyed it a different color, bought new clothes. It felt futile. He had photos of me from childhood. He knew my essence, not just my current facade. One evening, I made the mistake of driving past my old apartment building, just to see if anything felt different. My heart leaped into my throat. There, parked across the street, was Alex's car. He was sitting inside, just watching, waiting. He knew I would come back. He knew everything. I sped away, my hands clammy on the steering wheel, a sob tearing through my chest. There was no escape, not from Clara, the entity who twisted my past, and not from Alex, the human monster who was meticulously documenting my present, and perhaps planning my future. My life was no longer my own. It was a shattered mosaic, pieced together by unseen hands, observed by unseen eyes. Every new face, every friendly gesture, every fleeting moment of peace, now carried the weight of suspicion, the chill of dread. I was alone, truly alone, in a world that had become a stage for my own personal horror show. And the curtain, I knew, would never truly fall. I would always be looking over my shoulder, always waiting for the next proof of their presence. Never truly safe, never truly free. The hum of the motel room's mini fridge was the loudest sound in my world, a constant, low thrum against the frantic beat of my own heart. 2 months. 2 months since I would fled Alex's apartment. Since I would see my entire life curated on his wall. Since the words blueberry lavender tea had turned my blood to ice. 2 months of living in the shadows, a ghost in my own skin. Clara had shattered my past, but Alex was systematically dismantling my present. Every day was a performance. I changed my hair color so often I barely recognized myself in the cheap motel mirrors. Wigs, glasses, different styles of clothes, anything to obscure the features Alex had so meticulously cataloged. I moved from one anonymous motel to another, always paying in cash, always checking for hidden cameras, always sleeping with the flimsy deadbolt engaged and a chair wedged under the door handle. The text still came, sporadic but always precise. A photo of the gas station I would just left. A snippet of a conversation I would had with a cashier. Enjoying the new look, darling, or that diner coffee looked good. You need to eat more. He was not just watching me, he was inside my head, a constant, chilling presence. He knew when I was afraid, when I was tired, when the isolation was crushing me. The isolation, that was the real killer. Clara had taught me never to trust a connection, but Alex was enforcing it. The thought of reaching out, of speaking to anyone, was terrifying. Who could I trust? Who was not a potential pawn in his game? Or worse, Alex himself in a new disguise. My apartment, my old life, my friends who were all a stage for his sick show, and I was a star, trapped in an endless, terrifying spotlight. I was a prisoner of paranoia, my mind a constant battlefield. Every shadow was a potential hiding place for him, every distant siren a signal of his approach. I was losing weight, the stress carving hollows under my eyes. Sleep was a luxury I rarely afforded, haunted by nightmares of Clara's calm smile and Alex's chillingly knowing gaze. But there was a tiny, stubborn ember of defiance still flickering inside me, a desperate, irrational need for something real, something human. I knew it was foolish, dangerous, suicidal even, but the alternative, this endless, solitary terror, was slowly driving me insane. I needed to feel seen, truly seen, by someone who was not trying to break me. So, one night, huddled under a scratchy motel blanket, using a burner phone I would bought with cash and connected to a public Wi-Fi network miles away, I did the unthinkable. I created a new dating app profile. Not Tinder this time. Something more obscure, less likely to be saturated with bots or Alex's pre-existing traps. I use a fake name, a heavily filtered photo that barely resembled me, and a fabricated backstory. Elara, I called myself. A fresh start, a desperate gamble. I scrutinized every profile, every word, every photo with a forensic intensity. My heart hammered with a mixture of fear and a fragile, almost forgotten hope. Most profiles were quickly swiped left. deemed too generic, too aggressive, or just subtly off. But then, I found Leo. His profile was simple, unpretentious. He was an architect, loved hiking, cooking, and old movies. His photos showed a kind smile, laugh lines around his eyes, and a genuine warmth that felt safe. He was not conventionally handsome in a movie star way, but there was an honesty to his gaze that resonated. He seemed grounded, real. I hesitated for a long time before swiping right. This was insanity. Alex would find me. He always found me. But the thought of another night alone, another morning waking up to the chilling certainty of surveillance, was almost worse than the risk. So I swiped. To my surprise, we matched. Our initial conversations were tentative. I kept my answers vague, careful not to reveal too much. But Leo was patient, genuinely curious. He asked thoughtful questions, listened more than he spoke, and had a gentle humor that made me crack a genuine smile for the first time in weeks. He did not push for personal details, respecting my boundaries. He talked about his work, his passion for sustainable design, his pet cat. It was refreshingly mundane, blessedly normal. We moved to phone calls after his voice, a deep baritone that was oddly soothing. We talked for hours late into the night. I found myself opening up cautiously about the generalities of my life, a recent move, a desire for new experiences, a need for a fresh start. I painted a picture of a woman reinventing herself, leaving a difficult past behind. It was not a lie, not entirely. It was just a heavily edited truth. He listened without judgment, offering empathy and understanding. He seemed to get me in a way no one had since Clara, and that thought sent a shiver down my spine. But Leo felt different. He felt genuine. He was not too smooth, too perfect. He had flaws, admitted to them, and laughed at himself. He was human. The fragile hope that had flickered within me began to grow, against all logic, against all the terror Alex had instilled. Maybe, just maybe this was my chance. A real connection, a way out of the suffocating isolation. Alex could not possibly be this good, this subtle. Could he? After 2 weeks of talking, Leo asked me out. Dinner. A quiet Italian place he knew, off the beaten path. My stomach churned with a mixture of excitement and dread. This was it, the moment of truth. I chose my outfit carefully, something simple, unassuming. I did my hair, applied a little makeup, trying to look presentable, normal. I found myself humming a forgotten tune as I got ready, a small, tentative smile on my face. It felt alien, this lightness. The restaurant was cozy, dimly lit. Leo was already there, standing to greet me as I approached. He looked exactly like his photos, maybe even better. Taller than I expected, with kind eyes that crinkled when he smiled. He complimented my dress, pulled out my chair, and made easy conversation. The date was perfect. Too perfect. My internal alarm bells, usually screaming, were strangely muffled. He remembered little details from our conversations, asked follow-up questions, laughed at my jokes, and shared stories of his own that were genuinely engaging. We talked about art, travel, the strangeness of modern dating. He ordered my favorite wine, remembering I would mention it. He seemed to anticipate my thoughts, finishing my sentences in a playful way. I felt a warmth spread through me, a feeling I had not experienced in what felt like a lifetime. It was intoxicating. For a few glorious hours. I was not the hunted, paranoid wreck. I was just a Lara on a lovely date with a charming man. The thought of Alex, of Clara, of the mosaic of my life, faded into a distant, unpleasant memory. I was safe. I was seen. I was normal. As the night wound down, dessert plates cleared. Leo looked at me, his smile gentle. This has been really wonderful. Ilara, he said, his voice soft. I do not want it to end. Would you like to come back to my place for a nightcap? I make a pretty mean blueberry lavender tea. My breath hitched. Blueberry lavender tea. The words hung in the air, a sudden, jarring chord in the harmonious melody of the evening. My blood ran cold. Instantly, my heart, which had been light in free moments before, now thrashed against my ribs like a trapped bird. No, no, it could not be. It was a coincidence, a common enough flavor. I forced a smile, trying to keep my voice steady. Blueberry lavender tea. That is specific. He chuckled, a sound that now grated on my nerves. Yeah, it is my signature. A friend taught me the recipe. It is surprisingly good. A friend. Clara. Alex. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw at my throat. But I could not react, not yet. I could not let him see. I had to play along to understand. My mind raced, trying to find an escape, a reason to decline, without giving myself away. I would love to. I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. But I should probably get going. It is getting late. His smile did not falter, but something in his eyes shifted. A flicker, almost imperceptible, of something predatory. Nonsense, he said, standing up. Just one drink. I promise I won't keep you long. Besides, I have something I want to show you. He winked, a gesture that now felt chillingly possessive. I could not refuse without making it obvious. My carefully constructed Ilera persona would shatter. I was trapped. All right, I said, forcing a lightness I did not feel. One drink. The drive to his apartment was a blur. Every turn felt like a tightening noose. My hands were clammy, my palms slick with sweat. I kept glancing at him, searching for any tell, any sign that the kind, charming Leo was just a mask. But he was perfectly composed, humming along to the radio, occasionally casting a warm glance my way. He was a master. His apartment building was modern, sleek, nestled in a quiet, upscale neighborhood. He led me inside, the interior even more tastefully decorated than I would imagined. Minimalist, clean lines, warm lighting. It looked like a page out of an architectural magazine. Make yourself comfortable, he said, gesturing to a plush sofa. I will just get that tea started. He disappeared into the kitchen, leaving me alone in the living room. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. This was it, my chance to look, to confirm. I scanned the room, my eyes darting, searching for anything. No photos of me on the walls this time. Thank God. No disturbing mosaics. Just abstract art, frame prints, a few potted plants. It all looked so normal, deceptively normal. I walked slowly, casually, pretending to admire a piece of art. My gaze swept across a large, dark with bookshelf, rows of books, design magazines, a few decorative objects. And then, tucked discreetly on a small corkboard attached to the side of the bookshelf, partially obscured by a tall plant. I saw it, a flyer. My breath caught in my throat. It was a standard missing person flyer, printed in black and white, slightly curled at the edges, as if it had been pinned there for a while. My eyes, wide with growing horror, focused on the photo. It was me. Not the heavily filtered Ilera from my dating profile, but the real me, my old self. The photo was from my driver's license, an old one, taken years ago, before Clara, before Alex. My hair was a different color, my face younger, less haunted. And below the photo, in bold, stark letters, missing person, my old name, my real name, the one I had not dared to utter in months. Below that, a description: height, weight, last known clothing. And then, the chilling detail: last seen at my old apartment address on date, approximately 2 months ago. The date I would vanish, the date Alex had effectively erased me. My legs felt like lead, my vision blurred, the room spinning around me. This was not a coincidence. This was not a mistake. This was a deliberate, calculated act. The clinking of ceramic from the kitchen broke the silence. He was coming back. I spun around, my back pressed against the bookshelf, my eyes glued to the kitchen doorway. My mind was screaming, a cacophony of terror and betrayal. Leo, Alex, it was him. It had always been him. The perfect date, the kind smile, the understanding words, all meticulously crafted performance. He emerged from the kitchen, a tray in his hands. 2 steaming mugs, a small plate of shortbread cookies. He was smiling, that same warm, gentle smile. But now, I saw it for what it was, a predator's grin. "Here we are," he said, his voice as smooth as silk. "Freshly brewed blueberry lavender tea, just for you." He placed the tray on the coffee table, then turned to face me. "Is everything all right? Elara, you look a little pale." My voice was a ragged whisper. "The flyer." My finger trembled as I pointed, unable to tear my gaze from his. He followed my gaze to the corkboard, his smile widening, morphing into something utterly devoid of warmth, something chillingly familiar. The mask slipped completely. The kind eyes hardened, becoming cold, possessive. It was Alex. Always Alex. "Ah, that," he said, his voice dropping an octave, losing its gentle cadence. It was the voice from the anonymous text, the voice of my nightmare. "Yes, I put that up a while ago, just to make things official." He walked towards me, slowly, deliberately, like a hunter approaching cornered prey. My breath hitched. I wanted to run, to scream, but my body was frozen, paralyzed by the sheer, overwhelming horror of the moment. "You see," he continued, his eyes glittering with a dark, triumphant amusement, "you have been quite busy, have not you? Running, hiding, changing your name, your hair. But I have been busy too. While you were playing your little game of hide and seek, I was making sure that when you finally did disappear, no one would ever look for you. Not really." He stopped just a few feet from me, close enough for me to smell his cologne, a scent that now made my stomach churn. I filed the missing person report myself. "You know, an anonymous tip, of course, painted a rather convincing picture of a young woman, struggling, perhaps a little unstable, who just walked away from her life. It is easy when you know how the system works, and when you have all the details of someone's life at your fingertips." He gestured vaguely, as if to encompass the mosaic of my existence he had documented. "Why," I finally choked out, the word raw and broken, "why would you do this?" His smile was utterly chilling. "Because, darling, you needed to be untethered. You needed to be truly free of your past, and of any lingering hope that someone might come looking for you. You see, Clara broke your world, but she did not finish the job. She left you with the illusion of choice, the illusion of escape. I am just completing the process." He reached out, his hand gently touching my cheek. I flinched, but he held me there, his grip surprisingly strong. "You are officially gone now. A ghost. No one will question your absence. No one will connect Alara to your old name. And most importantly, no one will ever find you." His thumb stroked my cheekbone, a gesture of tenderness that was now laced with pure, unadulterated terror. "You belong to me now, completely. You are not just watched, you are mine. This is not a stage anymore, darling. This is our home. And you," he whispered, his eyes burning into mine, "you are the star of my private, never-ending show." I tried to pull away, to scream, but his other hand clamped over my mouth, silencing me. He moved swiftly, efficiently, pushing me back against the bookshelf. My head hit the wood with a dull thud, sending stars dancing before my eyes. He held me there, his body pressing against mine, his strength overwhelming. "Do not worry," he murmured, his voice close to my ear, a chilling parody of comfort. "You will get used to it. You will learn to love our new life together. We have so much time now, all the time in the world." He began to lead me away from the bookshelf, away from the terrifying confirmation of my lost identity. My legs still felt like lead, but now they were moving, being guided by his relentless will. I struggled, a desperate, futile thrashing against his unyielding grip. But he was too strong, too prepared. He led me down a hallway I had not noticed before, toward a closed door. My mind screamed, but no sound escaped my lips. I was trapped, utterly, irrevocably trapped. The missing person flyer, my old face staring out from it, was a permanent monument to the life I had lost, the freedom he had stolen. My world was not shattered, anymore it was gone. And Alex, my human monster, was ready to begin his true performance, with me as his unwilling, captive audience. Hey guys, so today I have a story that still messes with my head, even thinking about it now. It happened a few years ago, and honestly, it is one of those things that makes you question everything you thought you knew about your own memory, about reality itself. It is about a blind date, which usually just means an awkward dinner and maybe a polite text or two that never goes anywhere. But this one was different. This one felt like someone had reached into my past and started rearranging the furniture, claiming a space that was never theirs. It all started with Sarah. Sarah's a good friend, always trying to set me up. Her heart's in the right place, but her judgment when it comes to my dating life, well, let us just say it has been hit or miss. Mostly miss. I would have been single for a while, not really looking but not actively avoiding it either. So when she called me up all excited, saying she had a perfect match for me, I sighed, but I also said yes. Why not? What is the worst that could happen? Famous last words, right? She told me her name was Chloe. Said she was an artist, into hiking, loved old movies, all the usual stuff that sounds great on paper. We exchanged numbers, texted a few times. Her texts were normal, friendly, a little witty, nothing to raise any red flags. We decided on a casual Italian place downtown, a spot I liked because it was not too fancy, but had good food and a decent wine list. Laid back, perfect for a first meeting. I got there a few minutes early, like I always do. It was a Friday night, so the place was buzzing. I told the hostess I was waiting for someone, and she pointed me to a small table by the window. I sat down, pulled out my phone, and pretended to be busy, just trying to look cool and collected. Standard blind date jitters. Then I saw her. She walked in, scanning the room, and our eyes met. She was pretty, with long, dark hair, striking green eyes, and a smile that seemed to light up the whole room. She was wearing a simple black dress that looked elegant without trying too hard. My first thought was, okay, Sarah might have actually gotten one right this time. My second thought was, I have definitely never seen this woman before in my life. She walked over to the table, still smiling. Alex, she asked, her voice soft but confident. That is me, I said, standing up. Chloe, right? Good to finally meet you. I extended my hand, ready for the usual polite handshake, but she did not take my hand. Instead, she stepped forward, leaned in, and gave me a quick, almost intimate hug. It caught me off guard. It was not a full-on embrace, more like a familiar squeeze, a friendly gesture from someone you already knew. It is so good to see you again, she said, her green eyes sparkling. She pulled back and sat down opposite me, still beaming. I blinked, my hand still awkwardly hovering in the air for a second before I dropped it. Again, I asked, a confused laugh escaping me. I am sorry, have we met before? I really do not think we have. I would definitely remember you. I tried to make it sound like a compliment, to smooth over the awkwardness, but inside, a tiny alarm bell had just gone off. I never forget a face, especially not a face like hers. Her smile did not waver. If anything, it widened a fraction. Oh, you're just kidding, right? You always were a bit of a joker. She chuckled, a light, airy sound that did not quite reach her eyes. Come on, Alex, our first date. Italian place downtown about 6 months ago. Remember, we talked about your old band and how you almost became a professional drummer. My blood ran cold. My old band. The professional drummer thing. That was a story I rarely told. A youthful pipe dream from college. It was not something I put on my dating profile, and it certainly was not something I would mention in our brief texts. No, I really do not. I stammered, feeling a flush creep up my neck. I am sorry. Chloe, I think you might be mistaken. This is our first date. Sarah set us up. She just looked at me, head tilted slightly, her smile still fixed in place. It was not a comforting smile anymore. It was knowing and a little unsettling. Sarah. Oh, right? Sarah. Always try and play matchmaker, even when we do not need it. She waved her hand dismissively, as if Sarah was a minor inconvenience. But no, this is not our first date. Alex, not by a long shot. Do not you remember? You ordered the lasagna. I had the gnocchi, and that incredibly loud bachelorette party at the table next to us. They kept doing shots and singing Single Ladies Off Key. Every detail she mentioned felt like a punch to the gut. The lasagna. The gnocchi, I do love lasagna. And gnocchi is a common Italian dish. But the bachelorette party. I would been to this restaurant plenty of times. Had there been a bachelorette party 6 months ago, I could not recall. But the specificity of it, combined with the band detail, was starting to seriously freak me out. Chloe, I am genuinely sorry, but I have not been on a blind date in over a year. I insisted, trying to keep my voice calm, but I could feel a tremor in it. And I would absolutely 100 remember meeting you. This is the first time I have ever laid eyes on you. She leaned forward, her elbows on the table, her gaze intense. Her smile finally faded a little, replaced by an expression that was less amused and more concerned. Or maybe pitying. Alex, are you feeling okay? You seem a little disoriented. You know, you were just as charmingly forgetful last time, too. I had to remind you about our plans for the second date. My mind was racing. Was she messing with me? Was this some kind of elaborate prank orchestrated by Sarah? Perhaps. But Sarah was not that cruel. And Chloe's demeanor, her unwavering certainty, did not feel like a joke. It felt like she genuinely believed what she was saying. Or wanted me to believe it. There was no second date. I stated, more firmly this time, there was no first date. I am sorry, but you had me confused with someone else. Maybe a different Alex. She shook her head slowly. No, it is you. I remember your laugh. That little dimple that shows up when you are really amused. The way you fiddle with your watch when you are nervous. I glanced down at my wrist. I was fiddling with my watch. I had not even realized I was doing it. The observation made my skin crawl. It was too specific, too personal for someone I had just met. The waiter came over then, bless his timing, and that broke the spell, if only for a moment. We ordered drinks, and I tried to steer the conversation to neutral topics. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, the weather, but every few minutes, Chloe would loop back. Remember that time you told me about your cat, Mittens, and how she only drinks from the faucet? She would say, as a continuing an old conversation, I do not have a cat named Mittens. I do not have a cat at all. I am allergic. I do not have a cat. I said, my voice barely a whisper. She frowned. Oh, right. You got rid of her, did not you? After she scratched up your vintage vinyl collection. You were so upset. My vintage vinyl collection was a sacred thing to me, and no cat had ever touched it. This was beyond unsettling. It was invading my life, twisting facts, creating a narrative that simply was not mine. I tried to keep my composure, but my appetite was gone. I just wanted to get out of there. I made excuses, said I had an early morning, and suggested we call it a night. Chloe seemed disappointed, but she did not argue. She just smiled that same unsettling smile. All right, Alex, she said, standing up. But do not be a stranger this time. Okay, I will text you tomorrow. We can finally get that second date we talked about. She gave me another one of those familiar hugs, a little tighter this time, and whispered in my ear, "It is good to have you back." Then she was gone, leaving me alone at the table, a cold dread settling in my stomach. I practically ran out of the restaurant. My mind was a whirlwind of confusion and fear. Had I truly lost my mind? Was I suffering from some kind of amnesia? No, that was ridiculous. I remembered everything. My life was perfectly clear. This woman was what? A delusional stranger. A master manipulator. The first thing I did when I got home was call Sarah. She picked up on the second ring, sounding cheerful. "So, how was it?" she chirped. "Chloe seemed really excited to meet you." "Sarah," I said, my voice tight, "did you tell Chloe anything about me? Anything specific? About an old band or a cat or a vinyl collection?" Sarah paused. No. Why would I? I just told her you were a great guy. Funny, works in marketing, that kind of thing. And I gave her your number. Is everything okay? Did she not like you? She said we would met before. I explained, try and keep the hysteria out of my voice. She said we went on a date 6 months ago at that same Italian place. She knew details about me. Sarah, things I have not told anyone outside of my closest friends. Things I certainly did not tell her. Sarah was silent for a moment. That is really weird. Alex, like, super weird. Are you sure she was not just messing with you? I do not think so. I said, rubbing my temples. She seemed completely earnest, like she genuinely believed it. It was terrifying. Okay, well, I have never heard anything like that from her. Sarah said, sounding genuinely concerned now. She seemed normal when I met her. We have a mutual acquaintance at work. That is how I got her number. I am really sorry. Alex, that sounds awful. We talked for a bit longer, but Sarah could not offer any explanation. She was as baffled as I was. She promised to look into Chloe's background through their mutual acquaintance, just to see if there was anything off. I spent the rest of the night pacing my apartment, feeling a growing sense of unease. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the floorboard sounded sinister. I kept replaying the conversation in my head, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe she did mistake me for someone else. But the specific details about my life, how could she know those? I checked my phone. No new text from Chloe. Good. I hoped she would just disappear, that this was some bizarre one-off encounter. But the next morning, I woke up to a text from Chloe. "Good morning, sleepyhead. Hope you got some rest. I know you are busy, but I was thinking we could finally hit up that art gallery we talked about, the one with the modern sculpture exhibit. You mentioned you loved abstract art." My heart pounded. I do love abstract art. I had been planning to go to that specific gallery, to that specific exhibit, but I had not told anyone, not even Sarah. It was just a thought I would had a few days ago, something I would see in an ad for online. I did not respond. I could not. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, paralyzed by a creeping dread. This was not just a mistaken identity anymore. This was something far more sinister. She was not just claiming to know my past. She was predicting my future, or at least my private intentions. I immediately went to my computer and tried to look her up. Chloe, artist, green eyes. I searched for her name, her number, even tried reverse image searches with a screenshot I would subtly taken of her from a distance at the restaurant I know. Creepy, but I was desperate. Nothing. No social media profiles that matched, no art portfolio, no online presence whatsoever. It was like she did not exist outside of the few texts we would exchange and that one terrifying date. A cold, sick feeling settled in my stomach. How could someone be so untraceable in this day and age? Everyone leaves a digital footprint, unless they do not want to be found, or they are not who they say they are. I started checking my apartment. I know it sounds paranoid, but after that text, I could not shake the feeling that she knew too much. I checked the windows, the locks. Everything seemed fine. I looked for anything out of place. Nothing, but the feeling persisted. The feeling of being watched, of my private space being violated. Later that day, Sarah called me back. Her voice was hushed, almost a whisper. "Alex, I talked to Mark, our mutual acquaintance. He said he knows a Chloe, but she moved away about a year ago to another state, and she was not an artist. She was an accountant, and she definitely did not have green eyes or dark hair. She was blonde." My breath hitched, so she lied about everything. Or, Sarah said, her voice dropping even lower, the Chloe I met was not that Chloe. Mark was really confused when I described her. He said he would never seen anyone like the woman I described, and he definitely did not give me her number. He said he thinks someone might have used his name to get your information. A new wave of terror washed over me. Someone had actively inserted themselves into my life, using Sarah as a conduit. This was not a random mistake. This was deliberate, planned. I told Sarah everything about the text, the art gallery. She urged me to go to the police. But what would I tell them? A woman I went on a blind date with claims we have met before, and she knows things about me. They would probably think I was delusional or that I would just had a bad date. There was no physical threat, no direct harassment yet, just a profound psychological invasion. I locked my doors, closed my blinds, and tried to distract myself, but it was impossible. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. Every car that passed outside my window, I peered through the blinds, convinced I would see her. My apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a cage. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I barely slept. I ate almost nothing. I kept my phone on silent, but the texts still came. Not daily, but every other day. They were always mundane, always about things I'd been thinking about, or things I had done that day. Enjoying that new coffee shop on Elm Street. I heard their cold brew is amazing. I had gone to a new coffee shop on Elm Street that morning. That new book you picked up, The Silent Patient, great choice. I love the twist. I had bought that book the day before, and it was sitting on my nightstand, unread. Your car is looking a bit dirty. Alex, maybe a wash this weekend. I had noticed my car was dirty, but had not mentioned it to anyone. Each text was a tiny, insidious violation. It was not just that she was watching me, she was inside my head. She was witnessing my life moment by moment, and then subtly reminding me of it, letting me know she was there. I decided I could not live like this anymore. I had to confront her, or at least find out who she was and how she was doing this. I contacted a private investigator, a friend of a friend who specialized in cybersecurity and surveillance. I explained the situation, try and make it sound as rational as possible. He listened patiently, then gave me a grim look. "This sounds like a pro." "Alex," he said, "no digital footprint. Knowing your private habits, either she is incredibly good at covering her tracks, or she is getting her information from a source that is not online." He agreed to help, but warned me it would not be easy. He installed some security software on my computer and phone, and put some discreet cameras around my apartment exterior, just in case. He also suggested I change my routine, vary my routes to work, and generally make myself less predictable. I did all of it. I changed my work hours, started going to different gyms, different grocery stores. I even started taking public transport instead of driving my car, hoping to throw her off. But the texts did not stop. They just changed. Taking the bus today. Good for the environment. Alex, just be careful of pickpockets. Trying a new gym. Do not push yourself too hard on the weights. Remember that old shoulder injury? I did have an old shoulder injury from college football, something only my family and closest friends knew about. The private investigator, Mark, was getting nowhere. He said he would never seen anything like it. It was like she was a ghost. No traceable IP addresses, no identifiable cell tower locations for her texts, no social media, no credit card activity, no known addresses, nothing. One evening, I came home, exhausted and terrified. I had been trying to live a normal life, but it was impossible. Every shadow was her. Every rustle of leaves outside my window was her. I felt like I was losing my mind. As I unlocked my door, I noticed something. A small, shiny object lying on my doormat. It was a key. Not my key. A small, ornate, antique-looking key. I picked it up, my heart hammering against my ribs. It felt cold and heavy in my palm. Attached to the key was a small, handwritten note. The handwriting was elegant, feminine. Alex, you are making this so much harder than it needs to be. I know you're trying to hide, but there is no point. I am always here. Always have been. This key is for our place. I have been waiting for you to find it. Come home. Chloe, our place. The words echoed in my mind, a chilling reminder of a conversation on our first date. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped the key. This was not just text anymore. She had been to my apartment. She had left something for me. I immediately called Mark. He told me to put the key in an evidence bag, not to touch it again without gloves. He rushed over, and we checked the cameras he would installed. The footage was grainy, but clear enough. It showed a figure, cloaked and hooded, approaching my door in the dead of night, about 2 days prior. The figure moved with an almost unnatural stealth, a fluid grace that sent shivers down my spine. They paused at my door, placed a key and note on the mat, and then disappeared into the darkness as silently as they arrived. And then the figure turned its head slightly just before stepping out of frame. The hood fell back a fraction, revealing a brief glimpse of a face. It was Chloe. Her eyes, even in the poor light, were undeniably green. And she was smiling, not a warm, inviting smile, not even the unsettling, knowing smile from our date. This was a wide, predatory grin, a look of pure triumph. I felt like all the air had been sucked out of the room. She was real. She was here. She was watching me, messing with me, and she had just announced that she had a place for us. Mark was grim. Okay, this is direct harassment. We have enough for the police now. This is a clear threat. But even as he said it, I knew it would not be enough. The police would take a report. They would probably patrol the area a few times. But they would not understand the depth of this. They would not understand how she had invaded my mind, how she had rewritten my past, how she had stolen my sense of reality. I could not sleep that night. I sat by the window, clutching a baseball bat, staring out into the darkness. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into her form. Every whisper of the wind sounded like her voice. The next morning, I made a decision. I could not live like this. I had to find out what our place was. I had to understand what she meant by come home. I showed the key to Mark. He immediately recognized it. That is an old skeleton key, he said, examining it carefully. Looks like it is from a pretty old lock. Could be anything from an antique chest to an old house. This won't be easy to trace. But there was something about the key that felt familiar to me, though I could not place it. It had a unique, almost Gothic design. I spent hours online, searching for similar keys, looking at old lock designs. Nothing. Then it hit me, a memory, faint and hazy, of an old, abandoned house. A house I would only seen in passing years ago, when I was a kid. My family used to drive past it on our way to my grandparents' house in the countryside. It was deep in the woods, off a winding, forgotten road. A place that always gave me the creeps, even as a child. I remember my dad joking about it being a haunted house. I pulled up old maps, trying to pinpoint the location. It was a long shot, a desperate guess. But as I zoomed in on the satellite images, I saw it, a dark, rectangular shape, half obscured by overgrown trees, deep in a clearing. It looked exactly like the house from my memory, and it looked old enough to have a lock that would fit a key like Chloe's. I did not tell Mark. I knew he would try to stop me, but I had to know. I had to confront this. I could not live in fear anymore. I drove out there the next day, a Saturday. The sun was shining, but the further I got from the city, the darker the feeling became. The road narrowed, eventually turning into a gravel path, then just two muddy ruts through dense woods. I parked my car behind a thick cluster of trees, hoping it would not be visible from a house. The walk through the woods was eerily silent. The trees loomed overhead, their branches intertwined, blocking out the sunlight. The air grew colder, heavier. I clutched the key in my pocket, its metallic weight a constant reminder of why I was there. Then I saw it. Through a break in the trees, the house emerged. It was exactly as I remembered it, but even more dilapidated, more menacing. A two-story Victorian, its paint peeling, windows boarded up or shattered, a gaping hole in its roof. It looked like something out of a horror movie. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. The front porch sagged, covered in dead leaves and cobwebs. I reached the front door, a heavy, dark wood, scarred and weathered. There was an old, ornate lock, rusted but still intact. With trembling hands, I pulled out the key. It slid into the lock as if it were made for it. A perfect fit. I turned it, and with a soft click, the ancient mechanism gave way. I pushed the door open. It groaned on its hinges, revealing a dark, musty interior. The air inside was thick with the smell of decay, dust, and something else, something sickly sweet, like old flowers. Chloe. I called out, my voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the oppressive silence. No answer, just the sound of my own ragged breathing. I stepped inside, my eyes struggling to adjust to the gloom. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light that pierced through the boarded-up windows. The floorboards creaked ominously under my weight. The living room was sparse, covered in white sheets, like a house prepared for a long absence. But it was not empty. There was a small, round table in the center of the room, and on it, a single object. It was a photo album, old, leather-bound. My hands shook as I reached for it. I opened the cover, and my blood ran cold. The first page showed a picture of me. A picture I did not recognize. I was younger, maybe early 20s, sitting at a cafe, laughing. Chloe was sitting opposite me, smiling. We looked like we were on a date. The next page, me at a park, walking with Chloe, her hand linked through my arm. Another page, me at a concert, my arm around Chloe, both of us beaming. Another, me with a cat. A fluffy ginge of the world did not just tilt, it imploded, sucking all the air out of my lungs, all the sound out of the universe. One moment, I was a woman on a date, feeling the fragile tendrils of hope unfurl in my chest and next. I was a trapped animal, my breath stolen, my scream a silent, internal rupture. Leo's hand, the one that had held mine so gently just hours before, was clamped over my mouth, suffocating me, not just physically but existentially. His eyes, once so warm and reassuring, now glittered with a predatory triumph that chilled me to the bone. They were not Leo's eyes anymore, they were Alex's. "You are officially gone now," he would whispered, the words a death knell in my ear, his breath hot against my cheek. "You belong to me now, completely." The smell of blueberry lavender, once a comforting scent of normalcy, now hung in the air like a shroud, a toxic gas that promised only despair. My body went rigid, every muscle screaming in protest, but I was paralyzed by the sheer, overwhelming terror. He was not just a stalker. He was a hunter who had finally cornered his prey. And now he had me. His grip was impossibly strong, pinning me against the wall as the initial shock began to recede, replaced by a desperate, primal urge to fight. I thrashed, my legs kicking out wildly, my hands clawing at his arms, but it was like fighting a brick wall. He was heavier, stronger, and utterly prepared. He just held me there, letting me exhaust myself, those triumphant eyes never leaving mine, drinking in my terror. S.H. Ilera, he murmured, his voice a sickeningly sweet lullaby. No need for all that. We are finally home. Home. The word was a grotesque mockery. This was not home, it was a tomb. My eyes darted around the apartment, the one I would admire just an hour ago for its cozy, artistic charm. Now, every object seemed to conspire against me, every shadow a lurking threat. The bookshelf, with its neat rows of literature, seemed to mock my own fragmented story. The soft lighting, which had felt inviting, now felt like a spotlight on my despair. He did not release me until my struggles dwindled to desperate gasps. When his hand finally left my mouth, I choked, sucking in air, but no sound escaped. My throat was constricted, a tight knot of fear. He stepped back, a small, unsettling smile playing on his lips, giving me just enough space to realize the full extent of my predicament. The apartment door was now firmly shut, the deadbolt clearly engaged. There was no escape. Better, he asked, his voice dripping with feigned concern. You looked a little overwhelmed. Overwhelmed. The understatement was so profound it was almost comical. If I had not been standing on the precipice of absolute annihilation. I stared at him, my mind racing, trying to find a crack in his composure, a sign of weakness, anything I could exploit. But there was nothing, only that chilling, calculating calm. Alex. I finally managed, my voice a raw whisper, barely audible. Why? He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that vibrated through the floorboards. Why? Oh. Ilera, you know why. You ran. You tried to erase me. You thought you could just disappear. He gestured around the apartment, his hand sweeping across the room. But you can't. Not from me. I told you. I catalog your life. Every detail. Every breath. And when you tried to cut me out, well, I just had to bring you back. He walked over to a small, antique side table, picking up a framed photograph. It was a picture of me, taken years ago, before Clara, before the running, before the fear. A happy, unsuspecting me. He ran a thumb over the glass, a possessive gesture that made my stomach churn. You are so beautiful. Ilera, he said, his voice soft, almost tender, a terrifying juxtaposition to the monster he was. Always have been. But you never truly appreciated it, did you? You took it for granted. You took me for granted. My eyes were locked on the photo, then on him, then on the door again. My mind was a chaotic storm of panic and a desperate scramble for a plan. Could I rush him? He was bigger, but I was fueled by adrenaline. Could I break a window? We were on the second floor, but fall was better than this. As if reading my thoughts, he gave a slow, deliberate shake of his head. Do not even think about it. The windows are reinforced. And the door, well, it is not going anywhere. You are safe here. Ilera, finally safe. Safe. The word felt like a brand, searing into my skin. He saw my gaze linger on the kitchen, on the glint of knives from a block on the counter. His smile widened, a truly terrifying sight. The kitchen, my favorite room. So many possibilities. But do not worry, darling. I am not going to hurt you. Not physically, anyway. I want you well. I want you here. Always. He walked towards me, and I instinctively recoiled, taking a step back until my spine hit the wall. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of impending doom. He stopped just inches from me, invading my personal space, his scent that faint mix of blueberry lavender and something else, something cloying and artificial filling my nostrils. You are mine now, he repeated, his voice barely a whisper, a promise and a threat rolled into one. Completely. No more disguises. No more running. No more Alara. Just you. My Alara. He reached out, his fingers brushing a strand of hair from my face. It was a gentle touch, but it felt like a violation, every nerve ending screaming in protest. I flinched away, but he simply smiled unfazed. Good, he murmured. Still got that fire. I like that. It will make this all the more interesting. He turned, walking towards the sofa, gesturing for me to sit. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to move, taking a seat on the edge of the cushion, my posture rigid, every muscle tense. He sat opposite me, leaning back comfortably, as if we were just two people enjoying a casual chat. So, what now? I asked, my voice still shaky, but a little stronger. I needed information. I needed to understand the rules of this new, horrifying game. Now, he said, his eyes gleaming, we begin. You are going to get to know me. Alara, the real me, not the Alex who chased you, not the Leo who charmed you. Just me, and I am going to get to know you again. Every facet of you. No more secrets. No more lies. He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his gaze unwavering. That flyer, the one you found. I filed it myself. Painted you as unstable, prone to delusions. Said you had a history of running away from reality. Made sure no one would look too hard. No one would believe you, even if they did. You are officially gone. Alara, the police won't help. Your old friends won't even know you are missing. You are a ghost, and I am the only one who can see you. The words were a hammer blow, crushing the last vestiges of hope. My mind reeled. He had thought of everything. He had not just captured me, he had erased me from the world. You are sick, I whispered, the accusation tasting like ash in my mouth. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Perhaps, but I am effective, and I am dedicated. You should know that after all this time. He stood up, walking over to a small, locked cabinet built into the wall. He produced a set of keys, the jingle a chilling sound in the silence. This, he said, holding up a single, slender key, is for your new room. I have prepared it just for you. It is quite comfortable, really. All the necessities. My new room. The implication was clear. This was not just a temporary hold. This was permanent. My gaze flickered to the cabinet. What else did he have in there? Restraints, sedatives. My imagination, already inflamed by terror, painted gruesome scenarios. He led me down a short hallway, past a closed door that I assumed was a bathroom, and to another door at the very end. He unlocked it with a flourish, pushing it open to reveal a small, sparsely furnished room. It was more of a cell than a room. A single bed, neatly made, occupied one wall. A small nightstand with a lamp sat beside it. There was a built-in closet, its door slightly ajar, revealing a few articles of clothing, sweatpants, a couple T-shirts, a plain hoodie. All generic, all new. My own clothes, the ones I wore on our date, were nowhere in sight. The window was small, high up, and covered with thick, opaque curtains. Even through the fabric, I could tell it was barred. My heart sank further. He had truly thought of everything. No, phone. I am afraid, he said, stepping into the room, his presence making it feel even smaller, more suffocating. No internet. No contact with the outside world. Just you and me, and our story. He gestured to a small, built-in desk with a single chair. On the desk was a stack of blank notebooks and a pen. I expect you to write, he said, his voice firm, leaving no room for argument. Everything. Your thoughts, your feelings, your memories, everything you have done since you left. Every disguise, every motel, every lie, I want it all. Your complete autobiography. For me, my stomach clenched. This was not just physical captivity, it was intellectual, emotional, spiritual. He wanted to own my mind, my past, my very identity. He wanted me to be the scribe of my own destruction. And if I do not, I challenge, my voice shaking but defiant. His smile vanished, replaced by a cold, hard stare that made me shiver. Then things will become unpleasant. I am a patient man. Elara, but I am also very resourceful. And I always get what I want. Always. He stepped out of the room, leaving the door open for a moment, letting me take in the full horror of my new reality. Then with a click, he shut it, the sound of the lock sliding into place echoing in the sudden, profound silence. I was alone, truly alone. The first few hours were a blur of panic and despair. I tried the door, rattling the handle, pounding my fist against the solid wood until my knuckles ached. I inspected the window, confirming the bars were thick, unyielding. I even tried to pry at the floorboards, hoping for some hidden compartment, some secret tunnel, but the room was solid, a perfect cage. Eventually, exhaustion set in, a heavy cloak of defeat settling over me. I sank onto the bed, the mattress surprisingly comfortable, but the softness was a cruel joke. What comfort could there be in a prison? The clothes in the closet were plain, practical. I changed out of my date dress, the fabric a painful reminder of the hope I would felt, and slipped into the sweatpants and t-shirt. They were too large, but at least they were clean. My own clothes were gone, another piece of my old life, however temporary, stripped away. Time became a fluid, distorted thing. I do not know how long I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the muffled sounds of Alex moving around in the other room. Each creak, each rustle, each distant clatter sent a fresh wave of anxiety through me. Was he watching me? Was he listening? The thought made my skin crawl. Eventually, the door opened again. I flinched, sitting up abruptly. Alex stood there, holding a tray. On it was a plate of food, a sandwich, some fruit, and a steaming mug. The scent of blueberry lavender tea wafted into the room. He placed a tray on the small desk. Dinner. You must be hungry. I stared at the food, my stomach churning. I could not eat. The thought of ingesting anything he offered, especially the tea, made me want to vomit. I am not hungry, I said, my voice flat. He sighed a long, theatrical sound. Elara, we're going to have to establish some ground rules. You eat. You sleep. You write. You cooperate. If you do not, well, that is when things get difficult for both of us. He picked up the mug, swirling the tea, the aroma filling the small room. This is good for you. Calming. He held it out to me. My hand trembled as I reached for it, my fingers brushing his. He held my gaze, a silent challenge in his eyes. I took the mug, the warmth seeping into my cold hands, but the scent was an assault. Drink it, he commanded, his voice gentle but firm. I hesitated, then took a small sip. It was sweet, floral, and utterly repulsive. I forced myself to swallow, the liquid burning a path down my throat. He watched me, a small, satisfied smile returning to his lips. Good girl. Now, eat your sandwich. You need your strength. I knew I had to. I needed to survive. I needed to keep my wits about me. I needed to find a way out. So, I forced myself to eat. Each bite a struggle, each swallow a victory against the nausea. He stayed there, watching me, until the plate was clean. Excellent, he said, picking up the tray. Now, remember the notebooks. I will be back in the morning. He left, locking the door behind him. I sat there in the silence, the lingering scent of blueberry lavender tea a constant reminder of my predicament. I looked at the stack of blank notebooks, their pristine pages waiting to be filled with my captivity. It was a cruel joke. He wanted me to document my own psychological demise. Sleep did not come easily. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every creak of the old building sounded like Alex approaching. My mind replayed the events of the evening, searching for any missed clue, any opportunity I could have seized. But there was nothing. He had been too careful, too meticulous. The following days blurred into a monotonous, terrifying routine. Alex would bring me food, always the blueberry lavender tea, always watching me eat. He would ask about my writing, his eyes scanning the pages I managed to fill with carefully edited, bland accounts of my time on the run, omitting anything truly personal, anything that might give him more power over me. He never touched me, beyond the occasional brush of fingers when handing me something. But his presence was a constant, suffocating weight. His eyes, always on me, cataloging my expressions, my movements, my subtle reactions. He was studying me, learning the nuances of my despair. The apartment itself became a character in my nightmare. I could hear him moving around, sometimes humming, sometimes talking on the phone in a low voice. I imagined him living his normal life out there, interacting with people, while I was locked away, a prisoner in his private museum. One afternoon, he came in with a small electronic device. It looked like a tablet. My heart leaped. Was he giving me access to the outside world? A glimmer of hope quickly extinguished. I thought you might enjoy some entertainment, he said, his smile unsettling. I have loaded it with some documentaries. Educational, about resilience, about survival. He handed it to me. The screen glowed, showing a nature documentary about animals adapting to harsh environments. There was no internet, no communication, just curated content, chosen by him, another subtle form of control. He wanted me to learn to survive his way, within his parameters. I watched the documentaries, not out of interest, but out of a desperate need to distract myself from the crushing silence, from the endless loop of my own terrified thoughts. I started to notice patterns in his behavior. He was most active in the mornings and evenings. During the day, he seemed to go out, presumably to work or to maintain a facade in the outside world. This was my window, the hours when he was gone. But what could I do? The room was a fortress. My writing became less about appeasing him and more about maintaining my sanity. I started to write things he would not see. Tiny words scrawled in the margins of notebooks or on hidden pages deep within the stack. Thoughts, plans, observations. A secret diary of my true captivity. I noticed a lock on my door. It was a standard deadbolt, but also a secondary latch on the inside. He always locked both from the outside. But what if I could manipulate the inside latch? It was a long shot, but it was something. During one of his absences, I began to study the door, the frame, the mechanism of the latch. It was flush with the door, no obvious way to pick it. But I remember an old trick from a movie or a book about using a thin, flexible object to slide a latch. I looked around the room. What could I use? The pen he would given me was too thick. The metal frame of the bed was too sturdy. My eyes fell on the lamp on the nightstand. It was a simple, cheap lamp with a thin metal pull chain. It was a crazy idea, but I was desperate. The next time he left, the moment I heard the distant click of the front door, I sprang into action. I carefully removed the pull chain from the lamp. It was flimsy, but it was long and thin. I knelt by the door, my heart pounding, sweat beading on my forehead. I slid the chain into the tiny gap between the door and the frame, trying to maneuver it towards a latch. It was excruciatingly difficult. The chain kept bending, snagging, refusing to go where I needed it. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My fingers ached, my muscles cramped. The fear of him returning, of him catching me, was a cold hand squeezing my chest. What would he do? The thought was enough to send a fresh surge of adrenaline through me. Finally, after what felt like hours, I felt a faint click. My breath hitched. Had it worked? I tried the handle. It turned. The secondary latch was open. But the deadbolt remained. My shoulders slumped in. Defeat. It was only half a victory, a small, hollow one, but it was something. It proved the door was not entirely impregnable. It proved I could still fight. I quickly reattached the pull chain to the lamp, making sure everything looked undisturbed. When Alex returned, he did not seem to notice anything amiss. He brought me my food, watched me eat, and talked about his day, a chillingly normal monologue about work and errands, as if he had not just returned to his private prison. The small victory, however incomplete, ignited a spark within me. I started paying even closer attention to everything. The sounds of the apartment, the rhythm of his life. I learned his schedule, the times he left, the times he returned. I listened to the muffled sounds of his television, his music, his phone calls. One evening, I overheard him talking on the phone, his voice low and conspiratorial. Yes, everything is going according to plan. She is adjusting. It is working, exactly as I envisioned. My blood ran cold. She is adjusting. He saw my despair, my forced compliance, as a sign of progress, of my breaking. And who was he talking to? Was there someone else involved in this elaborate nightmare? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. The isolation, the feeling that he was the only monster, was almost preferable to the idea of an accomplice. The next morning, he came in looking unusually agitated. His eyes were darting, his movements a little jerky. He placed my tray down, but did not linger as long as usual. I have to go out for a while, he said, his voice clipped. An emergency. I will be back as soon as I can. Do not cause any trouble. He left, the door locking with a sharper, more definitive click. My heart raced. An emergency. This was unusual. He was usually so precise, so controlled. I waited, listening intently. I heard the front door open and close. The familiar sound of his footsteps receding down the hallway. Then the faint click of the building's main entrance. He was gone. This was it. This was my chance. I immediately went to the door, pulling out the lamp chain. My hands were shaking, but I forced them to be steady. I slid the chain into the gap, working it carefully, meticulously. The secondary latch clicked open. Now the deadbolt. This was the real challenge. I knew it was a standard mechanism, but I had no tools, no experience. I tried wiggling the door, pushing, pulling, hoping to jar it loose. Nothing. I looked around the room again, desperation clawing at me. What else? What could I use? My eyes fell on the notebooks. He wanted me to write. He wanted me to use them. An idea, wild and desperate, sparked in my mind. The paper was stiff. If I could fold it just right, perhaps I tore a page from a notebook, folding it repeatedly until it was a thick, rigid strip, as thin as I could make it, but still sturdy. I slid it into the gap above the deadbolt, trying to feel for the mechanism. It was blind work, by touch alone. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My fingers were raw, my arms aching. I heard a distant siren wail outside, a painful reminder of the world I was desperate to rejoin. Then a faint click. My breath hitched. I tried the handle. It turned. I pushed the door. It swung open, revealing the hallway. I was out. My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself to move, stepping into the hallway. The apartment was silent, eerily so. I could hear my own ragged breathing, the frantic thumping of my heart. I moved stealthily, creeping towards the living room, towards the front door. Every step felt like walking on glass. My eyes darted around, searching for any sign of him, any trap. I reached the front door. It was heavy, solid. I fumbled for the deadbolt, my fingers shaking. It was locked from the inside. He had locked it when he left. I tried to turn the knob, but it was stiff. I pulled, pushed, my adrenaline surging. It was a standard lock. Surely I could open it. Then I heard a sound, a faint creak from behind me. My blood ran cold. I froze, my hand still on the doorknob. Leaving so soon. Elara, his voice. It was calm, chillingly so, right behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Alex stood there, leaning against the archway to the hallway, a small, knowing smile on his face. He was not agitated anymore. He was perfectly, terrifyingly composed. He had been here the whole time. He had never left. The emergency, his agitation had all been a test, a performance. My escape, my desperate attempt, had been nothing more than another act in his private, never-ending show. My world did not just shatter this time, it dissolved into a gray fog of utter despair. The hope, the brief, exhilarating taste of freedom evaporated, leaving behind an even deeper, more crushing emptiness. He walked toward me slowly, his eyes never leaving mine, that predatory gleam back in full force. I backed away, pressing myself against the front door, the solid wood now feeling like another wall of my prison. "Oh, Elara," he purred, his voice filled with mock sadness. "Did you really think it would be that easy? Did you really think I would not anticipate your little escape attempt?" He reached out, his hand gently taking the folded paper strip from my trembling fingers. He examined it, a look of almost academic interest on his face. "Clever," he mused. "Very resourceful. I will have to reinforce the deadbolt. And the paper, of course." He looked at me, his smile widening. "But I am not angry. No, not at all. This just confirms what I already knew. You are a survivor. And that is exactly what I want." He stepped closer, his body blocking any possible escape. My eyes darted around the room, but there was nowhere to go, no one to call, no one to hear me. "You are right," he whispered, his face inches from mine, his breath, still carrying that faint blueberry lavender scent, washing over me. "You are sick." He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Perhaps. But you, Elara, you are mine now. And you are going to be a very good girl. Because if you are not well, you have seen how resourceful I can be. And I can make things far, far worse. For both of us." He reached out, his fingers gently tracing the line of my jaw, then my neck. It was not a comforting touch, it was a possessive one, a declaration of ownership. I could feel the faint pulse throbbing beneath his fingertips, a desperate beat against the encroaching darkness. My scream, which had been silenced days ago, was now a silent echo in the vast, empty chamber of my mind. My world was not shattered, it was gone. And I, the captive star of his private, never-ending show, was finally, irrevocably, truly his. The performance had just begun, and I was trapped on stage forever. My phone slipped from my numb fingers, clattering to the hardwood floor. The screen, still lit, displayed the last chilling words, "I am waiting." "Chloe, just open the door." My breath hitched, a strangled gasp caught in my throat. He was here, not just out there watching, but here, on my porch, perhaps pressed against the door, the flimsy barrier between my terror and his twisted reality. Alex, Sarah, Liam, one person, one monster. My world, already shattered, crumbled into dust. Every nerve ending screamed. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. My vision blurred, my familiar living room warping into something sinister. The silence, usually a source of peace, now felt like a suffocating shroud, amplifying the frantic thumping of my own pulse. I took a shaky step back, then another, until my back hit the cold wall. My eyes darted around, searching for what? A weapon? An escape? There was nowhere to go. My apartment, my supposed sanctuary, was now a cage, and the predator was at the gate. A soft thump echoed from the front door. My entire body seized. He was touching it. Was he leaning against it? Or worse, was he trying to handle? I imagined his hand, The same hand that had held mine on our lovely first date, now reaching for the knob. The first date with Evelyn had been perfect. I know, everyone says that, but this felt different. Like the universe had finally decided to throw me a bone after a string of dates that ranged from mildly awkward to why did I even leave the house? We would met on one of those dating apps, and her profile picture, a warm, genuine smile framed by a cascade of dark, wavy hair, had immediately caught my eye. Her bio was witty, hinting at a love for old movies and obscure indie bands, all things that resonated with me. We met at a cozy Italian place downtown. From the moment she walked in, I felt a connection. She was even more striking in person, her eyes a deep, intelligent brown that seemed to absorb everything around them. We talked for hours, the conversation flowing effortlessly from one topic to the next. We discovered shared love for hiking, a mutual disdain for reality TV, and an uncanny ability to finish each other's sentences when discussing our favorite sci-fi novels. It was easy, comfortable, and exciting all at once. I had not felt this giddy about someone in a long time. After dinner, we walked around the city for a bit, the cool evening air a welcome contrast to the warmth of our conversation. Neither of us wanted the night to end. As we approached the cross street where we would park, I hesitated. Hey, I started, my heart doing a little flutter against my ribs. It is still kind of early. Would you want to come back to my place for a nightcap? I have got some decent whiskey, and I could put on some records. She smiled, that same warm, genuine smile from her profile picture, but with a new layer of intimacy that made my stomach flip. I would love that. Mark, she said, her voice soft, a hint of something playful in her tone. Lead the way. My apartment is not anything fancy, but I am proud of it. It is a 2-bedroom on the 3rd floor of an old brick building, with high ceilings, big windows, and a decent view of the neighborhood trees. I have spent the last few years making it feel like home, filling it with books, a comfortable, slightly worn leather couch, and a collection of vintage movie posters. It is my sanctuary, a place where I can unwind and be myself. As we walked up the 3 flights of stairs, the old wood groaning softly under our weight, I felt a surge of nervous excitement. This was it, the next step, the potential for something real. I fumbled with my keys at the door, a little self-conscious about how eager I probably looked. Finally, the lock clicked, and I pushed the heavy door open, stepping aside to let her in. Welcome to the humble abode, I said with a slight bow, trying to play it cool. Evelyn stepped inside, her eyes sweeping over the living room. The soft glow of the single-floor lamp illuminated the space, casting long shadows. She took a deep breath. It is cozy, she said, her voice a little softer than before. And it smells good, like old books and cinnamon. I chuckled. Yeah, I burn a lot of cinnamon candles in the fall. And I definitely have too many old books. Make yourself at home. What can I get you? Whiskey, or I've got some wine, beer. So does she turn to me, a faint smile playing on her lips. Whiskey sounds perfect. Neat if you have it. Coming right up, I said, heading towards a small bar cart in the corner. I reached for the glasses, my mind already racing, thinking about what record to put on, what we would talk about next. This was going great. As I poured the drinks, I heard her move around the living room. I assumed she was just looking at my bookshelves or admiring a poster. When I turned back with the 2 glasses, she was standing by my vintage record player, her fingers lightly tracing the spine of an album. Oh, you have blue, she said, picking up the Joni Mitchell record. That is one of my favorites. I love A Case of You. Mine too, I said, genuinely surprised and pleased. It is a classic. I was just thinking about putting it on. She smiled, a hint of something knowing in her eyes. Great minds, I guess. We settled onto the couch, the whiskey warm in our hands. The music started, Joni Mitchell's voice filling the room, mournful and beautiful. The conversation picked up again, but something felt subtly different. A shift, almost imperceptible at first. You know, she said, taking a sip of her whiskey. I always wondered what it would be like to live in a place with such high ceilings. It feels so open, even though it is not a huge space. Yeah, I love it. I replied. It is one of the first things that drew me to this apartment when I was looking. Plus, the light in the mornings is incredible. She nodded, especially in the kitchen, right? That east-facing window over the sink. It just floods a room. I paused, my glass halfway to my lips. Yeah, it does, I said slowly. How did you know the kitchen window was east-facing? I mean, it is not an obvious thing. You would have to really pay attention to the light throughout the day or know the building's orientation. She waved a dismissive hand. Oh, just a guess. Most old buildings like this have an eastern exposure on one side, and it just felt like that kind of light. I am a big fan of natural light. She took another sip, her eyes twinkling. So, tell me more about your hiking adventures. Any terrifying encounters with bears? I let it go. It was a reasonable guess. I told myself, she is observant. It was probably nothing. I launched into a story about a particularly close encounter with a very curious deer, and the moment passed. But then, a few minutes later, she pointed to a small, framed photo on my bookshelf. It was a picture of me and my best friend, David from college, standing awkwardly in front of a particularly ugly campus statue. Is that David? She asked, a soft smile on her face. He looks like he has not changed a bit. My brow furrowed. Yeah, that is David. How did you know his name? I had not mentioned him. We would talk about friends in general, but not specific names. She chuckled, a light, airy sound. Oh, you mentioned him earlier. When you were talking about that road trip you took after graduation, you said, David and I were so broke, we lived on ramen for a week. I tried to recall the conversation. Had I, it was possible. We would talk a lot. My memory was not perfect. I decided to give her the benefit of the doubt again. Right? Yeah, that was David. He is still pretty much the same. The evening continued, punctuated by more shared laughter and comfortable silences. But the small, odd details kept accumulating, like pebbles in my shoe. When I got up to refresh our drinks, she did not ask where the kitchen was. She simply said, Oh, you have those nice crystal glasses in the top left cupboard, right? The ones your aunt gave you. I froze in the doorway to the kitchen. My aunt had given me those glasses. They were in the top left cupboard. But how in the world could she know that? I would never mention them. They were not visible from the living room. Yeah, I do, I said, my voice feeling a little strained. I walked into the kitchen, my gaze fixed on the cupboard. It was indeed the top left. I opened it. There they were, sparkling faintly in the dim light. I pulled two out, my hands feeling strangely numb. She appeared in the kitchen doorway, leaning against the frame, a knowing smile playing on her lips. I just assumed, she said, as if reading my mind. You seem like the kind of guy who would keep his nice things tucked away. It was not a guess. It could not be. My gut screamed at me, but I tried to push it down. Do not be paranoid. Mark, she is just intuitive. She is paying attention. Maybe she noticed something about the way I organize things. I poured the whiskey, my hand shaking slightly. So, Evelyn, I said, try and keep my tone light. You seem to know a lot about my apartment. Have you, or have you been here before? I forced a laugh, a hollow, unconvincing sound. Her smile widened, but it did not reach her eyes. Her eyes were still dark and seemed to hold an ancient secret. No, Mark, she said, her voice a low purr. I have not been in here before. Not with you. Anyway, The words hung in the air, heavy and chilling. Not with you, anyway. What did that even mean? My mind raced, trying to make sense of it, but all I could come up with were terrifying possibilities. Had she been here with a previous tenant? Was she a friend of a friend who'd come to a party I did not know about? But even then, how would she know about my specific crystal glasses? Or the east-facing window? Or David's name? Or the Blue Album? I handed her the refreshed drink, my fingers brushing hers. Her skin felt cool, almost clammy. I pulled my hand back quickly. You know, she continued, oblivious to my growing unease. I really liked what you had done with the place. Moving the armchair by the window was a good call. It opens up the space. My blood ran cold. The armchair. I had moved the armchair. Just last week, I would rearrange the living room, shifting my old, comfy armchair from the corner by the fireplace to the big window, hoping to catch more of the morning sun. I had not told anyone. Not David, not my family. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. How did you know I moved the armchair? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. My heart was pounding now, a frantic drum against my ribs. The cozy, safe feeling of my apartment was dissolving, replaced by a suffocating sense of dread. She tilted her head, her eyes still on mine, unblinking. Oh, I just noticed. It looks good there. It was a lie. A blatant, terrifying lie. She could not have just noticed if she had not been here before I moved it. This was not intuition. This was not observation. This was knowledge, intimate knowledge. My mind started to piece things together, like shards of broken glass forming a grotesque mosaic. The way she would navigate the apartment with such ease. The specific details about my belongings. The offhand comments that were too precise to be guesses. She would been here. She would been in my apartment. But when? And how? A cold wave of nausea washed over me. I looked around my kitchen, suddenly seeing it through a different lens. Every corner, every surface, every shadow felt tainted. Had she been here when I was asleep? When I was out? Had she been watching me? Evelyn, I said, my voice firmer than I felt, we need to talk. Seriously, how do you know these things? She took another sip of her whiskey, her gaze never leaving mine. A slow, chilling smile spread across her face. Mark, she purred, her voice dripping with an unsettling sweetness. I know a lot of things. I have been watching you. The air in the room seemed to thicken, pressing in on me. My breath caught in my throat. Watching me. How long? And from where? What do you mean, watching me? I demanded, my voice rising. Panic was starting to set in, a cold, sharp claw gripping my chest. She took a step closer, and I instinctively took a step back, bumping into the counter. Oh, you know, she said, her eyes glinting. From across the street, from the park bench, sometimes from right here. She gestured vaguely around the kitchen. My blood ran cold. From right here. You have been in my apartment. I stated, no longer a question, but a terrified accusation. She shrugged, a subtle, almost playful movement. A few times, yes. You leave your spare key under that loose brick in the garden. Do not you. Not a very good hiding spot. Mark, you should really think of something more secure. My stomach dropped. The loose brick. I would place a spare key there years ago, a relic from a time when I trusted the world implicitly. I would completely forgotten about it. No one knew about it. No one. My mind reeled. This was not just a quirky date. This was not a misunderstanding. This was a nightmare. Get out, I said, my voice trembling, but try to project authority. Get out of my apartment. Evelyn, right now. She laughed, a low, throaty sound that sent shivers down my spine. Oh, Mark, after all this time, after all my planning, I do not think so. She took another step, closing the distance between us. Her eyes, once warm and inviting, now held a disturbing intensity. I have waited so long for this. For you to finally invite me in, to sit on your couch, listen to your music, drink your whiskey, to be here with you in my home. My home. The words echoed in my head, twisting into something sinister. This was not just about her being in my apartment. This was about her claiming it, claiming me. This is not your home. I retorted, my voice regaining some strength, fueled by a rising surge of adrenaline. This is my apartment, and you need to leave. Now, I moved towards the kitchen doorway, intending to get to the front door, to open it, to scream for help if I had to. But she was faster. In a blur of motion, she stepped in front of me, blocking the doorway. Her hand shot out, not touching me, but slamming against the doorframe, effectively cutting off my escape. The force of it made the old wood creak. Her face was inches from mine, her breath, smelling faintly of whiskey and something sweet, like cinnamon, ghosting across my cheek. Her eyes were wide, almost manic. Do not you understand? Mark, she whispered, her voice a dangerous hiss. I know everything about you. Your favorite coffee mug, the chipped one with the lighthouse on it. The way you hum when you are doing dishes. The exact time you wake up every morning. I know the tiny scratch on your bedroom door from when you first move in your bed. I know you leave your dirty clothes on the floor next to your hamper for days before you finally put them in. Each detail she rattled off was a fresh stab of violation. It was not just the armchair or the key. It was everything. Every private, mundane detail of my life, laid bare, cataloged, and now weaponized. I have been watching you for months, she continued, her voice gaining a terrifying enthusiasm. Through your windows, when you are not careful with the blinds. From a fire escape. I even know the squeaky floorboard in your bedroom, the one right next to your bed. You step on it every single morning when you get up. My blood ran cold. The squeaky floorboard. I would meant to fix that. It was a minor annoyance, a small quirk of the old building that I would grown accustomed to. But she knew. She knew. My apartment, my sanctuary, was a glass box, and I had been the oblivious specimen inside. I pushed back against the counter, trying to put some distance between us, but she leaned in closer, her intensity suffocating. I have watched you sleep. Mark, you snore a little, sometimes, and you kick your feet. It is endearing. The word endearing twisted my stomach into knots. This was not a date. This was an invasion. A terrifying, meticulously planned invasion. I had to get out. I had to. My gaze darted around the kitchen, searching for anything, a knife, a heavy pan, anything I could use to defend myself. She seemed to sense my intent. Her smile vanished, replaced by a look of cold, hard determination. Do not even think about it. Mark, we are not done here. Not by a long shot. She reached into her small purse, which lay on the counter next to my car keys. My heart leaped into my throat. She pulled something out. Not a weapon, not a phone. It was a small, crudely drawn sketch. A floor plan. My floor plan. Detailed, accurate, with little notes scribbled in the margins. A small X marked the squeaky floorboard in the bedroom. Another X marked the armchair's old position. A circle around the loose brick outside. I have studied every inch of this place, she said, her voice now completely devoid of the earlier warmth, replaced by a chilling, possessive edge. I know its secrets. I know your secrets. She tossed the sketch onto the counter, and it landed with a soft flutter next to my car keys. Then, with a fluid, terrifying motion, she picked up my keys. The jingle of them sounded like a death knell. You won't be needing these tonight, she said, her eyes fixed on mine, a predatory gleam in their depths. We have a lot to talk about, a lot to catch up on. And I have waited too long, to just let you walk away. My breath hitched, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. My apartment, my supposed sanctuary, was now a cage, and I was trapped inside with a predator. The music, Joni Mitchell's mournful voice, still played softly in the living room, a haunting soundtrack to my unfolding nightmare. The whiskey, warm in a glass I still clutched, suddenly felt like poison. I was here, and she was waiting. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very core, that I had just opened the door to a horror I could never have imagined. And she was not going to let me close it. Not ever. I have always hated dating apps. There is something inherently soul-crushing about swiping through an endless parade of faces, each one potential disappointment, a fleeting connection that fizzles out faster than a cheap sparkler. But in a city like mine, where everyone seems to be perpetually busy or already coupled up, they are a necessary evil. You put yourself out there, you craft a carefully curated profile, you try to sound interesting without sounding desperate, and you hope for the best. Most of the time, the best you get is a lukewarm conversation that dies after 3 messages, or a coffee date that confirms your worst fears about humanity. Then Mark popped up. He was not overtly handsome in the typical chiseled jaw, movie star way, but there was an honesty in his smile, a warmth in his eyes that jumped out from his profile picture. He was an architect, he said, and loved hiking classic rock and trying new restaurants. He seemed normal, and in the chaotic landscape of online dating, normal felt like a godsend. We messaged back and forth for a week, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. He was witty, attentive, and asked thoughtful questions. He seemed genuinely interested in my life, my work as a freelance graphic designer, my slightly obsessive love for true crime podcasts. There were no red flags, no weird pickup lines, no immediate demands for my number. It felt promising. Dare I say, exciting. Finally, he suggested dinner. There's this amazing Italian place downtown, he wrote. It is a little fancy, but their carbonara is out of this world. How about Friday? I agreed, feeling a flutter of genuine anticipation. I even bought a new dress, a deep emerald green, that I knew brought out the color in my eyes. This felt different. This felt good. Friday arrived, and I spent an absurd amount of time getting ready. Hair, makeup, the new dress, a spritz of my favorite perfume. I was a bundle of nerves and excitement. He was picking me up at 7. At exactly 7 o'clock, my doorbell rang. I took a deep breath, smoothing down my dress, and opened the door. Mark stood there, a bouquet of white lilies in his hand. He looked even better in person, taller than I expected, with kind eyes and a charming, slightly shy smile. He was wearing a dark blazer over a crisp button-down shirt, looking sharp but not overly formal. You look absolutely stunning, he said, his voice a low rumble that sent a pleasant shiver down my spine. These are for you. Oh, Mark, they are beautiful. I gushed, taking the lilies. Come in for a second while I put them in water. He stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over my small living room, lingering for a moment on my overflowing bookshelf. Nice place, he commented. Very cozy. I quickly arranged the flowers in a vase, feeling a rush of warmth. This was going so well. Better than I could have hoped. Ready, he asked, once I was finished. As I will ever be. I replied, grabbing my small clutch bag. His car was a late model sedan, dark gray, and impeccably clean. He opened the passenger door for me, a gentlemanly gesture that somehow felt both quaint and endearing. The interior smelled faintly of new car and a subtle masculine cologne. As I buckled up, he slid into the driver's seat. So the Italian place. I said, a smile playing on my lips. I am starving. I skipped lunch in anticipation. He chuckled a low, pleasant sound. Good plan. You will want to be hungry for this. It is truly incredible. He pulled away from the curb, merging smoothly into the evening traffic. The initial conversation was easy. We talked about our week, shared a few funny anecdotes. and discovered a mutual love for obscure 80s movies. He had a way of looking at me when I spoke, a focus intensity that made me feel truly heard. It was refreshing. As we drove, I noticed we were not heading in the direction I expected for downtown. I lived on the east side of the city, and the Italian restaurant he would mention was usually a straight shot west. But we seemed to be going north, deeper into the suburbs. Are we taking a different route? I asked, trying to sound casual. I thought the restaurant was closer to the financial district. He glanced at me, his smile unwavering. Oh, I know a shortcut. Traffic can be a nightmare downtown on a Friday night. This way, we will bypass all of it. Ah, smart, I said, trying to quell the tiny flicker of unease that had just ignited in my stomach. He seemed so confident, so calm. Maybe it really was just a shortcut. I pulled out my phone, intending to quickly check Gutgoo Maps, but just then, he reached over and playfully tapped my hand. No phones on our first date. Remember, he teased, his eyes twinkling. Let us live in the moment. I laughed a little too loudly and put my phone back in my bag. He was right, of course. It was a first date. I should be focusing on him, not my navigation app. Still, the unease persisted, a faint buzzing beneath my skin. The city lights slowly began to recede. We passed through a couple of small, sleepy towns I did not recognize. Then the houses grew farther apart, replaced by stretches of dark farmland. The road became narrower, less well-maintained. Streetlights were few and far between, casting long, eerie shadows from the skeletal trees that lined the asphalt. Mark, I said, my voice a little tighter than I intended. This really does not look like any shortcut I know. Are you sure we are going the right way? He let out a soft sigh, a sound that held a hint of impatience. Trust me, Emma, I know these roads like the back of my hand. You will thank me when we are sitting down to dinner, without having wasted an hour in traffic. His tone was still gentle, but there was a subtle shift, a firmness I had not heard before. It made the hairs on my arms stand up. My heart began to beat a little faster. We turned off the paved road onto a dirt track. The car bumped and rattled, kicking up a cloud of dust that billowed behind us in the dim glow of the taillights. The trees here were denser, taller, their branches intertwining overhead to form a dark, oppressive canopy. The air grew cooler, carrying the damp, earthy scent of forest. Mark, stop, I said, my voice now laced with genuine concern. This is not okay. This is not a road. Where are we going? He did not answer immediately. He just kept driving, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, his gaze fixed straight ahead. The charming smile was gone, replaced by a neutral, almost blank expression. Mark, I am serious. Pull over. I demanded, my voice rising. My stomach was a knot of ice. This was not a shortcut. This was something else entirely. He finally spoke, his voice unnervingly calm. We are almost there. Just a little further. Almost where? I practically yelled. The restaurant is not out here. There is nothing out here. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with panic. My hand closed around it in my bag, but before I could pull out, he snatched it from me with surprising speed. Hey, I protested, my blood running cold. He held my phone up, a small, dark rectangle in his large hand. No distractions, he said, his voice flat. He tossed it into back seat, where it landed with a soft thud on the floor. My breath hitched. My heart was pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. I tried the door handle. Locked. Of course. Mark, let me out of the car. Right now, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to project an authority I did not feel. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of this, trying to find an explanation. But there was no good explanation. He finally looked at me, and his eyes, which had seemed so kind and warm just an hour ago, were now devoid of any emotion. They were cold, flat, like chips of gray stone. And the smile, when it returned, was not charming. It was a slow, predatory baring of teeth. "Oh, Emma," he purred, the sound sending a shiver of pure terror down my spine. "You are not going anywhere." He pressed the accelerator, and the car lurched forward, deeper into the suffocating darkness of the woods. The trees blurred past, a solid wall of black and gray. My breath was coming in ragged gasps. I was trapped. The car rattled on for another 5 minutes, which felt like an eternity. Each bump of the tires over roots and stones jarred my teeth. Each creak of suspension sounded like a scream. My mind screamed at me to do something, anything, but I was frozen, paralyzed by a fear so profound it felt like a physical weight pressing down on me. Finally, the car slowed, then came to a complete stop. The engine died, plunging us into an unnerving silence, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the frantic pounding of my own heart. We were in a small clearing, barely large enough for the car to turn around. Towering pines surrounded us, their branches forming a dense, impenetrable wall. There was no sign of civilization, no distant lights, no sound of traffic, just a vast, terrifying expanse of the wilderness. Mark turned to face me. The moonlight, filtering weakly through the canopy, cast his face in deep shadows, making his features seem harsh and alien. "Welcome," he said, his voice a low, guttural whisper that seemed to ripple through the stillness. "We are here." "Where is here?" "Mark." I managed to choke out, my voice trembling uncontrollably. "What is this? What do you want?" He leaned closer, his eyes glinting in the dim light. "This is where we can be ourselves. Emma, away from all the noise, all the distractions. Just you and me." He reached out, his hand slowly rising towards my face. I flinched violently, pressing myself against the car door. His hand stopped, hovering inches from my cheek. "Do not be scared," he murmured, but his voice held no comfort, only a chilling possessiveness. "I have been looking for you for a long time. You have been looking for me." I whispered, utterly bewildered and terrified. "What are you talking about? We just met a week ago on Tinder." He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Oh, Emma, Tinder was just a formality. I knew about you long before Tinder. I saw your profile on that graphic design forum you frequent. I saw your comments about wanting to escape the city, about finding peace in nature. You are perfect, absolutely perfect." My blood ran cold. He had not just met me. He had found me. He had been watching me. The realization hit me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. This was not a bad date. It was a carefully orchestrated abduction. "You are crazy." I breathed, tears pricking at my eyes. "Let me go. I will scream." His smile widened, revealing a flash of white teeth in the gloom. "Go ahead. Scream. Nobody will hear you out here. Emma, nobody ever does." He reached for my seatbelt, his movements deliberate and slow. My mind screamed. Now, this was my chance. As his hand brushed against the buckle, I lunged, not at him, but at the driver's side door handle. My fingers scrabbled at it, finding the lock. I slammed my palm against it, praying it would disengage. It did, with a surge of adrenaline. I pushed the door open, throwing myself out of the car and onto the rough ground. The impact jarred me, scraping my knees and palms, but I barely registered the pain. All I knew was that I was out. "Emma," I heard Mark roar behind me, his voice no longer calm or purring, but laced with raw fury. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, and plunged into the dense undergrowth. Branches lashed at my face and arms. Twigs snagged my dress, but I did not stop. I ran blindly, propelled by pure, unadulterated terror. The darkness of the woods was absolute, broken only by the occasional sliver of moonlight filtering through the leaves. I could hear Mark's heavy footsteps crashing through the brush behind me, getting closer, closer. You can't hide from me. Emma, he shouted, his voice echoing eerily through the trees. I know these woods. I know every inch of them. Panic was a cold, constricting hand around my throat. I tripped over a root, falling hard, my head hitting the ground with a sickening thud. Stars exploded behind my eyes, and for a moment, I lay there, dazed and disoriented. But the sound of Mark's heavy breathing, closer now, jolted me back to reality. I pushed myself up, ignoring the throbbing pain in my head, and stumbled deeper into the forest. My emerald green dress, once a symbol of hopeful anticipation, was now torn and snagged, covered in dirt and leaves. My elegant heels were a liability, twisting my ankles with every uneven step. I kicked them off, feeling the cold, damp earth beneath my stocking feet. The ground was littered with sharp stones and prickly pine needles, but I did not care. I just needed to run. I could hear him crashing through the undergrowth, his calls growing more frequent, more desperate. Emma, do not make this harder than it has to be. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, trying to gather my bearings. Which way was out? Which way was the road? I had no idea. The trees all looked the same, a uniform wall of black and shadow. I was completely lost. A sudden snap of a twig nearby sent a fresh wave of terror through me. He was close. Too close. I saw a thick patch of thorny bushes, almost impenetrable, and without thinking, I dove into them, wincing as thorns tore at my skin. I burrowed as deep as I could, trying to make myself small, trying to disappear. I held my breath, listening. The sounds of a pursuit grew fainter, then stopped. My heart hammered so loudly I was sure he could hear it. I stayed absolutely still, every muscle in my body tensed, listening for any sign of him. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves in a faint breeze, the distant hoot of an owl, and the frantic thumping in my own chest. Had he given up? Was he waiting for me? Slowly, carefully, I parted the branches and peered out. The clearing where his car was parked was visible through a thin screen of trees, maybe 50 yards away. The car sat there, a dark, silent sentinel. No sign of Mark. I waited, my body aching, my mind a whirlpool of fear and adrenaline. Then I heard it, a low whistle, a mocking, sing-song tune that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. He was playing with me. He was hunting me. I pulled back into the thorny sanctuary, tears streaming down my face. I was alone, lost, and being hunted by a madman. This was not a nightmare. It was terrifyingly real. Hours passed. Or maybe it was just an hour. Time had lost all meaning. I was cold, exhausted, and every shadow seemed to hold a lurking threat. I tried to move, to find some direction, but the whistling continued, sometimes close, sometimes far, always reminding me that he was out there, circling. My throat was raw from fear, my stomach cramped with hunger. I longed for a single ray of sunlight, a hint of dawn, anything to break the oppressive darkness. I pictured my apartment, the safety of my bed, the familiar scent of my laundry detergent. It felt like a lifetime ago. I stumbled upon a small stream, its water a dark ribbon snaking through the undergrowth. I knelt, cup in my hands, and drinking deeply, the cold water a shock to my system. As I drank, I caught a glimpse of my reflection, a wild-eyed, disheveled woman, her face streaked with dirt and tears, her once beautiful dress a ruined mess. I barely recognized myself. As I rose, a rustle in the bushes nearby made me freeze. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing, just the wind. Or was it? My paranoia was working overtime, turning every creak and whisper of the forest into Mark's approach. I kept moving, trying to put as much distance between myself and the car as possible, hoping to eventually hit a road, any road. My legs burned, my lungs ached, but the fear of being caught pushed me onward. Then, through a thicket of tangled branches, I saw it, a faint, almost imperceptible glow in the distance. A light. It could not be. Hope, sharp and painful, pierced through my despair. I pushed forward with renewed vigor, stumbling, falling, picking myself up again. The light grew stronger, clearer. It was not a distant streetlight or a house. It was a single flickering lantern hanging from a low branch of a massive oak tree. And beneath the tree, nestled in a small, meticulously maintained clearing, was a crude, ramshackle cabin. My first instinct was relief. A cabin, a human habitation. But then a new wave of dread washed over me. What if it was his cabin? What if this was his lair, his ultimate destination? I approached cautiously, my bare feet making almost no sound on the soft earth. The cabin was small, built of rough-hewn logs, with a single window covered by a tattered curtain. A thin wisp of smoke curled from a stone. Chimney. Someone was definitely inside. I hesitated, my mind warring between the desperate need for safety and the terrifying possibility of walking into another trap. But the cold was seeping into my bones, and my exhaustion was overwhelming. I could not keep running aimlessly in the dark. I had to take the chance. I crept closer, moving silently to the side of the cabin, pressing my ear against the rough wooden wall. I heard faint sounds from within the crackle of the fire, the clinking of something metallic, and then a low, rhythmic humming. It was not Mark's taunting whistle. It was a different tune, a gentle, almost lullaby-like melody. Taking a deep breath, I moved to the front door, a heavy slab of wood with an iron latch. I raised my hand to knock, but my courage failed me. What if it was worse than Mark? What if this was a trap laid by someone even more sinister? Just as I was about to turn and flee, the door creaked open. A small, wizened woman peered out, her face a roadmap of wrinkles, her eyes sharp and intelligent. She wore a simple, homespun dress and thick shawl, and her gray hair was braided neatly down her back. She looked ancient, like something out of fairy tale. Her eyes, surprisingly kind, widened slightly as she took in my disheveled, terrified appearance. "Child," she said, her voice raspy but gentle, "what on earth has happened to you?" Relief, so profound it brought me to my knees, washed over me. "Please." I choked out, tears blurring my vision again. "Please, help me. There's a man. He brought me here. He is trying to hurt me." The old woman's expression hardened, a flicker of something ancient and knowing in her eyes. "Another one," she murmured, almost to herself. She reached out a surprisingly strong hand and pulled me inside. The cabin was small but surprisingly cozy, warmed by a stone fireplace where a small fire crackled merrily. The air smelled of wood smoke, dried herbs, and something faintly metallic. On a rough-hewn table sat a half-eaten bowl of stew and a cup of steaming tea. "Sit, child," she commanded, guiding me to a wooden stool by the fire. "You are shaking like a leaf. Here." She handed me a cup of the warm tea. I gratefully took it, my hands trembling so much I nearly spilled it. "He is out there," I whispered, glancing nervously at the door. "He said he knows these woods." The old woman, whose name I learned was Alara, nodded slowly. "He does. He knows them well. He has been bringing girls here for years." My blood ran cold again. "Years?" I stared at her, horrified. "What do you mean?" Alara sighed, stirring the fire with a long poker. "This forest, it has a way of attracting certain kinds of men. Men who think they can hide their darkness here. And he, Mark, is one of the worst. He uses the apps, picks out the lonely ones, the ones who dream of escaping the city. He promises them peace, then he brings them here to disappear." A wave of nausea swept over me. Disappear? What happens to them? Alara looked at me, her eyes filled with a deep, sorrowful wisdom. "Some never make it out. Some are found, but changed. Broken. He likes to play games. He likes to hunt. He likes to make them suffer. But how do you know all this?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Because I have lived here my whole life. She replied, her gaze distant. My family has always been here. We know the forest. We know its secrets. And we know the monsters who try to claim it. She paused, then looked at me directly. And I have helped others like you. Not always successfully. I am afraid. The metallic smell in the cabin suddenly made sense. It was not just wood smoke. It was the faint tang of blood. My eyes darted to A, corner of the cabin, where a collection of strange tools lay on a small workbench. Knives, files, some kind of bone saw. My stomach lurched. Do not worry, Ilara said, following my gaze. They are for hunting, for preparing the game. I live off the land. And for other things. She gave a small, grim smile. Sometimes, the forest needs a little help dealing with its unwanted guests. A shiver went down my spine, but it was not entirely from fear. There was a strange, fierce energy about Ilara, a sense of ancient power that was both unsettling and comforting. He is still out there. I said, my voice urgent. He will come for me. He will. Ilara agreed, her eyes narrowing. But he won't find you here. Not unless I want him to. She walked to the door and pulled a heavy wooden bar across it, securing it with a thick chain. Then she went to the window and drew the heavy curtain even tighter. He is predictable. He will circle. He will call. He will try to wear you down. But he won't risk coming too close to my cabin, not openly. He knows better. Why? I asked, confused. Because he knows what happens to those who trespass on my land with ill intent. She said, her voice dropping to a low, ominous tone. He has seen it before. I did not press for details. I just huddled by the fire, sipping the warm herbal tea she had given me. It tasted faintly bitter, but it seemed to calm my racing heart, dulling the sharp edge of my panic. We spent the rest of the night in silence, listening to the sounds of the forest. I heard Mark's voice sometimes, calling my name, sometimes a whistle, sometimes just a rustle in the leaves. Each sound sent a fresh jolt of fear through me, but Ilara remained unperturbed, simply watching the fire, her face serene. As the first faint streaks of gray light appeared through the cracks in the cabin walls, Ilara stood up. He will be getting tired, she said. He will retreat for now to his own little den. He will think he is won, that he has scared you off for good. So, I can leave. I asked, my voice hoarse from disuse. She shook her head. Not yet. He will be watching. He will expect you to try and run. We need to be smarter. She walked to the small workbench and picked up a long, wicked-looking knife. Its blade gleamed in the dim light. My eyes widened. What are you doing? We are going to make sure he does not hurt anyone else, she said, her voice calm and resolute. You can't just run from these kinds of men. Child. They follow. They find new prey. You have to cut the root. My stomach churned. I had never hurt anyone in my life, not even a fly. But the image of Mark's cold, dead eyes, his predatory smile, flashed in my mind. The terror of the chase, the certainty that I was going to die, overwhelmed all other thoughts. What do you need me to do? I asked, my voice surprisingly steady. Ilara looked at me, a glimmer of approval in her ancient eyes. Good. You have spirit. That is what he tries to break. But you won't let him, will you? No. I said, a fierce resolve hardening my own voice. I won't. She spent the next hour preparing. She cleaned the knife, sharpening it until it glinted wickedly. She filled a small leather pouch with dried herbs and something else I could not quite identify, a dark, granular substance. She dressed me in a pair of rough, worn trousers and a dark tunic, clothes that would blend in with the forest and protect me better than my ruined dress. She even gave me a pair of sturdy, broken-in boots that, surprisingly, fit me perfectly. He will be expecting you to be weak, to be lost. Ilara explained, her voice low and conspiratorial. He won't expect you to be ready. That is our advantage. She led me out of the cabin just as the sun began to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The forest, in the soft light of dawn, looked less menacing, more beautiful. But I knew its beauty was deceptive. Ilera moved through the woods with an uncanny grace, her old body surprisingly agile. She pointed out tracks, explained how to read the signs of the forest, how to move silently. She taught me how to identify edible plants and how to use certain leaves to staunch bleeding. She was a true woods witch, a guardian of this wild place. We found Mark's car, still sitting in the clearing. It looked innocent now, a gray sedan parked peacefully in the morning light. But I knew the horror it contained. He will be back for it, Ilera whispered. He always does. He thinks it is safe now. He will be overconfident. We hid among a thick clump of ancient pines, their boughs providing excellent cover. Ilera instructed me to stay absolutely still, to breathe slowly, to become one with the forest. We waited. The sun climbed higher, warming the air. Hours crawled by. My muscles ached from the tension, my stomach growled, but I dared not move, dared not make a sound. Then, I heard it, a rustle in the distance. The sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate. Mark. My heart began to pound again, a frantic drum against my ribs. But this time, it was different. It was not pure, paralyzing terror. There was an edge of something else, anger, resolve, a fierce determination to survive. He emerged from the trees, looking slightly disheveled but otherwise unharmed. He walked with a swagger, a smug expression on his face, as if he knew he had won. He glanced around the clearing, a slow, satisfied smile playing on his lips. He believed I was gone, lost, or dead. He approached his car, reaching for the driver's side door. This was our chance. Now, Ilera whispered, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. I burst from the trees, a primal scream tearing from my throat. Mark spun around, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He had not expected me. Not like this. He saw the knife in my hand. Ilera's hunting knife, its blade glinting in the sunlight. His smug expression vanished, replaced by a flicker of fear. Emma, he stammered, and that concludes today's daily story. Remember, behind every profile is a real person with a story you may never know. Subscribe to hear the ones we uncover.